Order. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Education and Adoption Bill, second reading.
Order. I must inform the House that I have selected the amendment in the name of the acting leader of the opposition to move the second reading of the bill. I call the Secretary of State for Education, Secretary Nicky Morgan.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be now read a second time. At the heart of this government's commitment to delivering real social justice is our belief that every child deserves an excellent education and that every day that they spend in school should be one which helps them to fulfil their potential. This bill introduces new measures to improve school standards across the country. It also delivers on our commitment to establish regional adoption agencies to help some of our most vulnerable children find loving homes. Thanks to the hard work of teachers across the country, the reforms of the last government and the innovations pioneered by the government before that, championed by the former Schools Minister Lord Adonis, we have seen dramatic improvements in English education. Since 2010, 100,000 more six-year-olds are on track to be confident readers because of our focus on phonics. The EBAC has led to a 71% increase in pupils taking core academic subjects at GCSE, and there are now 1 million more pupils being taught in schools that are good or outstanding, a record high. In short, expectations have been raised, standards have been restored, teachers and parents have been empowered. But there is more to do. No child should have to put up with receiving an education that is anything less than good. So we must go further. That is why this bill brings forward legislation to strengthen our ability to intervene more swiftly in failing schools and to properly tackle for the first time schools that are coasting. The measures in this bill are designed to speed up the process by which underperforming schools are transformed, ensuring that there is no delay in giving our children the education they deserve. Across the world, Mr. Speaker, governments are recognising that teachers and leaders in education know best how to run their schools. This government is no different. We believe in a school-led system where experts have greater freedom, but within a strong framework of accountability. Can I just finish my paragraph? That is why we want more schools to benefit from the freedom that academy status brings. I give way to the gentleman.
I'm very grateful that the Secretary is giving way, but is she not worried about the number of people who are saying that when special education needs is and autism and challenges like that to individual students, that the individual school cannot cope in that situation? You need a much broader basis of help that doesn't get delivered by individual fragmented school systems.
Yeah.
Well, can I thank the honourable gentleman very much indeed for his point. And I think members on all sides of the House would agree very much with the point that he is making, that those children with special needs or disabilities get the best possible education that is going to enable them to fulfil their potential. And that is what the education healthcare plans introduced under the last government are all about. And I would also remind him that we are seeing more collaboration. As an honourable member interested in education, he will know we are seeing more collaboration between schools of all types across the system. And of course, 17% of the free schools that have been set up under the last government deal either with alternative provision, but also with children who have special educational needs and are providing a very innovative and exciting education working with other local schools. I will, yes.
I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State. And on this point about an individual school achieving a big difference, a strong academy sponsor in my own constituency turned around a school known as the Grace Academy, which she applauded the initiative of Solihull Council to turn all the secondary schools on its council estate into academies by building on the good experience from this one leader.
Well, can I thank my honourable friend very much indeed for her point, and I hope that honourable members on all sides will be generous enough this afternoon to recognise the huge contribution that talented and innovative sponsors are bringing to academies and schools up and down the country. And like her, I welcome I'm just answering one point. I think I'll finish that, and then I might give way to the honourable gentleman. I welcome the fact that schools across the country and academies and sponsors are seeing that young people in Solihull, as in other local authorities areas, are receiving an excellent education. I will give way to the honourable gentleman, and then I'm going to make some progress. Yes.
It's extremely courteous and I'm extremely grateful. I'm a supporter of academies where they're the right solution for a school. But in my area, the academies underperform the LEA schools, so it's clear that school improvement is a lot more complicated than simply forcing schools to become academies. What has the Secretary of State got to say to that? And what is a plan to turn around academies that are themselves underperforming?
Well, what I would say to the honourable gentleman, without going into the detail of all the schools in his area, is that what we are seeing, particularly in relation to sponsored academies, is that they are often the weakest schools in an area where they have been either in failing or in special measures for a long time. And then a sponsor is coming in and working with them to make improvements right the way across the school for the benefit of the young people in that school. And I will come on later on to talk about the moves that we take as a department, working with regional schools commissioners, where there are issues relating to academies themselves. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, becoming an academy enables us to move quickly to replace poor governance in failing schools under the guidance of an expert sponsor, and it gives strong leaders the freedom to make decisions that will work for the specific young people in their care. And that is why we have turbocharged the last Labour government's academies policy since 2010. When the party opposite left office, there were just over 200. There are now over 1,400 sponsored academies. We backed the Sponsored Academy programme because we could see that it worked. It worked for parents, teachers and, most importantly, for the young people. And it is for me a matter of profound regret that the party opposite now appears to have arrived at the position where it is prepared to deny young people in schools that aren't up to scratch the benefits that we know academy freedoms can bring. Because the evidence shows, no, I'm not going to, I've given way sufficient, I'm going to make some progress, because the evidence shows that schools in sponsored academy arrangements improve their performance faster than maintained schools. By 2014, results in sponsored secondary academies opened for 4 years were on average 6.4 percentage points higher than their predecessor schools. Over the same period, results in local authority schools were an average of 1.3 percentage points higher than in 2010. Prior to academisation, the situation facing Manchester Enterprise Academy, for example, was bleak. A history of underperformance, falling roles, financial challenges and weak leadership have put it at risk of closure. Becoming a sponsored academy has turned it around. From being the lowest attaining secondary school in the area, it is now the highest performing school against all key measures. In 2009, only 30% of pupils achieved 5 good GCSEs, compared to 59% in 2014. All of this has been achieved alongside a recovery of £1.9 million from the school's budget over the last 3 years. Sponsored academies are also increasing the rigour of education, with more pupils focusing on the key academic subjects which will prepare them for life in modern Britain. The first sponsored, now I'm going to set out the results first. The first sponsored primary academies have been open for 2 years by the time of the 2014 results. Their results increased by 9 percentage points during that time, double the rate of improvement in maintained schools during that period. Schools such as Great Yarmouth Primary Academy in Norfolk. The school became a sponsored academy in September 2012, having seen 9 head teachers in as many years. It was frequently in and out of special measures, with performance below the floor standard. The community had lost faith in the school, but becoming an academy changed this. Performance has radically improved and the school has gone from strength to strength. Ofsted judged the school good with outstanding leadership last year. Madam Deputy Speaker, we want more schools to achieve these rates of improvement. And I was delighted to hear that the former Education Secretary, David Blunkett, will be directly contributing to this in his new role as Chairman of the David Ross Education Trust, an academy sponsor operating over 30 academies across the east of England, East Midlands, Yorkshire and Humberside. I understand that the former Secretary of State recognises that in this role he has the opportunity to, and I quote him, help shape policy and collaborative improvement and directly impact on the education of over 10,000 young people. It is reassuring to know there are still some in the party opposite who support the Academy programme and put young people above partisan rhetoric. I wonder if the Honourable Lady is going to offer her support.
The interesting thing about this bill is it gives the Secretary of State powers to intervene where schools are failing pupils. I have with me here 4 examples of pupils who've been excluded from academies and other schools without their parents having been given a right to appeal. This is breaking the law. And will the Secretary of State amend the bill in committee to ensure that pupils who are excluded actually have their rights protected? Because that is one way that she can ensure that every pupil has the right to an excellent education.
Well, can I thank the Honourable Lady? She's very welcome to write to me about the specific cases, about if the young people in those cases were not given the right to appeal, which they certainly should be. But I also think it's important to be on the side of the teachers and those in charge of schools who make the decisions about exclusions. And it's also important to make sure that there is a right educational provision for those young people who, for whatever reason, can't be in mainstream schooling. And that's what we are also seeing as a result of innovations in our school system. Now, I'm going to make some progress. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me turn to regional schools commissioners. As the number of academies grow, we must ensure decisions are taken by those with a real understanding of what works locally. And that is why we have devolved decision-making on academies to a regional level. 8 regional schools commissioners were appointed last year to oversee academies across the country. The education measures in this bill will be enacted by these regional schools commissioners, supported by the advice of the outstanding head teachers who have been elected onto regional boards. Regional schools commissioners will be acting on my behalf, and I will be accountable to Parliament for the decisions that they make. The head teachers on these boards are all experts in their areas, with years of experience across the school sector, backed by other schools in their area. As head teachers of strong schools, they know what it takes to make a school effective and are a good... No, the Honourable Gentleman is going to have plenty of time to make his points when we get to his speech. They will know that what it takes to make a school effective and are a good place to make decisions about the necessary action in any struggling school. Regional schools commissioners will guarantee that decisions around intervention are made by people with real local knowledge, not people sitting in Whitehall, ensuring local accountability, whilst allowing academies to enjoy the autonomy that is so critical to their success. Now, the Honourable Gentleman is about to make a speech in which he'll be able to demonstrate why he wants to make the amendment. No, I'm going to make the case for the bill, and the Honourable Gentleman, the House, will then have the opportunity to listen to him. I understand from today's press that the Honourable Gentleman opposite would take a different approach, that instead of trusting experts and heads, he would instead recreate local education authorities on a grand scale. Well, he'll have a chance to talk about that in a moment. But I'm sorry to say that in doing so, he has shown once again that he is unable to resist the constant itch of the Labour Party throughout the ages to seize back power from professionals on the ground and give it instead to politicians and to bureaucrats. I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
David Blunkett, he's still a member of the Labour Party.
The Right Honourable Lady knows it's complete nonsense. It's complete nonsense to be pretending that this side of the House is totally opposed to academies, and she's trying to invent a ridiculous political dividing line where the truth is that none exists on that particular issue. The truth is that there are good performing schools that are academies and poor performing schools that are academies. In my constituency, the schools that have performed consistently worst are actually both academies, and her department's done nothing at all about it. And there are good schools that are in the maintained sector, and there are poor schools in the maintained sector. And the real crisis in education is around teacher recruitment and the quality of head teachers. And her proposals today and her speech has absolutely nothing to say about that. Nothing to say about that.
Well, I'm delighted to hear that the Honourable Gentleman and other members on his side are in favour of academies, in which case they should be in our lobby tonight supporting this bill, which makes it very clear that we will not tolerate failure in schools across this country, and we will take swift action regardless of whether they are academies or whether they are maintained schools. And the reason the opposition party's amendment tonight is so muddle-headed is because they have tried to find a reason to oppose this bill, but they can't. The Honourable Gentleman and the Honourable Members opposite don't understand what is needed in order to tackle failure, and they found some spurious reason to put down an amendment. If the Honourable Members opposite support academies, they should be in our lobby tonight. No, I'm going to turn to failing schools. No one in this House can argue that we do not have a duty to transform failing schools. For these schools, urgent action is required, and this bill introduces tough new measures to turn around failing schools from day one. In the past, such transformation could be delayed or even blocked altogether by those pressure groups or unions with ideological objections to transferring power away from town halls and to outstanding heads and teachers. This bill makes clear that an academy order will be issued for all schools judged inadequate by Ofsted, enabling them to become sponsored academies. The bill sweeps away bureaucracy and loopholes that currently mean it takes on average more than a year from the day a school is judged inadequate to the day it opens as a sponsored academy. For some schools it could take even longer. The Warren Comprehensive School in Barking and Dagenham had never been judged better than satisfactory by Ofsted. In February 2013, Ofsted said the school once again required special measures. I'm going to finish this paragraph and I will give way to the honourable gentleman. It took 8 months for the governing body to vote against becoming an academy, and then the then Secretary of State decided to pursue academy conversion, which the governing body and local authority challenged through the courts. The school eventually opened as a sponsored academy 19 months after Ofsted deemed it was failing to give pupils an acceptable standard of education. So while adults bickered and delayed, the young people in that school had to spend almost 2 whole academic years in a learning environment that was failing them. That, Mr Speaker, cannot be right. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm grateful, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way, and I'm grateful to her example. Does she therefore believe that her predecessor was wrong to listen to the parents, governors and local authority in the case of Snaresbrook Primary School, which serves pupils in my constituency, deemed inadequate, was going to be converted into an academy, but after listening to the evidence put forward by parents, pupils and the local authority, is now in the local authority family? Was the previous Secretary of State wrong to do that?
Can I thank the honourable gentleman very much, and can I welcome him to his seat in the House? I haven't heard him speaking in the House before. I can't comment on the individual circumstances, but the point was my predecessor didn't have the option of making that academy order, and actually we are not going to tolerate the failure of schools, and there will be the conversion, because the academy process, bringing in a strong sponsor, makes the difference in turning around a school where often schools have languished and local authority control, failing for months on end. So, Madam Speaker, as I was saying, that cannot be right. By issuing an academy order straight away, we will ensure that a long-term solution is in place as soon as possible. To further tackle unnecessary delays and ensure swift progress to academy status, the bill introduces a new duty on governing bodies and local authorities to actively progress the conversion of failing schools into academies. This will send a clear and unambiguous message to all parts of the system that any unnecessary delay is unacceptable when it comes to improving the life chances of our children. I'll give way to them.
Secretary of State for giving way. There's a lot in this bill that is good, and academies are clearly part of the solution. But so too is fair funding. And we've talked a lot about this in the past. The previous government made a commitment that we would move to a fair funding formula. Can she give us any advice as to whether or not we're going to make progress on this soon?
Well, can I thank the honourable gentleman very much? I'm conscious, Madam Speaker, that funding is not actually an issue, but of course it is important to all schools up and down the country. The honourable gentleman may be aware this was discussed a great deal in education questions last Monday in this House when I made reference to our party's clear commitment in its manifesto to progress with fairer funding for our schools, and I thank the honourable gentleman for his support in that, and I know it's important to honourable members on all sides of the House. Now, I'm going to make some progress, because let me turn, Madam Speaker, to failing academies. Let me be clear that failure has to be tackled wherever it occurs. We support academy status because we see it works. But where individual academies are struggling, we do not hesitate to take swift action. The statutory legal framework being amended in this bill only applies to maintained schools. Academies are not governed by this statutory framework because they are held to account through a legally binding contract known as a funding agreement. Each funding agreement sets out the controls in place for holding the trust to account and the mechanisms by which the government can intervene to address concerns. As I've set out, academies are generally performing very well and have progressed faster than their maintained school counterparts. Out of over 4,600 academies, including 1,400 of which are sponsored academies, schools set up to transform some of the toughest cases of underperformance, the Ofsted figures last week reported that 145 academies are judged inadequate. But as I have clearly said, one failing school is a failing school too many. That's why we have a tough regime in place in order to tackle academy failure that already allows us to intervene much more rapidly and effectively than in maintained schools. I will in a moment. Open academies are carefully monitored by regional schools commissioners, and we take robust action where it is needed. As well as issuing 107 formal notices to underperforming academies, we have intervened and changed the sponsor in 75 cases of particular concern, and the results of such intervention are evident. Let me give way to the Honourable Gentleman now.
I'm very grateful to the Right Honourable Lady, and I'm very interested in what she has to say about failing academies, because she will know that the Regional Schools Commissioner is involved in one of the schools in my constituency, which is an academy and is judged by Ofsted as being inadequate. But can I ask her to define to the House what she means by a coasting school? I think this is really important, because we tend to think of schools failing where they perform at a relatively low base. But isn't it also the case that you can be a coasting school by not pushing those highly academic pupils as hard as they can to achieve as best as they can too?
Order. Could I just say there are an awful lot of members who want to come in, and the interventions are getting very, very long. So if we can just keep them shorter, then I hope everyone can speak. Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I shall, of course, adhere to that restriction. I think that will mean I shall take only a limited number of interventions. But can I just say, for the second time, I think in a week, I'm going to agree with the honourable gentleman. I'm going to come on to talk about coasting schools in a moment, because it's a very important part of the bill. But he's absolutely right, and that's the reason why it's not just about tackling failure. It's also about stretching those most able and ensuring all children make the progress that they are more than capable of. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I was talking about examples of failing academies, where Thetford Academy, for example, was put in special measures in March 2013. The department replaced the sponsors and brought in the Inspiration Trust, who took the school on in July 2013. Results the next academic year show that the number of students achieving 5 A-star to C GCSEs, including English and Maths, rose by 10 percentage points. A few months later, in December 2014, Ofsted judged Thetford to be good with outstanding leadership. The report described the school as transformed beyond recognition, and that the Trust leadership and support had created a strong culture where only the best is good enough. That's why, Madam Deputy Speaker, the amendment proposed by the opposition today is without merit. And I suspect that the Shadow Secretary of State knows this himself. But having failed to identify sufficient members of Parliament to support both him and the Honourable Member for Leicester West to stand for the party leadership, he knows he has to take up the aggressive anti-choice, anti-academy rhetoric of some members opposite and their union paymasters. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me turn to coasting schools, as I was asked by the honourable gentleman. Alongside strengthening powers to intervene in failing schools, the bill also provides, for the first time, measures to tackle coasting schools. Because, as my honourable friend the Prime Minister has put it so clearly, just good enough shouldn't be enough for anyone's child. How we will define coasting schools has already generated considerable interest, and I welcome the level of engagement from this House and outside. To support the bill's passage, we will ensure that draft regulations on the definition of coasting are available at committee stage for Parliament to scrutinise. But let me set out now the principles that will inform the definition. First of all, I want to make clear that the definition will be based on pupil performance data and not on a single Ofsted judgment. Where a school is judged to require improvement by Ofsted, it will not automatically fall within the coasting definition. Secondly, the definition will take into account the progress pupils make, whether they achieve their potential based on their starting point, and whether, as we've just been discussing, the brightest are being stretched and the less able properly supported. Finally, the definition will be based on performance over 3 years, identifying schools that have been coasting over a period of time rather than in a single set of results. I want to emphasise that the bill does not propose any automatic interventions for coasting schools. Coasting schools will be eligible for intervention, but regional schools commissioners will have the discretion to decide the most appropriate course of action. Some coasting schools may have the capacity to improve sufficiently, and where this is the case, they should be given the opportunity to get on with this without distraction. But other coasting schools may require additional support and challenge from a national leader of education or a strong local school. By creating this new category of coasting schools, regional schools commissioners will have the power to pair these schools that need to improve with educational experts who can help them along the way. But when and only when a coasting school has no credible plan or is not improving sufficiently, it is right that regional schools commissioners are able to instigate academy conversion to ensure that pupils and parents get the world-class education they deserve. Alongside regional schools commissioners, I'm going to make the progress. Well, the honourable gentleman will have a chance to make his point, both at the end of this debate and also in committee stage. Alongside regional schools commissioners, I want to emphasise the continuing role that we expect local authorities to play in challenging their schools to improve. Local authorities should take swift and effective action when failure occurs in a maintained school using the powers they already have to issue warning notices and replace governing bodies wherever necessary. Last year, 90 warning notices were issued by local authorities, but we know that some local authorities have never used their powers. And that is why this bill proposes to give the same warning notice powers to regional schools commissioners. Such notices will give a school the opportunity to tackle these concerns in the first instance or face necessary intervention where serious concerns remain. Our expectation is that local authorities... No, because the honourable gentleman will have a chance perhaps to tell his honourable friend what he would like him to ask. Our expectation is that local authorities should work alongside regional schools commissioners to prioritise the schools in greatest need and decide the most appropriate powers to deploy in each case. The education measures in this bill are about ensuring all children have the same chance to fulfil their potential, expanding opportunities and bringing real social justice to our country. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me turn to the other part of the bill, which concerns adoption. During the last Parliament, the Government took decisive action. It's a great shame the honourable members opposite, certainly the shadow front bench, don't want to listen to the important parts of the bill on adoption, because the honourable members behind are listening to these important provisions on adoption. During the last Parliament, the Government took decisive action to reform an adoption system that was too bureaucratic and time-consuming, leaving children waiting for far too long or causing them to miss out on being adopted altogether. To drive improvements, we have established a National Adoption Leadership Board, chaired by Sir Martin Neri, given £200 million to local authorities through the Adoption Reform Grant, invested a further £17 million in the voluntary adoption sector, and launched a £19.3 million adoption support fund to provide therapeutic support to adopted children and their families. The numbers prove that these reforms are working. Adoptions have increased by 63% in the last 3 years, from just over 3,000 in 2011 to over 5,000 in 2014. Children are also spending less time waiting to be adopted, with the average length of time between coming into care and being placed with a family down by nearly 4 months. These are achievements to be proud of. But however, the current system is not working as well as it could. The system is still highly fragmented, with around 180 different adoption agencies, many of which operating on a very small scale. In the first 3 quarters, I will give way if it's on adoption. I will give way.
Well, I think it's remarkable that she won't give way to the front bench. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, the point on adoption is this, that adoption is only the right outcome for a relatively small number of children who end up in care. Whilst the measures in the bill are welcome, undoubtedly, when it comes to adoption, will she acknowledge that for the over 90% of children who end up in care, where fostering, where residential care and where kinship care is the right option, that the bill says nothing, and that this does raise a concern that adoption again is being considered as the gold standard, when actually it should only be one of a range of options that should be considered in full?
Well, I think the honourable gentleman makes an important point, and of course the routes available for giving children a loving, permanent, stable home were considered in full in the Children and Families Act, which was considered towards the end of the last Parliament. But adoption, it is important. It gives children that stable upbringing, that permanence, in order to progress with their lives and to make the full potential. And this is about one particular aspect which I'm coming on to explain, which means that the adoption system is not working as well as it could. But the Honourable Member is right, and of course the courts will consider all the different options before they get to the point of the adoption agencies operating.
Will my right honourable friend?
I will.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend. Would she say a little bit more about this rationalisation of this very large number of agencies and councils? Because it seems to me absurd that, given the numbers of children involved, that so many bodies, a bewildering number, are involved in dealing with this vital process.
Yeah.
Well, can I thank my honourable friend very much indeed, and I am going to talk about this and the reason why we are bringing forward these particular proposals now. Because in the first 3 quarters of 2014 to 15, 20 local authorities or local authority groups recruited fewer than 10 adopters, and 58 recruited fewer than 20. And similarly, 6 voluntary adoption agencies recruited fewer than 10 adopters, and 10 recruited fewer than 20. And that means that we now need to address these issues. Now, as I've just said, this House spent significant time considering the issue of adoption during the passage of the Children and Families Act. At that point, the urgent crisis facing the adoption system was a failure to recruit enough adopters. The sector has responded to this challenge very positively, and I applaud and thank them for their efforts in doing so. However, we are now facing challenges that go beyond the original recruitment challenge. There are now 3,000 children who are still waiting for adoption, despite there being enough approved adopters across the country, and we also need better adoption support. At the moment, the specialist support that many adopted children need to address the effects of abuse and neglect in their early lives is simply not available in their area. Just let me make the point on these clauses, and I certainly will. So, Madam Speaker, in response to my honourable friend's comments, actively encouraging local authorities and voluntary adoption agencies to join forces and work together will act as a triple win, giving councils a greater pool of approved adopters, making vital support services more widely available to adoptive families and better targeting the recruitment of adopters. And it will also provide better value for money for the taxpayer. Give way.
I thank the Right Honourable Lady for giving way. In my previous life, I placed a number of children for adoption. And quite often, mental health problems were one of the key things that needed to be tackled because of people's pre-life experience before they came into the care system. Does the Honourable Lady accept that mental health remains a major issue that is not being widely tackled within the care system, with those children who have been through the care system 5 times more likely to take their own life? This bill's doing nothing to address that. Can we please look at that at some point in this bill?
Well, can I thank the Honourable Lady very much indeed. Look, she raises very important issues, and I've just mentioned in my speech already the £19.3 million adoption support fund, which this government, the last government, has set up and which this government has a clear commitment to. £1 million of that has already been spent on supporting 200 families, and I'm absolutely certain that mental health care and mental health support will be a part of the way in which that money is spent, and it's quite right that it should be. And she's absolutely right to say the reason for having the fund is exactly to support those families who have done the right thing by adopting children but who need that additional support to help those children deal with their previous experiences. Well, I'm very happy, and I welcome the Honourable Lady's interest. I don't know if she'll be a member of the Bill Committee, but I'm sure that the Minister would also always welcome hearing from her, given her previous experiences. Madam Speaker, we want to work with the sector to deliver our vision, and will provide £4.5 million of support this year to assist with this transition to regional adoption agencies. And I'm delighted that many key voices in the sector, including leaders from the Association of Directors of Children's Services, Adoption UK and the British Association for Adoption and Fostering, have already expressed their support for this vision. However, for those who don't make that step, we do need a backstop power that can be used to direct local authorities to come together. And that's why this bill brings forward a power to direct local authorities to have certain adoption functions carried out on their behalf by another local authority or adoption agency. Madam Deputy Speaker, the measures in this bill are driven by a very simple objective. Very briefly.
I'm extremely grateful to my own friend, especially as I have not been able to hear all her comments on the bill, but this part of the bill which particularly concerns me. I wonder if she can reassure me and others who are concerned about the zeal with which some local authorities are pursuing adoption, that the measures that she is proposing will not shortcut the system. I have a very, very upsetting case in my own constituency where Surrey County Council absolutely adamant and determined that they were going to have these children fostered, adopted, and the parents extremely distressed, as I was. So I hope my right honourable friend can reassure the House on that point.
Well, can I thank my honourable friend very much indeed for that point, and I'm sure that as individual members of Parliament we all in our constituency casework have come across examples of very difficult family situations. The courts have a very clear, and these decisions are made by the courts, independently by the courts. It's not for politicians clearly to second guess those decisions, but clearly they will make decisions of what they feel are in the right interests of the children. There are procedures, appeals, the families are of course represented, but there are times when adoption is the right route for children to be in a stable, loving, permanent home that's going to enable them to fulfil their potential. And this provision in this bill is very simply about making that process work better. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I was saying, I'm getting to the end. I'm conscious of a number of backbenchers who want to speak in this debate. The measures in this bill are driven by a very simple objective: to provide world-class education and care that allows every child and young person to reach his or her potential regardless of background. We want every child to go to a local school where they learn the knowledge and skills they need to succeed. To achieve that, we need this legislation which is intolerant of both failure and mediocrity when it comes to our children's education. Alongside an excellent education, every child deserves a stable and loving home. To ensure the thousands of children who are currently waiting to be adopted get this, we need powers to increase the scale at which our adoption services are delivered. Our plan for a world-class education and care system is working, but there is a lot more to do. Because being a one-nation government, ensuring that every young person, wherever they're born, whatever their background, should get the very best start in life. I look forward to hearing the views of honourable members, both during today's debate and at committee stage, and I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. And before I call the Shadow Secretary of State for Education, I'm going to put a time limit of 6 minutes on backbench contributions. That will follow on immediately after I call the Shadow Secretary of State, Tristram Hunt.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I say what a privilege it is to be speaking in this chamber under your chairmanship, your leadership. And I beg to move the reasoned amendment standing in my name and those of my right honourable friends. Madam Deputy Speaker, I agree with the Secretary of State that every parent wants to give their child the best start in life, and a single day spent in a failing, inadequate or coasting school is one day too long. Parents and pupils are not interested in a 4-year improvement project for their schools, and our country can't wait for a long turnaround either. As the pace of global competition quickens, as the demand for an educated workforce intensifies, and we confront the gear shift of a digital economy, getting our schools and colleges educating pupils properly is more essential than ever. Swift action, no excuses, doing what it takes. That was the inspiration behind the Labour Party's Sponsored Academies programme 1 decade ago. And we still believe in their ability to tackle entrenched educational disadvantage. We believe in zero tolerance towards poor standards and complacency. We believe in professional autonomy and high expectations. Sponsored academies were and are modern, comprehensive state schools, a classically Labour response to a classically Labour commitment to social justice and equal opportunity. I'm delighted to give way.
I thank the Shadow Secretary of State for giving way. Given his welcome commitment to improving schools as quickly as possible, could he tell us whether his recent agreement would bring about those improvements more quickly or more slowly?
I'm very grateful for the Honourable Gentleman's intervention. I welcome him to the House. And one of the issues that we have before us today is the evidence for improvement and looking at what works. It has long been a focus of the Labour Party to focus on what works. And we need to focus with clear precision on whether the bill before us is actually going to deliver the kind of educational improvement that we all want to see. So we would, to answer his question, like to have supported today's bill. But following on from the Conservative Party's rejection of cross-party talks on 14 to 19 education last week, today we are faced, as my honourable member for the best part of Dudley pointed out earlier, we are faced with more partisan, dividing line politics. Rather than taking politics out of our education system, the Secretary of State seeks to divide the House for the sake of ideology. But worse than that is the narrowness of her vision. I'll give way to Tom Johnson.
But as the Shadow Secretary of State and his party seem to agree with the aims and main purpose of the bill, why don't they vote for the bill tonight and then put down really strong amendments to deal with the issue of how to tackle failing academies? I think the Secretary of State might even accept some amendment that improved the way of dealing with failing academies.
Well, given that the Secretary of State won't even take an intervention from this side, the notion of her willingness to accept reforms is unclear. The Honourable Gentleman will enjoy this point, because when the late Prime Minister Baroness Thatcher first became Education Secretary, she informed her permanent secretary, "I'm worried about the content in schools rather than the structure." But sadly, this Education Secretary is wholly uninterested in what is taught and how it is taught. No, her first legislative act is yet more structural change. They have nothing to say on Sure Start, on effective early years support, on smaller class sizes, on high quality teaching, on strong school leadership, on reforming accountability or encouraging school collaboration. Zero interest in parenting, attachment and early child development. Education, Madam Deputy Speaker, has moved on. The leading jurisdictions around the world are not responding to the 21st century challenge with top-down, target-driven centralism. They are devolving power, broadening the curriculum, learning to let go, unleashing excellence, not mandating adequacy. Delighted way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Does he share with me my disappointment that the Secretary of State failed to meet with parents from St Andrew and St Francis schools that have been forced into academy status, and they wanted to appeal against that based on a flawed Ofsted report?
My honourable friend makes a very, very valuable point, not least because Ofsted removed over 1,000 inspectors at the end of last week because they didn't think they were up to the job. And it's no good ministers saying, we can centralise control, we can govern this from the centre, we know what's best, the man in Whitehall knows best, and then refusing to meet parents and activists and communities when they make those decisions and don't hold themselves account for it. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is concern right across the educational spectrum. Earlier in the week there was a letter from the headmaster of Rugby School, not a natural Labour supporter, who points out just how the new curriculum is leaving children, quotes, ill-equipped for a future that will place a premium on creativity. The challenges we face in terms of productivity, skills, social mobility, well-being, character and attainment are so much greater than this government seems prepared to accept.
Well, Frank, is he also aware that we face a recruitment crisis because teachers are being overworked and underpaid, and if you carry on treating people with disrespect, they will not want to work in the profession?
Absolutely.
My honourable friend makes a very, very valuable point, and the honourable member for Sheffield Healy made a very, very powerful intervention and debate on this last week. And as the labour market tightens, as the workloads grow, we're going to see more teacher shortages and recruitment crises. So we seek to highlight these crucial omissions and to improve the bill before it gets to a second reading. As it stands, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill fails to set out measures for dealing with inadequate academies and offers no reassurance on the quality of academy chains. It offers a reductive approach to school improvement without a decent evidence base, and we regard the centralisation of power within the hands of the Secretary of State as unhealthy and arbitrary. Actually, Madam Deputy Speaker, I regard it as wholly opposed to traditional English forms of self-government. But because the Labour Party is passionate about cross-party collaboration when it comes to education, let me begin by focusing on areas of agreement. The Labour Party supports efforts to speed up the adoption process. Children put up for adoption number amongst the most vulnerable members of our society, and we know that delays can be hurtful. We accept the principle that every step should be taken to minimise the harm a malfunctioning adoption system can sometimes cause vulnerable children. We do, however, have some questions and concerns to put to the Secretary of State. First, on the reorganisation, can she explain how these proposals would proceed by consent, given that new Section 3ZA grants the Secretary of State significant powers of direction? We're not opposed to this per se. The Labour Assembly in Wales has carried out a successful consolidation of adoption powers across different local authorities, but it would be helpful if the Minister could provide more clarity as to the process. Secondly, we have some concerns about hard-to-place children. There are some extraordinarily brilliant small and specialist voluntary sector adoption agencies which carry out tremendous work placing more challenging young people with families, and I firmly believe we should retain their contribution to our adoption system. Third, I would encourage the Minister to set out more detail about how these proposals affect the rollout of the National Adoption Support Fund and whether there are any plans to extend the range of services that money can be spent on. And finally, I would reflect on the comments from my honourable friend for Sefton, that we would hope that as early as possible in this Parliament, the Government will bring forward proposals on other permanence arrangements. The commitment to reforming adoption is laudable, but we too would like to see that matched with a commitment to reform long-term foster care, kinship care arrangements, special guardianships, and a closer look at the role of grandparents.
Very grateful to my honourable friend and indeed neighbour. There is also an issue I'm concerned about, which is the oversight function of local authorities, because all too often on committees where children or prospective adopting parents are going before the committee, the social workers might have one view, the councillor on that committee might have a different view, and the councillor always gets overruled, or almost always gets overruled. Is this something he thinks he might, the Secretary of State should look at?
Yeah. My honourable friend makes a very, very valuable point about the accountability procedures, and that is certainly something that we will be looking to take forward in committee. Madam Deputy Speaker, whilst we would be happy to debate these clauses and other issues at the committee stage of the bill, glaring deficiencies elsewhere necessitate our reasoned amendment. For this shoddy, slapdash, incomplete legislation placed before the House today is unworthy of a second reading. When the first word of the first clause on the first page of this bill, coasting, is yet to be defined by the government, I think they are showing an extraordinary discourtesy to this House. Such is the extension of the Secretary of State's powers over schools deemed coasting, I would have thought they would know what they were talking about. And today, for all the lofty principles, we still have no workable legal definition. As it stands, coasting could mean anything. Ofsted results, progress data, attainment scores. In fact, it could just as easily relate to any passing whim of the Secretary of State. Too many children swinging on chairs, coasting. Too many kids studying the humanities, which we know she disapproves of, coasting. Too many teenagers aspiring to apprenticeships, coasting. We just don't know what the answer is. What we do know is that this is no way to approach the serious job of reforming our schools system. And I fear we're going to have a confrontation between what the Department for Education regards as coasting and what Ofsted regards as a good school. If Ofsted has classified a school as good and the DFE says it's coasting, where does that leave the schools inspector?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Natasha. Not only is the definition of coasting missing, there are a number of other things missing in this bill, including addressing the teacher recruitment crisis, addressing the school places crisis, and also, of course, mentioning hardly anywhere parents. And these are the two issues that are very much on parents' minds. Why do 2 out of 5 newly qualified teachers leave the profession within 5 years? And secondly, why are parents of 3- and 4-year-olds very anxious about school places?
Because ministers are coasting, that's why.
My honourable friend makes a very, very valuable point that all we've got here is, yes, yet more relentless focus on structural reform rather than the real issues affecting our education system. But to be fair, they do mention parents. The removal of parental voice is what they mention in this bill. The government fails to... certainly.
I just wondered whether the honourable member heard the Secretary of State when she said that it would be based on pupil performance data.
I'm very grateful for the honourable lady's intervention. Does she mean the Progress 8 data, or does she mean the EBAC data? Does she mean that relative to free school meals? Does she? I mean, again, it's very unclear what they're going to go for. Madam Deputy Speaker, The tragedy of this is that we would like to support action to engage with coasting schools. And my honourable friend for Denton makes a very, very valuable point about how we define a coasting school. A coasting school could be good or outstanding if one would expect greater achievements from its pupils. We want early intervention to deal with coasting schools, and that was partly the success behind the London Challenge programme, which my right honourable friend did so much to deliver, which did much to raise attainment in the capital before the government scrapped it. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is not the job of opposition to give a blank cheque to government. So just as with their collapsing childcare bill, where they can't define the funding terms, they can't constitute what's full-time work, they can't give an explanation on child ratio rates, they should have done some work before bringing this bill to the House.
Hasn't work already been done in this House by the Education Select Committee who reported in January, and on the government's own DFE paper, statistical working paper, that came out just before the general election, that actually said at this moment in time it's impossible to make any real statistical evaluation of whether academies are better than traditional schools. What we've got here is a real attempt to ignore the facts and push through an ideologically driven agenda which is typical of the Tory party.
My honourable friend makes a very, very valuable point about the excellent report from the cross-party select committee that I will come to in terms of its evidence, because the same haphazard approach is apparent in the bill's failure to deal with different school types, academy maintained in a fair and consistent manner. There is a great deal in this bill about inadequate maintained schools, but what about, Madam Deputy Speaker, inadequate academies? They don't face the automatic interventions. As she knows, there are 145 academy schools which are currently rated inadequate. Indeed, there are 8 converter academies which have been in special measures since 2013, and all 8 of them remain with their original sponsor. Schools such as the Sir John Gleed School in Lincolnshire, a converter academy that was rated inadequate in April 2013 and is still inadequate. Madam Deputy Speaker, I make that at least 783 days of inadequacy too many, and that's too much for the Labour Party.
Friend, can I just say that when the Department for Education was asked about quality grading for academy chains, their response was the disclosure of this information would prejudice or would be likely to prejudice the effective conduct of public affairs. Basically, you do not want any transparency when it comes to the judgment of those academy chains. Why will you not, in this bill, allow academy chains to be judged like maintained schools?
My honourable friend makes a very, very valuable point. This is taxpayers' money. Where is the transparency and accountability about its expenditure? Why are parents and pupils at failing academy schools less deserving of fast and effective state intervention than those in the maintained sector? The Labour Party believes every child should have a good education in every classroom and oppose this ideological protection of certain poorly performing schools.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I am baffled that the honourable member opposite has spoken of several points in the bill that he supports, yet he is unable to support measures to speed up improvements to failing schools.
But the question is, what is the best mechanism for dealing with improvements to failing schools? And if she reads the Select Committee report, which I know she's new to this House, but I urge her to get a copy, she will find that the evidence behind it is a lot more complicated than she suggests. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is nothing in this bill today to deal with coasting or failing academy chains. So let us take as an example the case of schools like St Peter's Academy on the border of my constituency and my honourable friend for Stoke-on-Trent South, looked after by the Woodard Trust, which makes a mockery of the department's ability to intervene quickly and spot failure. In February last year, the Diocese of Lichfield Education Board, which co-sponsors but does not operate the school, wrote to the Education Minister Lord Nash about their concerns with the Woodard Trust. The DFE conducted a short review and concluded that everything was fine. But everyone knew in Stoke-on-Trent that it was not fine. Indeed, we all told the regional school commissioner that it wasn't fine, who had no effective grip on the situation at all. So in January, it was downgraded into special measures, meaning over half of the Woodard Academy chain schools are now in, or have recently been in, special measures. No wonder the Lichfield Diocese no longer has trust in Woodard. This bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, does nothing for the pupils of St Peter's or schools like it in failing academy chains. I give way to my friend.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend. He's been very generous with his time and a very good example of how to take interventions, if I may say so, Madam Deputy Speaker. The honourable gentleman is correct. It is of huge concern and has been for some time. But where do parents go? They complain. We as members of Parliament complain, and it falls on deaf ears because of the structure, which seems to be the be-all and end-all for the government. It's all about the structure. Well, this structure doesn't help parents. Most importantly, it doesn't help pupils get on in life.
My friend makes a very, very strong and valuable point. This is further evidence of the atomisation and fragmentation of the English school system, which is affecting the standards of pupils in schools in Stoke-on-Trent and right across the country. So we think the Secretary of State needs to start putting the interests of pupils above party politics. And I'm now delighted, Madam Deputy Speaker, to give way to the Right Honourable Lady.
Spelman.
In the explanatory notes to this bill, it states that Clause 12 inserts a new section into the Academies Act, which gives the Secretary of State new power to revoke any academy order. For example, if the Secretary of State decides it would be better to direct the local authority to close the school. So he's just told the House that there are no new powers in this Act to deal with a failing academy, but surely this is what the explanatory notes say.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill gives extraordinary amounts of new powers to the Secretary of State, but they are asleep on the job. Why is it they haven't acted St Peter's School? Why is it they haven't acted to sort out the Woodard Academy chain? We don't dispute that this bill gives a great deal of power to the Secretary of State. We just don't think the Secretary of State is competent to act on the powers that she's been given granted. Instead, the whole purpose of this bill is to narrow school improvement, just to reduce it, in effect, to academisation. As I've already argued, this side of the House supports academisation as an option, as one option for effective intervention in failing schools. The evidence of the Sponsored Academies programme is clear, and we also accept the evidence from the Sutton Trust and others, which shows how progress for disadvantaged pupils continues to be faster when compared with other schools. Had the Labour Party won the general election, we can but dream, I would certainly have expected our new directors of school standards to have had to force through conversions of failing maintained schools and be answerable for those decisions. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, the question for scrutinising this legislation is not, do some sponsored academies have a positive impact on progress, standards and achievement? We know they do. Rather, the key question is why the Secretary of State would constrain herself in Clause 7 to this method alone, this one-club policy of academisation for school improvement. The reality is that some of the fastest improving schools in the country are maintained schools, particularly in the primary sector. Schools like the Wellfield Community School that I was delighted to visit with my honourable friend for Sedgefield, which went from special measures to good without converting. And the extraordinary Hearts Home Primary School in Lincoln, which jumped from special measures to outstanding. Indeed, Ofsted data shows 8 maintained schools that went from special measures to outstanding, and 201 maintained schools that went from special measures to good between 2012 and 2014. Madam Deputy Speaker, academisation is not always the answer. Post-conversion inspections show 8% of primary-sponsored academies and 14% of secondaries are currently rated inadequate. The best chains, like ARC or United Learning, are an important architecture for spreading high standards. But chains like Woodard and EACT show poor performance, and complacency is just as easily exported. Pupils at schools run by Prospect Academies Trust were wholly let down by this government, whilst children under the Parkview Academy Trust in Birmingham were arguably put at danger of radicalisation. The Sutton Trust report showed that the variation between academy chains is, quotes, enormous. They found that the rate of progress for disadvantaged children was lower than the average across all state schools in around 1/2 of the larger academy chains. And as my honourable friend pointed out, the Education Select Committee report into the academy programme found that the evidence is not sufficient to draw conclusions on whether academies in themselves are a positive force for change. So we will introduce...
I'm grateful to him. He is making an excellent speech, and I commend him on that. He's actually drawn attention to the fact that in the report it's very clear that the Labour academies were a success. The evidence there has been long enough to judge that, and we should rightly praise the last Labour government for its intervention and its selective use of academies as a school improvement measure. But we took evidence from the charter school movement that suggested that we should only have only a small number of schools should convert at a time. Does he agree with me that one of the fundamental problems is that the government has tried to change too many things at once within the education system and converted too many academies?
Just say that the interventions are getting very long, and the honourable gentleman is on the speaking list, so he may want to save his gunpowder for when it's his turn to speak. But really, the interventions need to be a lot shorter, otherwise we will not get everybody in. Tristram Hunt.
Speaker, my honourable friend makes a valuable point that there should not be a hierarchy of school type. What makes a difference is strong school leadership and great teaching in the classroom, which can be there right across a range of different schools. So we will introduce at committee stage amendments for a quality threshold for conversions, a guarantee that only academy chains with a proven track record are eligible to sponsor new academies. We want to see Ofsted allowed to inspect academy chains as it is local authority school improvement functions. What is there to hide? We want to see shorter funding contracts, academy freedoms extended to all maintained schools, and measures which challenge the stranglehold of poor academy chains by making it easier for schools to change their sponsors. A Bosman ruling for schools, introducing autonomy back to the chains. In short, action on inadequate academies and encouragement for maintained schools with a strong plan for improvement. But we also, Madam Deputy Speaker, wish to see an end to the continued and accelerating process of centralisation in education policy. Mr. Speaker, when I read clause 8 to 11 of this bill, my first thought was whether the Education Secretary had reinstated her predecessor's poster of Vladimir Lenin in sanctuary buildings, because the proposed crackdown in those clauses upon governors, upon parents, upon councillors, upon teachers, upon heads who merely wish to express an opinion in a free country on the future of their school is something to behold. As the Prime Minister's former guru, Mr. Steve Hilton, said of this government's approach to education, the Soviet comparison is an apt one, using central command to try and run a vast system. Of course you can squeeze some results out of it and muster some signs schools are improving, but is it the big transformation we want to see to prepare for the 21st century? No. Steve Hilton was right. These clauses are an extraordinarily statist attack upon civil society and upon the individual's ability to express dissent. The right to give way.
Thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. I'm disappointed by his accusation of Soviet-style centralisation on the part of the Conservative government. What is his opinion of the hundreds of free schools that have been set up over the last 5 years, devolving power and decision-making to local groups of volunteers to start up schools where they see a need?
The honourable lady wasn't listening. It's not my comparison. It's the comparison made by Mr. Steve Hilton, who was the Prime Minister's policy. I'm just quoting him. You know, he once upon a time there was an idea called the Big Society, which he was in favour of. So whatever else we may scorn about the Tory party approach to localism, we realise that devolution is valuable. And the devolution of transport skills and health powers to Manchester is, Madam Deputy Speaker, a good thing. But there are few things more important to a community's pride and prosperity than its schools. So why do schools stand in such stark contrast to the devolution offered so far as part of the Northern Powerhouse initiative? We believe it's time decisions to do with new schools and intervention in failing schools were made at a combined authority level. Regional schools commissioners are far too distant to understand the distinctive context of every school and community with their region, and we share the criticism of the National Governors Association about the capacity of commissioners to carry out their functions effectively. So again in committee, the Labour Party will seek to reshape the bill with a series of pro-devolution amendments. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's called parent choice, something the Conservative Party used to believe in. Madam Deputy Speaker, the success of the Labour Party's sponsored academy programme came through a deep and balanced understanding of how we improve schools and tackle educational failure. Our reforms sat alongside the challenge programmes, the National College of Teaching and Leadership, Teach First, and sustained investment in teaching and learning. In contrast, the party opposite offers a 10% budget cut to schools, rising pressures on places, larger class sizes, closing Sure Start, teacher shortages, excessive workloads, a collapse of professional support for head teachers, a widening attainment gap between the poorest children and their better-off peers. The consequences are already being felt by the most disadvantaged in our society. In the terrible judgment of the Teach First charity, quotes, "Things are getting worse for poorer children instead of better." This bill does not do enough to close the gap, raise standards, challenge complacency, unleash innovation or inspire our teachers. And it is because we are ambitious for every child in every school in England that we will be putting our reasoned amendment to the vote.
The original question was that the bill be now read a second time, since when an amendment has been proposed as on the order paper. The question is that the amendment be made. Caroline Spelman.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak in my capacity as Second Church Estates Commissioner, but I would just briefly like to build on the comment I made about my own constituency in response to the Honourable Gentleman's remarks, because with the localism that exists, he will have heard me say that my local authority chose to make all the academies on my council, all the schools on my council estate academies, and that 7,000 pupils, in other words, the parents of 7,000 pupils, have chosen to get their children educated in the borough of Solihull. So parent choice and localism exists. My only bone of contention is that the per capita funding those children would have enjoyed, were they educated in Birmingham and Coventry where they reside, mean that £1,300 more per pupil would have been available. And my local authority would very much like to see that anomaly addressed. In health, the money follows the patient. It would be good to see the money follow the pupil by the same token. And I totally support the efforts of my honourable friend for Worcester in trying to ensure that the schools funding formula is adjusted so that we do see fairer funding. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Church of England family of schools is a key part of the education system, and dioceses are committed to maintaining high standards and developing capacity across its 4,700 schools in a strategic way. 65% of these schools have fewer than 210 pupils, and the Church of England currently runs over half the small primary schools in England. But 80% of its schools are in good and outstanding categories, but the Church, of course, faces the same challenge of raising standards in the remaining 20%. Schools that are eligible for intervention are, in fact, defined as under categories of 3 and 4 under Ofsted. So I believe that the idea of coasting is underpinned by the evidence Secretary of State was referring to. The Church is not opposed to academisation. It sees that an academy with a strong sponsor can often be the way in which a school improves. The general shift towards multi-academy trusts rather than single autonomous schools is largely welcomed by the Church of England, particularly in the light of the number of small rural schools. In its report, Working Together on the Future of Rural Schools of October last year, the Chief Education Officer of the Church of England said he is convinced of the need to form effective structural partnerships and collaborations if some schools are going to survive into the future. Collaborations are not meant to avoid closure, but should be of mutual benefit. So it's important that the strength and capacity is maintained through a strategic approach rather than decisions being taken on a school-by-school basis. It's the very coherence of the church family of schools which enables the Church of England to make a significant contribution to education in this country. So I'm seeking some assurances from the Secretary of State that this bill and the associated regulations and guidance explicitly recognise the duties of the diocese and school trustees who have to preserve the Church of England character of their school. Under this bill, regional school commissioners will have authority to require a school to become an academy. However, they may have only a limited understanding of the position of the diocese in relation to church schools. The bill gives the Secretary of State the power to decide who serves on the interim executive body for a failing school, but so can she reassure the Church that this body will have regard to the ethos of the faith schools, as in Clause 5. The bill grants new powers to the Secretary of State to require failing schools to enter into a variety of collaborations or a federation with other schools. The Church already has a number of federations, such as the Trinity Federation and the Pilgrim Federation in the Norwich Diocese, which are a mix of church and voluntary-aided schools, which demonstrate how the individuality of each school has been maintained, and which should allay the fears of the National Secular Society that the Church might in some way dominate the non-church ones. The Church will continue to develop diocesan and church school-led multi-academy trusts in a way that offers the opportunity to build strong partnerships within the church school family and in a way that welcomes community schools as well. It's important to ensure the new government powers of intervention, however, don't limit the Church's ability to control its existing schools and promote new ones. The Church should still be able to take its own steps to improve the quality of its own provision. So I hope the Government will continue to work with the Church of England and the Catholic Church to ensure that the bill and any related guidance and regulations meet these concerns. I beg to move.
Oh, Carol Moynihan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm delighted to have the support of so many of my colleagues here today as I make this my first speech to the House. I'm honoured to be here representing Glasgow North West, the area I grew up and the area I have chosen to raise my own children. Glasgow North West does not have the lochs and islands of Argyll and Bute, nor the mountains of Skye and Loughborough, but what it does have are some of the most beautiful sandstone buildings anywhere in these isles.
Hear, hear.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I invite you to take a stroll along the avenues of Broomhill or past the tenements of Thornwood to enjoy these delights. So inspired was I by this architecture that I left my previous job as a physics teacher to retrain as a stonemason instead. Perhaps I could offer my services to this building and save the public purse some money. Glasgow's dedication to science and engineering has ensured the Clyde's rich tradition in shipbuilding is world-renowned. But there are only two remaining shipyards, Govan and Scotstoun, which is located in my own constituency. When BAE Systems chooses to build ships in Glasgow, it isn't mere tokenism. It is because they know they have one of the world's most highly skilled workforces at their disposal. And when the contract was recently awarded for the Type 26 frigates, my reaction was, why not more? And we certainly could be building more if it wasn't for the obscenity of nuclear weapons. Glasgow is famous for its love of sport. Only last year we hosted the hugely successful Commonwealth Games, when athletes and visitors were treated to the warmth and hospitality of our Glaswegians, and to the outstanding summer weather which we always enjoy. I take this opportunity to congratulate my neighbours, the Glasgow Warriors rugby team, who were recently crowned the Pro 12 champions. They're the first Scottish team to win an international trophy in the modern professional era. I would like to pay tribute to my predecessor, Mr John Robertson, who worked hard to serve Glasgow North West for nearly 15 years. His 2009 amendment to the Welfare Reform Bill ensured that people registered blind or partially sighted could claim the higher level of disability living allowance, and it is right that he is lauded for this. John was first elected in a by-election in November 2000, following the untimely and tragic death of Donald Dewar. The seat at that time was Glasgow Anniesland. I am hugely honoured to be representing the same part of Glasgow as Scotland's First Minister. It was Donald's push for devolution that started Scotland on the political journey that has led to the election of myself and so many of my colleagues. I am proud to have been part of Scotland's world-famous comprehensive education system. The 1496 Education Act required every parish to provide a school. This resulted in Scotland making a significant contribution to the period of enlightenment, when the modern world we know today was developed. Today, Scotland still has more universities per head of population than any other country in the world. The value we place on educating our future citizens cannot be understated. The Scottish Government has ensured that university education is a right that is based on the ability to learn, not a privilege for those who can afford to pay. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, our proud tradition in education is not historical. It is alive and well today. In Scotland, we have a new progressive curriculum for excellence, which starts at age 3 and continues to age 18, ensuring our students are well equipped as they move beyond school. While I welcome the UK Government's plan to follow the Scottish lead in increasing childcare provision to 3- and 4-year-olds, the requirement that both parents must be working means many children in need of a good start will miss out. People in Glasgow are struggling under the continued onslaught of austerity. In some parts of my constituency, 1 in every 2 children are born into poverty. Teaching in a comprehensive school, I am only too aware of the impact this has on the prospects of our young people. I've seen too many talented students struggle because they are hungry, because they cannot study in a damp house, because they have to go out and work to supplement the meagre household income. I have heard the word aspiration used repeatedly in this House. Try having aspirations when you're living on the edge of destitution. I know the difference great teaching can make to schools and make to pupils involved. But all too often, hard-working teachers who are battling to deal with society's failings are blamed for not doing enough. This has to stop. Unless we start valuing teachers for the contribution they make, Making us a school and academy will not change anything, and the crisis in education will only deepen. As a teacher, I always had great ambitions for my pupils, but the most important thing a teacher can give to their students is self-confidence. Last September's referendum may not have returned the result I hoped for, but it did restore the confidence of a nation. We now have an engaged electorate, an electorate who were brave enough to take a break from the status quo and turn to a different type of politics. Because young people had the vote in the Scottish referendum, they did the unthinkable. They started talking about politics. In the dinners hall, in the corridors, in the playgrounds, and even if they were brave enough, in some classrooms. The importance of this cannot be understated. They threw around ideas, arguments and counter-arguments in an entirely safe environment, without the influence of older adults or workmates or mainstream media. Could it be, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the real reason this House is opposed to votes for 16 and 17-year-olds is that our young people may start to challenge old ideas? Thomas Jefferson famously said, "I like the dreams of the future better than the history of the past." We on these benches are here to ensure the vision we have for the young people of Scotland is realised. Our dreams, Madam Deputy Speaker, will become our children's reality. Tapa leave.
Neil Carmichael.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a great pleasure to speak in this debate, not least because it's the first one in education that I have addressed since I was elected as chair of the Education Select Committee. So my first task is to thank all of those who voted for me and those to which I'm immensely grateful, and I'm sure that as we go along they'll either regret it or that number will swell. It's also a great honour to follow the Honourable Lady for Glasgow North West, who I know is the education spokesman for her party, and I've already talked to her about a range of issues, and I think that her speech was very moving and very impressive, not least in her reference to the First Minister. Coasting schools is not an issue which is actually new. We've actually known about coasting schools for really quite a long time. And of course Ofsted did in fact produce a report during the last Parliament entitled The Long Tail of Underachievement. And that was effectively a reference to coasting schools. It focused on schools in rural areas and coastal areas, and predominantly primary schools, but that was not its only concern. And so I think we need to get onto the record right now that we've always known about coasting schools. And they've been a big problem for two real reasons. The first is it's affected our capacity as a nation to be productive. And one of the key reports I intend to do through the Education Select Committee is one on productivity, so that we can actually tease out the ways in which we improve our productivity. And the second area is, of course, social mobility, because that is a key objective of any good government, and it certainly is an objective of this one. Now, what are we going to be talking about predominantly? Actually, it's the definition of what is a coasting school. And that is a key issue for this debate. And I think it really revolves around the word progression. Are children progressing? And how do we identify whether they are or not? And are they doing so in the right speed? So it is progression. And so I hope that what we will see when we discuss the detail of this definition is an emphasis on mechanisms to establish whether or not children are progressing in the school. And so I believe that it is a question of looking over a period of time and seeing how children have actually operated under the teaching and learning framework that is actually in that school. So progression is a key word to keep in mind. Now, of course, failing schools are fairly obvious because they are judged to be inadequate. And again, there's a red light going up there, and that school really does have to be dealt with. My only concern about simply saying once a school becomes inadequate, then it is therefore failing, is that there might be some pattern that we need to be knowing a little bit more about. And so it would be as well to look at the definition of coasting school to see how the school actually got into a situation of being inadequate. And I think that would inform the debate. Now, I have talked about governance and governors quite a lot. In the last Parliament, I set up the all-party group on school governance because I think it is one of the key elements of whether or not a school is going to be failing and how it actually deals with that road, either towards becoming a failing school or, more importantly, becoming a better school. And so I welcome the clauses that look into intervention in terms of what an IEB looks like, how governing bodies are going to be treated, and whether or not they are going to stay in place, and how they would look during the process of improvement. I think we need more detail, not just about how that will operate, but also what actually makes up a school governing body and what we think they're going to look like in the future. And so I put on notice I'll be representing my original governance bill, which I talked about last time round. The other issue which I do not think we have got enough detail on is actually the role and capacity of our regional commissioners. I do think that we need to know more about how they will operate and what kind of tools they'll have to do those tasks that are so necessary, given that schools have been identified as coasting and therefore schools which need a whole degree of intervention. So, it seems to me that one task that the Education Select Committee would want to do is look at the role and capacity of regional commissioners, because it is obviously an evolving title, if you like, and I think that it would be of great benefit to our understanding of this whole process if we knew exactly what regional commissioners would be looking like in 2 or 3 years' time. So there's a journey which we need to plot, and I think we need to start plotting it now. In terms of leadership of schools, I think the question is, of course, always, what do we do with a failing leadership in terms of the head and senior members of staff? And again, I think that needs to be thought about very carefully in the committee stage. And I would urge all members of the committee to focus on that. On adoption, last but not least, and it is an important one, the central point must surely be this. Yes, I'll give way.
To the adoption section, and I congratulate him on being the new chair of the Education Select Committee. But I wonder what he thinks about the conclusion from the Education Select Committee report earlier this year that said that it's still too early to know how much the Academy's programme has helped raise standards. Since Ofsted said the same thing, there is no evidence that the Academy's model is the best way to improve standards. Why is he and his party so adamant about that as the way forward and in closing down parental consultation at the same time?
Well, thank you very much for that intervention. I think the first point would be is that this is actually about coasting schools and whether or not we intervene. And I think that the Honourable Lady is quite rightly talking about what happens next. But of course, we've already heard from the Labour front bench and from other members of the opposition that actually they're quite proud of the Academy's programme which they started. So what we've got to do is perfect it. And that, I think, is one of the tasks that is underlying this piece of legislation. And I would say this. The Education Committee also looked at whether or not we should be examining chains, academy chains, and we concluded that they should. And I think that we will revisit that to make sure that that has been properly tested and discussed. On adoption, because I think it is important and we must not forget it. I don't want this bill to sort of say we're going to end up with people just becoming candidates for adoption because that's the easiest route. What we have to do is make sure the adoption process is better once the decision is made for a child to be adopted. And I think that is in line with the concerns expressed by my honourable member from Aldershot, and he was talking about the risks, actually, of going down the adoption route when the existing parents were not actually happy at all with that process. So with those considerations, I welcome this bill.
David Lammy.
Well, I'm very grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, last September was or may well turn out to be, the most important month in my life. I begun the month announcing that I intended to seek the Labour nomination for Mayor of London, and I'm hoping by this September I've achieved that. But more importantly, towards the end of the month, I slipped out of the Labour Party conference following the former leader of the opposition's speech. This was not in relation to his speech, by the way. And I made my way to meet my new daughter, who my wife and I adopted. And so I'm here really to raise issues of adoption. It is first to state that with over just under 70,000 young people in the care system in our country, it is important, and I know that I see the Minister with responsibility for adoption in his seat, he will know that it is important that couples with children, with their own birth children, feel able to adopt. I would congratulate the last government on its success in speeding up the system, on its success in indicating that we shouldn't hold up adoption, particularly for black and minority ethnic children, solely based on finding adopters of the same race. I think much progress has been made, and we are seeing many, many more children not languishing, if you like, in the system, but actually placed for adoption. The Minister did a considerable amount to achieve that, and so did the former Secretary of State. But I would say that there are foster carers, there are many children in residential care, there are kinship carers, and they do not feature as currently in this bill, and that is of some concern to many outside this place that play such an important role for those looked after children. But just returning to my point, if we are serious about finding homes for life for so many of these children, it is important that we attract couples with birth children to the adoption process. And I hope that when the Minister rises to his feet in conclusion, he has something to say about how we are going to do that within the system. It's also important that we do considerably more to support families in adopting children who are much harder, if you like, as a target group than the traditional baby daughter or baby son. That is children with tremendous disabilities, children with profound mental health problems, children who are black and minority ethnic, children who are older by the time that they are available for adoption. We're talking into teenage years. That's the real nub and difficulty within our system. And again, this bill says very, very little about how those children can find a successful home. Of course, this is not to say that all children, it is appropriate for them to be adopted. And there are concerns currently in the system about forced adoption, recognising that there are many countries, certainly in Europe, in which forced adoption is unusual, and we must support parents better. Often poorer parents, often parents with drug and alcohol problems. We must support parents better to be able to parent their children. And again, it's important to stress that this debate is happening against the backdrop of huge cuts to local government, and those cuts to local government do impact on children's services, on budgets for social workers, and on the means to support those parents so that they can continue to parent as hard as it is. Can I just also say to the Minister that I hope that when he rises to his feet, he says a little more about what is envisaged when we talk about regional agencies. There are some very, very good agencies out there. I was supported by one of them. There are bigger agencies that can do more. There are local authorities already working in consortium to try and attract parents. And clearly there are many children who are best placed for adoption outside of their local area because of the complexities surrounding their family. And just finally, can the Minister say something when he stands up about the strengths of our maintained school system? It is of tremendous concern that ministers seem only to want to talk about academies, only to want to talk about chain and sponsored academies and not converter academies. It does limit the argument somewhat if you don't acknowledge that there are fantastic schools in the maintained sector, and the debate in the end must always be about standards and children's, not about structure.
Yeah. Mr. James Berry.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for calling me to make my maiden speech, and it's a pleasure to follow such a fine maiden speech by the Honourable Member for Glasgow North West. Madam Deputy Speaker, it may not have escaped your attention that I am not the only Berry on these benches, and in fact I am not even the only J. Berry. And one thing has become clear over the last few weeks, that if nothing else I can look forward to a career in this House redirecting the post for the Honourable Member for Rossendale and Darwin. On the campaign trail I was asked more than once whether there were any politicians in the family, a slightly odd question I thought, but I answered no, although since then I've commissioned my sister Jane to do a little bit of research because she likes family history, and it turns out that one of my forebears did give distinguished service to this party, not in this House, but as a butler in one of the Conservative clubs in London. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am only the second member to be returned by the Kingston and Surbiton constituency. The seat was created in 1997, previously held in Kingston by Norman Lamont and Surbiton by Richard Tracy. Both have had distinguished careers since 1997, and I'm sure that the same will be so of my predecessor, Edward Davey. Having won that seat in 1997, Mr Davey turned a majority of just 56 into one of over 15,000, a considerable feat that my honourable friends for Gower and Derby North will no doubt be looking to replicate. I have no doubt that he enjoyed 18 years of incumbency in Kingston and Surbiton through hard work and dedicated service to his constituents, something I am working hard to emulate. As well as being Kingston and Surbiton's MP, Mr Davey served as Secretary of State for Energy and Climate Change in the last government. While his enthusiasm for wind farms may not have blown away all of the honourable members on the backbenches in this House, this side of the House, I do hope that this government continues with the last government's efforts, which he led, to drive better energy efficiency through home insulation. Kingston, Madam Deputy Speaker, is where England began. In 925 AD, King Athelstan was crowned in Kingston-upon-Trent, which sat on the border of Wessex and Mercia. Wasting little time, in 2 years he conquered the kingdom of the Northumbrians, thereby becoming the first king of all England. I shall spare the blushes of other members of this House from the Scottish, Welsh and Cornish regions by skirting over his later military victories. My constituency, Madam Deputy Speaker, does not end with Kingston. It takes in Tolworth, Hook, Chessington, Malden Rushet, Old Malden, New Malden, Norbiton, Surbiton and parts of Worcester Park. South West trains permitting, on a journey of less than 20 minutes from Waterloo, you can enjoy a walk down a beautiful stretch of the River Thames in Surbiton, the best retail shopping outside Oxford Street in Kingston, an afternoon's entertainment at Chessington World of Adventures, and in the evening a Korean barbecue in New Malden, which has the largest Korean population in Europe. Like Tom, Barbara, Jerry and Margot did, many people in my constituency enjoy the good life. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, many do not. And whether it is the inability to get on the housing ladder in London, the inadequacy of our congested train services, our congested roads, the shortage of primary school places or busy GP surgeries, there are significant issues that need addressing in Kingston and Surbiton. There is much to be done, and I will never shy away from that task. Most urgently, Madam Deputy Speaker, are the issues of transport and schools. Vast swathes of my constituency were created because of the arrival of the railways. But now, most of our stations are antiquated with an unacceptable lack of disabled access. Kingston and Surbiton lie in Zone 6 when logic and fairness dictates that they should be in Zone 5. And the commuter services are massively overcrowded. The 7:59 from Surbiton is the second most overcrowded train in this country, and it is not acceptable that a commuter who gets on a train as early as 6:41 cannot get a seat. I should point out at this point and declare an interest that I do try and take that train myself. I should also note that my wife reminds me almost every morning that we would have got a seat if he'd got up earlier and we'd got on the 6:35. We need significant investment in our rail infrastructure in Kingston, and I'll be pushing for Crossrail too, along with my honourable friend who spoke before. If Kingston expanded because of the railways, people now move to our Royal Borough because of its excellent schools. I had the pleasure of visiting St John's Primary School on Saturday and Southborough High School this morning. Like these two, almost all of the schools in my borough are either rated good or outstanding by Ofsted. And perhaps a victim of our own success, we now need more quality school places in Kingston. The £4.5 million for extra school place funding given by my right honourable friend, the Education Secretary, in the months before the election was very welcome. But we need entirely new schools, not just bulge classes and expansion of the schools we already have. I'll work with the DFA, the EFA and free school providers to do my best to make sure that happens. It is fitting that I rise to make my maiden speech in a debate about education, since that was my parents' profession. Their own parents, like so many in Middlesbrough in the 1930s, 40s and 50s, worked in the ICI factories in Billingham. And if it was not for the educations that my parents received, and in particular at the grammar school in my father's case, I'm quite sure I would not be standing here today. Yeah. Those educations enabled my parents to get on in life. My mother as a special needs teacher, and my father as a principal of a teacher training college. I was reminded that shortly before my father's retirement, my parents had the pleasure of going to a garden party at Buckingham Palace. Before the party started, my parents took a stroll through Green Park, and they saw many of the other lucky invitees there, enjoying their lavish picnics of smoked salmon and champagne. When they found a bench, my father reached into his Safeway carrier bag, produced a Vitalite tub of tin mackerel sandwiches and a flask of coffee. But I have no doubt that as they sat there on that bench in Green Park, my parents were able to reflect on how far they'd come from their modest beginnings in Middlesbrough. It would have been a source of immense pride for my father to be able to watch me give this speech today, but sadly he died just 2 days after I was selected. Ever the optimist, he was perhaps the only person to predict I'd win the election, and shaped by his experiences in life and teaching, he believed passionately that education should be the great social leveller. I'm proud to support this bill today because I believe that this government is putting education and social aspiration at the centre of everything it does, and that's why I'm proud to be a member of this party.
Andrew Gwynne.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman for Kingston and Surbiton. I'm fairly sure, Madam Deputy Speaker, his dad would be proud of him today, and I know that both he and the Honourable Lady, the member for Glasgow North West, will make a valued contribution during their time in this House. Madam Deputy Speaker, although I do have some concerns about some of the measures in this bill, there is much that I actually welcome. I want to start by paying tribute to those good teachers across Tameside and Stockport, covering my constituency, because they do a good job, and we should always remember the work that they do in our communities. To be fair, Madam Deputy Speaker, you always remember both the good and the bad teachers. You never kind of remember the mediocre ones. I want to tell you a little tale about a young person living in Denton who was in Year 10 taking GCSE English. Now, he had a teacher that perhaps wouldn't be described as a good teacher. Classroom behaviour wasn't brilliant. By the end of Year 10, that pupil only had one English essay at grade E. Everything else had been incomplete because the class had been completely disruptive. In Year 11, that same pupil had an outstanding English teacher, Neville McGraw. You remember the names of really good teachers. That's because that Year 11 pupil was me. And had it not been for Neville McGraw at Edgerton Park Community High School in 1990, I would not be standing here with a GCSE in English, because my grades had plummeted. Not because I wasn't able enough, because I was. I came out with a good GCSE. But because of the classroom behaviour, and because of the lack of discipline, and the fact that the teacher wasn't inspirational in the way that Neville McGraw was. So I'd like to place my tribute to Neville McGraw for my GCSE in English. Now, the Secretary of State knows that I talk at length about coasting schools not just being about those underperforming schools at a low level. I'm just as adamant that secondary schools do their best for all pupils, including highly academic pupils. And I declare a bit of an interest here, Madam Deputy Speaker, because I'm an Associate Director on the governing body of Denton West End Primary School in my constituency, and I've been a governor at Denton West End for 20 years now. And Denton West End is an excellent primary school. And we see lots of children leaving Denton West End with really superb SATs at level 5 and level 6, and yet going on to secondary school and not really doing their very best. And I want to really impress on the Secretary of State that schools can coast at a relatively high level, but if those children aren't coming out of secondary school with A's and A stars, having left primary school with level 5s and level 6s, then that school is doing a disservice to those children as much as a low-performing school. Now, I want to just, in the brief time that I've got, talk about some of the schools in my constituency. We've got some outstanding schools recognised by Ofsted: St Mary's Roman Catholic Primary School, St Thomas More Secondary School. Outstanding. They have the same catchment as children going to other schools in my constituency that requires improvement or inadequate. And the Secretary of State will know that I've got 2 academies in my constituency, Reddish Vale High School and Audenshaw Academy, and I declare an interest in that my son goes to Audenshaw Academy, so as a parent I'm very interested in what goes on there. And the Regional Schools Commissioner, Paul Smith, is tackling the issues at both of those schools, and I've been working with Paul and with the governing bodies of both schools to try and get a satisfactory outcome. But I really do impress on the Secretary of State that we need to tackle failing academies as much as failing maintained schools, and we need to have in place, and I don't really see some of the measures that I'd like to see in place in this bill, stronger measures to tackle failing academies so that we can bring all schools up to a decent standard.
I'm very grateful. I'm greatly enjoying his speech here. But one of the issues I have with academies is that where you have a body of directors that have no democratic input at all, and indeed a situation I'm aware of where one of those directors also happens to be a head teacher, and there is a concern I have about that particular head teacher in her role. I'm really concerned that there is no way, because the directors are around that head teacher and protecting that head teacher, there's no way really of getting to the heart of what's going on in that school. Is this some concern that he might share?
Well, absolutely, because where there are concerns about the school, we need to make sure that those concerns are investigated and are tackled appropriately. And that leads me very nicely, Madam Deputy Speaker, onto the issue of the statutory responsibilities of the directors of children's services, because I know, talking to both children's services directors in Tameside and in Stockport, they both raise their concerns that they are statutorily responsible for all children within their borough, but lack the tools to do very much about poor school standards within academies. And I would like to see a strengthening of their role in liaison with the regional schools commissioners, so that they can both work together to drive up standards in all schools in both of those boroughs. It would be unfair, though, to say that all academies in my constituency are failing. They're not. And just today, Hawthorne's Special School in Audenshaw, which I would implore the ministers to go and visit. It's my favourite school in my constituency. Ofsted and Ofsted declared that it was outstanding across the board. and that shows what an outstanding school can do. It's absolutely brilliant. The service they give to those children is excellent, and I pay tribute to Moira Thompson, the executive principal, and all the staff at Hawthorns. I just want to say to the Secretary of State that whatever the framework, it's not about structures. It's about delivering a good education for children. It's about real aspiration. We talk about aspiration, but education is about raising aspiration. We should be relentless on standards and on getting the best for all children so that no child should be left behind. That's why I think we need to make sure that there's a concerted effort to make sure that the kind of experience I had in 1990 is not repeated in any other school up and down this land.
Order. Before I call the next honourable member, I thank the honourable gentleman who's just spoken for his perfect timing, and for the avoidance of doubt, I should make it clear that I was rather more lenient than usual with the honourable gentleman for Kingston and Surbiton, because I was aware not only of it being his maiden speech, but of the very particular nature of the matter that he was addressing, but that even people making a maiden speech are required to stick very strictly to the time limit of 6 minutes. The time limit applies to the next honourable member, but certainly not the maiden speech. Mr. Gary Streeter.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow the honourable member for Denton and Reddish, and I'm sure his former school teacher would have been very proud of what he's done. And I found much to agree with in his speech, although it possibly was an error of judgment to describe one of the schools in his constituency as a favourite. He may get some letters and emails from governors of the other schools, but there we are. And can I say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that if I was an Ofsted inspector, I would declare that both of the maiden speeches that I've heard this afternoon to be absolutely outstanding, and I congratulate both members on them. They were both very powerful speeches indeed. I wanted just to spend a few moments, if I may, on talking about adoption. Adoption, which I very much welcome the rationalisation that I think we're going to see as a result of this bill. There's quite a few parts of the charitable and not-for-profit sector that actually could do some rationalisation. Perhaps it should happen from the bottom up, but if not, from time to time it does require a nudge from the top down. So I welcome this measure, because actually there are some wonderful adoption agencies in the United Kingdom, but there are a lot of them, and we would like to see them working more closely together. But the broad thrust of this short speech is that I want to put the case for families who adopt children to have better access, perhaps even priority access, to services later on in life. Most of the input, scrutiny and support for the adoption process comes up front and in the immediate aftermath of the adoption. And after that, it's all too common for families who have adopted to feel abandoned as events begin to unfold in the precious young life in their care over the months and years ahead. And here I chime with the intervention made earlier in the day by the honourable member opposite, who talked about her own experience in that matter. And I've come to this conclusion based on a number of constituency cases, and also the experience of a wider member of my family who has adopted a child. And I can well remember attending the Families' Day for would-be adopters, at which it is stressed that in almost every case, any child adopted would have gone through at least 3 major episodes, traumatic episodes, maybe abandonment, maybe violence, or maybe abuse of some other kind. And it's for that reason, of course, that the significant decision, never a decision taken lightly, was made to intervene and take that child away and hand him or her to another person. Now, watching programmes on TV about people now in their 70s trying to reconnect with children they handed up for adoption in the 1960s perhaps gives us a false impression of modern-day adoption. In those days, more often than not, a young mother was forced to hand over a much-loved baby within just a few days of birth by societal or parental pressure. These children would often go on to flourish in their new homes. Today, the child handed over for adoption has probably, not in every case, but probably already experienced trauma of one kind or another, possibly lasting months or years. And it's almost certain that the trauma of those early years will find its way to the surface 1, 5 or 10 years later. In truth, adopting a child involves a giant leap of faith. The new parents don't really know much about that child, its DNA, what drugs or alcohol the natural parents may have been on, or the truth about the trauma that he or she suffered and the impact of that trauma on that young life. Now, of course, it's perfectly understandable why hard-pressed social services departments at the moment, once a child is adopted, I can imagine it happening, breathe a sigh of relief and move on to their next crisis. I don't blame them. They're very hard-pressed. But the reality is, and that's one of the reasons why Clause 13 of this bill could transform adoption in our country if there's a greater rationalisation in the adoption services. But I believe not just that rationalisation is important, but I believe that we need to go further. I welcome the recent decision that looked after children, which of course includes adopted children, get priority treatment in accessing the school of their choice. I welcome the fact that they attract the pupil premium. My argument, and I think this could be the right bill to make this happen, is that looked after children should receive priority treatment of other services, mental health and social services in particular, all the way through their lives. Now, why would this be fair? It would be fair because the whole point of our welfare system, surely, is to put vulnerable people back into the position that the rest of us are in. And secondly, because it's almost inevitable, as I've said, that where there have been trauma in a young life, there will be personal repercussions later on that will require particular attention and support. And this priority access of mental health and other support services would help both that child and the hard-pressed and good-hearted people who have opened their homes and taken that child into their home. And thirdly, we are talking about a statistically small group of people, so that the impact on everybody else would be minimal, but on this group would be significant. And this priority treatment should last not just through the teenage years, but for life. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do hope that the front bench, as this bill wends its way through the committee stages and in another place, might have some positive things added to it. And in particular, I would ask the front bench to think about giving children who have been adopted priority access to services later on in life. In closing, I realise that there are many positive stories about adoption. My own family is determined that ours will be one of them. But we should not underestimate the scale of support needed as a child comes to terms with the trauma of early years.
Alan Brown.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for allowing me to speak, to make my maiden speech in today's debate. As usual, the previous maiden speeches were the highest quality and they're a hard act to follow, though I do feel obliged to point out that Scotland's a nation and not a region. Now, as somebody who's stayed in the constituency my entire life, it's a real honour to represent Kilmarnock Loudoun, to be here and speak on behalf of my constituents. Madam Deputy Speaker, too often when we get elected, I don't think we pay enough tribute to the thousands of volunteers who work tirelessly on our campaigns. So I'd like to put my thanks on record for the people who's helped me get here. Now, this is actually particularly poignant for myself because sadly my campaign manager, John Mackay, died a couple of weeks ago, and it's his funeral this Friday. Now, such was the efforts John Mackay made for the SNP. He was given a Lifelong Achievement Award back in 2007, but even then he was still working away, working hard for the party up until he passed away. Now, when I asked John to be my campaign manager, I initially said no, but such was the mark of the man that the next day he came back to me and says, "Alan, I'll give it one more go." So thanks to John, and obviously his last campaign was certainly a successful one. Now, as the new SNP MP for Kilmarnock Loudoun, I'd like to pay tribute to my predecessor, Cathy Jamieson, who worked hard for her constituents. Now, although only a one-term MP, Cathy Jamieson also represented part of the era at the Scottish Parliament, so has actually worked at parliamentary level since 1999 and also acted as a government minister. So she's served at the highest level in Scottish politics, and I wish her well in the future. Now, to describe the constituency for the House, Kilmarnock Loudoun is a mix of rural and urban. It's got a proud history and it's got vibrant and resilient communities. There's fantastic rolling countryside. That means within my constituency you can go for great walks, there's great cycle tracks and paths, you can actually ski all year round at a dry ski slope, you can participate in motor sports, you can fish or you can go hunting. Or you can also try your hand at the only golf club in the world. So there's lots to see and do in my constituency, and I'd urge honourable members to pay it a visit. Now, moving on, just talk about people and places constituency. As the UK moves to remember the 200th anniversary of Waterloo, I can advise the House that one of the two French standards that were captured at the battle was done by Ensign Ewart from Kilmarnock. And another hero of that escapade was Hugh Hutchison, who comes from the village of Galston. Within my constituency, we've got Kilmarnock Academy, which is one of the few schools in the UK to provide 2 Nobel Prize winners. There's Lord Boydor from Comores and also Sir Alexander Fleming from the village of Darvo, who discovered penicillin. The first gas streetlights in Britain were provided in the village of Muirkirk, and Muirkirk also pioneered Tarmacadam roads. The village of Cross House provided a 3 times Labour Prime Minister in Australia. We've got Dunlop, which is home to famous Dunlop cheese. Stewarton, where David Dale was born and grew up. Village of Fenwick, where is the oldest known cooperative society. Catherine, one of the original mill towns in Scotland, had one of the original cotton mills. We've also got the villages of Sorn, Loughborough, Logan, Gateshead and Knockentibber, which, in line with many other communities in my area, have been closely associated with the coal mining industry. Madam Deputy Speaker, if I give the obligatory football reference, my constituency has got the oldest professional team in Scotland, Kilmarnock FC. And Kelly FC are currently celebrating the 50th anniversary of a historic League Championship win, and is the only non-city team in Scotland to win the League Championship. Sticking with football, just recently I was at the Scottish Junior Cup final, where I was able to witness Auchinleck Talbot win the Cup for a record 11th time. And last year, Hurlford United won the Cup as well. So there's a good football pedigree in my constituency. Now, the constituency is also Burns country. The Bard moved to Mauchline, and this is where he met his wife, Jean Armour. Kilmarnock gave us the Kilmarnock edition of Burns' early works, and that's what set him on his way. And probably not so well known to the House, as it was a minister from the village in Mills, my original home village, it was this minister that persuaded Burns not to emigrate to the West Indies. So it's thanks to my constituency in these combination events that we're able to enjoy Burns. And in that, I would like to just quote one of his greatest phrases, and that is that man to man, the world ours, shall brothers be for all that. Now, for me, that is all about equality. And I think we can see how that does not chime with what's happening in this House at the moment. Equality is not cutting 12 billion from the poorest in our society. It's not doing what happened last week, taking a vote which actually deems people in this country as not equal and not able to vote. I think that's an outrage. Where's equality when I've got the House of Lords next door? And there's a democratic deficit there, and I can't believe the democratic deficit. The Tories want to actually, to address that, they want to cut the number of elected representatives rather than the number of unelected representatives. Where's equality when we've got people depending on food banks? And we heard today there's a clear link between sanction and food banks, despite what was said by the Secretary earlier on. Now, I'm running out of time, but obviously equality is what should be underpinning this debate in education. It was said earlier on, education should be a right and not a privilege, and we should not put a glass ceiling on aspiration by financial constraints. And that's why in Scotland, the Scottish Government continues to support the poorest in society and make sure they've got access to education.
William Wragg.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it is a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Kingston and Surbiton, Glasgow North West and Kilmarnock and Loudoun, who all made excellent maiden speeches. I am grateful to be afforded the opportunity to make my maiden speech during this debate as a former teacher. Only time will tell if my audience this afternoon is as receptive as my former students, or indeed whether the Secretary of State will rate my speech through the lens of Ofsted as either outstanding or good, or perhaps requiring improvement, although I hope not inadequate. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is the greatest honour of my life to have been elected to this House as Member of Parliament for my lifelong home of Hazel Grove. I pay tribute to my predecessor, Sir Andrew Stunnell, who retired at the last election. Sir Andrew had been an assiduous member for the constituency since 1997 and was held in high regard by many. He secured a reputation as a strong constituency MP, which is something I seek to emulate, and I wish him and his wife Gillian a happy retirement. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, since arriving at this House, I've been very disappointed by honourable members' geography skills. Clearly some work to be done there, Minister. When I say Hazel Grove, the question all too often has been, where's that? Saying near Stockport helps some, near Manchester helps a few more, but so far the north has sufficed for most. Indeed, several honourable members have inquired not where, but rather who this newbie by the name of Hazel Grove is, only to be disappointed that she is not one of Cameron's cuties. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, Hazel Grove isn't simply my weekend name. It's the constituency of my birth, where I was educated and have lived all my life. If the orientation and name of the constituency confuses honourable members, the fact that it contains numerous and varied villages and small towns besides Hazel Grove itself will only muddy the waters further. From Bredbury and Woodley in the north to High Lane in the south, Marple Bridge and Compstal to the east, to Offerton and Great Moor in the west, the constituency is united with a rich history and strong community spirit. It was Marple where John Bradshaw, lead judge at the trial of Charles I, heralded from. It was the same place that gave Agatha Christie the name of eponymous detective heroine. Lacking inspiration, one day her train pulled into Marple Station, and there, out of the window, it was. The character Miss Marple was born. Parts of my constituency are featured in the Domesday Book. Bredbury, Romley, Norbury and Loughborough collectively in 1066 generated a total taxable income of £7. I am pleased to inform the House today that living standards, as well as tax receipts, have risen in the area considerably since then, not least in recent times because of Her Majesty's Government's long-term economic plan. The name Hazel Grove came about in 1836 as a rebranding exercise. The old name Bullock Smithy had somewhat negative connotations, infamous for drunkenness and criminality. Indeed, the number of pubs and alehouses rivalled the number in the Palace of Westminster. In 1750, the Methodist leader John Wesley preached in Bullock Smithy, describing it as one of the most famous villages in the country for all manner of wickedness. Quite what he would have made of the Westminster village, I am not too sure. However, he was kinder to another part of my constituency, Mellor, describing the views from the foothills of the Pennines as paradise. As Hazel Grove is a commuter district of Greater Manchester, the issues of travel and public transport, road and rail links receive a great deal of attention from local residents. I have long campaigned for improvements to road schemes, and the A6 to M60 link road in particular is something I am keen to see delivered. Other priorities of mine will be to champion improvements in local healthcare, including that of mental health provision. I also hope that my experience as a teacher will stand me in good stead for pursuing improvements in education for our children so they can get the best start in life and fully develop their talents. I'd like to place on record that it's the children I've taught and worked with who have been the single greatest inspiration to me. Their creativity, humour and resilience are truly qualities to be cherished. I'm pleased that the new government intends to further improve education, particularly in the area of funding, with the total schools budgets protected and a fairer funding formula introduced so that similar pupils get the same funding no matter what part of the country they live in. The bill we debate today concerns raising standards in our schools still further through their conversion to academies, where this is deemed to be the most appropriate course of action. Part of the government's plan for education over the next 5 years is to tackle coasting schools. For some of these schools, becoming an academy may be the best route to sustained improvement. But, as my right honourable friend, the Education Secretary, is clear, that where teachers have a plan and the capacity to deliver it, they will be given time to improve on their own. Madam Deputy Speaker, I close by saying that I welcome the approach taken by my right honourable friend, the Education Secretary, in engaging with the teaching profession. A collaborative approach is, I think, the best way to secure improvements. The workload challenge was a positive step from the government, and I'd like to see more. We need to take seriously the issue of teacher retention and morale. Above all, we must endeavour to make the Ofsted process more something that is done with, rather than done to, schools. Madam Deputy Speaker, it has been a pleasure to make my maiden speech in the House today. I am proud to support this bill, delighted to speak in this debate, and I'm honoured to serve my constituents in Hazel Grove.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
Dwi'n ddiolchgar i'r derpwy lefarydd, and it's a pleasure to follow the honourary member for Hazel Grove and the many excellent maiden speeches. It is indubitably an honour, without precedent in my family, to address the House today, and I am deeply humbled that the people of Dwyfor Meirionnydd have invested their faith in me as their representative, and I will strive to be worthy of that trust. I am very aware that I follow in the footsteps of many illustrious members. The regions which now form the constituency of Dwyfor Meirionnydd have sent exceptional Welshmen to London. In their midst, Tom Ellis and David Lloyd-George, and two giants of the Welsh national movement, David Ellis-Thomas and David Wigley. My immediate predecessor, Elfyn Llwyd, was elected in 1992 and contributed greatly to Plaid Cymru's parliamentary reputation for punching above our weight. From my first day here, it has been evident that members and officers of the House alike held him in the highest regard. Elfyn contributed extensively to improving legislation for victims of domestic violence and stalking. He was an advocate of the rights of veteran soldiers. He will be remembered as a foremost critic of the Iraqi war, who called for the impeachment of Tony Blair. This role continued in his scrutiny of the Chilcot inquiry, which, disgracefully, we still await. The pinnacle of the constituency is the greatest mountain of Wales and England, Yr Wyddfa. Hill forts and castles stand as bastions of our heritage, but first and foremost, this is a landscape whose history is treasured in the names of farms and fields. Welsh is often referred to as the oldest language of Britain. This is quite true, but we should be wary of the implications of romantic archaism and redundancy. Where I live, it is not an optional extra. The majority of people speak and use the language in every aspect of their lives. Someone who speaks both Welsh and English inherits two cultures, two societies, and is the wealthier for it. Welsh is not my first language, but it is my home language. Cheek by jowl with its natural beauty, Dwyfor Meirionnydd bears the scars of its industrial past. Slate and granite quarries, a number still in production, were major employers. The narrow-gauge railways that link them to the coast now carry a freight of visitors. In the hands of dedicated amateurs, attractions such as the Festiniog Railway provide valuable training opportunities for young people. Tourism is our major industry, from classic bucket and spade, blue-remembered beach holidays to high-adrenaline mountain bike routes, surfing, zip wires and underground trampolines. Although a region must play to its strengths, we should also be alert to the disturbing truth that while official unemployment is relatively low at 1.7%, over 50% of employed people earn less than the living wage. Well-paid employment prospects remain greatly dependent on the public sector. Regardless of whether this is sufficiently aspirational in the popular vernacular of Westminster, the prediction of ongoing job losses as all publicly funded bodies see their budgets slash will stifle economic growth across the constituency. This region has been the home of major developments in energy production. Maentorog and Festiniog power stations were the first of their kind in capacity and innovation. Trasfynydd nuclear power station ceased production in 1991, but Snowdonia Enterprise Zone seeks to create employment to replace jobs as decommissioning winds down in the next few years. Recently, Llanbedr Airfield was placed on a shortlist of 6 possible sites to be the home of Britain's first domestic space hub. Landowners are alert to the income potential of renewable energy schemes, regardless of what we heard this morning, although the national grid needs to be improved to permit additional generation. The same can also be said of high-speed broadband, which has yet to reach a number of rural communities and farms. Agriculture is, of course, the backbone of many of our communities, in the sense of supporting social activities and maintaining year-round spending in the local economy. The upland family farms of Ururi are integral in keeping the landscape's fragile ecological balance. Of equal, if not greater importance, the quality of the lamb and beef produced is excellent. Education gives our young people a ticket to hope and a career. The lack of decent salaries and unaffordable housing closes the door on their return. Work and the means to buy a home are essential. Rural hinterlands are at risk of becoming a low-income combination of conservation museum and adventure playground to be serviced by the locals on minimum wage and enjoyed by those who've made their money elsewhere. I would like to say a few words about the bill before this House this afternoon. For the past 22 years, I have been involved in education as a teacher, college director and local authority education leader. I'm sure the House will of course be aware that in Wales, education is a devolved matter. As a result of Labour's handling of teaching and learning since the advent of devolution, standards of education have gone down from a respectable level to a situation where Wales has slid down the PISA rankings to the worst in the UK and is now in 40th place out of 68 member countries. Plaid Cymru is committed to public services for all. The reason we will be opposing this bill if there is a vote, even though education is a devolved matter, is because the growing privatisation by stealth of education in England by increased academies has implications for the funding of Wales via the Barnett formula. I am one of 3 Plaid Cymru members here, the first woman to represent my party in Westminster and the first woman to represent the communities of Dwyfor Meirionnydd. The Welsh national movement has its roots in my constituency. Plaid Cymru was established in the town of Pwllheli in 1925. The village of Capel Celyn in Meirionnydd was drowned by Liverpool Corporation 50 years ago. This sparked an awareness that our communities were expendable, that what we valued was of little significance to the great and the powerful. The flooding was inflammatory and caused a national awakening in Wales. We are here now, as we were then, with the best interest of Wales at the heart of all our endeavours.
Luke Hall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for allowing me to make my maiden speech in this House. I'd first like to congratulate all honourable members who have made their speeches so far. There have been some very informative speeches, and it's been great to hear that some people, every member is as passionate about their own constituency as I am mine. The Thornbury and Yate constituency and its predecessor, North Avon, have been served by some outstanding members of this House, including Lord Cope of Berkeley and my immediate predecessor, Professor Stephen Webb. I'd like to pay tribute to Professor Webb, who served as a member of this House from 1997 until 2015. I'm sure he will be particularly remembered for his work as Pensions Minister in the previous coalition government, overseeing major reforms to our pension system. Locally, Professor Webb was a hard-working and dedicated Member of Parliament, and I will exert every effort to emulate his dedication to our communities in South Gloucestershire. Madam Deputy Speaker, Thornbury is a beautiful market town that has this year once again quite rightly been named as one of the most beautiful places to live in the UK by the Sunday Times. Yate predates the Doomsday Book, is now home to over 35,000 residents and is the birthplace and early home of J.K. Rowling. If you travel to the east, you'll come to Pucklechurch, where on the 26th of May 946, Edmund, King of all England and grandson of Alfred the Great, was stabbed to death by a local thief who was exiled by the king. If you go north-east, you will come to Wickwall, where the old brewery used a water wheel from a local spring to create electricity with, making Wickwall the first village in the country to have electric streetlights. If there is one thing that I can bring to this House, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is the ale of the current Wickwall Brewing Company, which will shortly be available in the House of Commons bar. If you travel further west in the constituency towards the River Severn, you will find the beautiful villages, towns and hamlets surrounding Ulverston, Alveston and Tockington. And southwest from there, you will find the communities that surround Frampton Cotterell and my home village of Westerly. This constituency is my home, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very proud to stand here as its new Member of Parliament. I'm also delighted to make my maiden speech during the second reading of the Education and Adoption debate. As somebody who attended one of the 15 original city technology colleges, I can testify that having a good quality education helps to provide young people with the best start in life. It should be part of the duty of our society and this government to inform young people about the opportunities that are available across all sectors after leaving education, including in retail. Madam Deputy Speaker, before entering this House, I've worked in retail since leaving education. In every position from butcher, market stall trader, cleaner, caretaker, shelf stacker, till worker, store manager and most recently South West area manager. I have cleaned floors, sat on the tills and pulled pallets. I hope that in some way I can reflect the challenges that young people face in the workforce, and I fully intend to bring that experience to the floor of this House. There is one short story I'd like to share with the House, one that speaks volumes about the talents of our young people in this country. In 2013, I went to meet some new apprentices during a day in college. I turned up at 9 a.m. and I asked one young apprentice, Danny Murphy, how he'd got to college that day. He said that his travel to work was slightly different this morning. The lorry was late last night, so he'd got up at 3 a.m, walked from his house at 4 a.m, in an hour in the dark and the rain to get to the store to work the delivery before getting to college to do a full day's study. He was 18 years old. I'm very pleased to inform the House that Danny has now finished his apprenticeship. He has an MVQ level 2 in retail and is part of the management team running that store. He is a great example of how giving our young people the skills, the responsibility and the pride in their work will allow them the opportunity to succeed. I have to confess to be slightly surprised to find myself here, Madam Deputy Speaker. In fact, the only person more surprised than me was my employer. When I phoned them up the day after the election and said, I think I've got a bit of an issue. I've just been elected as the Member of Parliament for Thornbury and Yate, and I'm not coming back. They took it with incredible grace, Madam Deputy Speaker. So much so that when I look back in years to come, I might be surprised and a little disappointed how happy they were that I was elected and to hear the news that I would not be returning to work. It was Adam Smith, Madam Deputy Speaker, who in 1776 wrote that Britain was a nation governed by shopkeepers. I am a shopkeeper. I am proud to support this government, and I will bring the same energy and passion from the shop floor to the shop floor of this House.
Rachael Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And may I congratulate the member for Thornbury and Yate in sharing his experiences, and I'm sure will bring real value to the House, and also thank the other 4 new members in making their maiden speeches today. I have to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm intrigued. We're in the second reading of the Government's one piece of legislation on addressing standards in education, and we are left with a draft bill that looks at the very narrow definition of something called coasting, and proposing another top-down reorganisation in education, not looking at the causes of what's causing unbelievable pressures on our schools at this time, and things that would really make a difference to children's education, like the cuts to support services provided by our local authorities, like the recruitment and retention crisis we're seeing in our schools, and the incredible pressures teachers are being put under at this time, and like the funding crisis that many of us are experiencing in our schools. It's the causes that we should be debating today that will really turn around the lives of our nation's children and will, of course, improve schools. Instead, we have to debate something called coasting, and even to this moment, we are denied the opportunity to have a clear definition of what this actually means.
My honourable friend give way.
I will certainly give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way and for raising the issue, as she has done, about other issues and causes of difficulties, including recruitment and retention. And I have had a number of head teachers in my constituency in Feltham and Heston raise the issue of increasingly challenging times trying to recruit teachers, then getting teachers that haven't been trained, difficulties filling those vacancies, expensive introduction fees to agencies, and the impact this is absolutely having on morale and team spirit in schools.
My honourable friend raises so many of the issues which are really impacting on school standards today, but also on that vital profession of teachers, and we really must take heed of what she has said. My second bemusement is that the government talks about the urgency of improving standards in education, and yet is only legislating around schools currently under local authority control. So why is it acceptable that there are 133 failure academies on this Secretary of State's watch? It certainly begs the question why the standards in these academies are not being questioned in this bill, and why it's important to improve the outcomes of all children through this legislation, and why alternative providers aren't insisted upon for those schools, perhaps even local authorities. Evidence is what's lacking behind this bill. The House of Commons Education Select Committee proved that there is absolutely no evidence of net improvements in standards in primary and secondary schools that have turned into academies. And Ofsted determined that other initiatives like the City Challenge were far more effective at improving standards. One educator said, schools fail for a number of reasons, and simply changing their structure may not address the whole picture. So on the basis of evidence, why are we in this ideological move to move more schools into academies? Tragically, in listening to parents, governors and heads of schools in York, it seems that schools are now seeing this as an inevitable process, and therefore are debating whether it is better to jump before they are pushed and have some control over the process in the meantime. Even amongst our outstanding schools, they're concerned that they will lose more resources as schools in York are seriously underfunded as we fall below the national funding levels. The plea I have had from all heads who have raised this with me from York is that the government does everything it can to improve funding in school as its priority for raising standards. I could stray to talk about the funding as well into further education, which is also having an impact on our education system, because it's pointless trying to mend one part of the education system without looking at the other challenges later on. But I'll return to the mainstay of this debate, and that is now who is in charge of our children's education. Parents spend most of their time with their children, school holidays, weekends, mornings and evenings, and yet the draft legislation is trying to take them out of the education-making process and is instead inserting the very remote Secretary of State. If this government is at all serious about devolution and parental engagement, it will give a real voice to parents in the future of their children's education. No one can have the interest of their children's success closer to mind. Every parent does want to do what's best for their children. In York, as we have been debating the academisation of Millthorpe schools, Scarcroft and Naysmere primaries, outstanding schools, I may add, it is the parents who have wanted all the information to hand to understand the best path for their children. We're about to enter into the same debate at Hemplan Primary. Why detach schools from parents? Surely we should be involving them more. Why instead place such powers in the Secretary of State's hands, who may know the issues of what happens in Loughborough, but won't know about the issues facing the corners of York Central? We should also be strengthening the parents' voice, empowering parents' involvement in their children's education and listening carefully to the issues they raise. In York, parents have called for a ballot over the multi-academy trust conversion exercise, one Labour would have granted, but now the Tory-led Coalition Council have denied. We have to give parents the information they need, we have to trust their expertise, and we have to give them a voice, and also the respect they deserve. After all, localism must be about trust. Yeah. Finally, I want to mention teachers and support staff, and can I put on record my sincere thanks to the outstanding dedication they give to our children as they work day and night, often under extreme pressure in giving their all. Teachers and support staff, not just heads, must also have a say. You cannot be told how important your professionalism is in one breath and not be trusted to make the best decisions for children in the next. The whole bill seems to me to boil down to trust, whether education or even the adoption clauses. Are we going to trust the true professionals and the parents to determine what's best for the children, or place everything in the hands of one person, the Secretary of State, who after all is not an educationist? Thank you. Yeah.
Michael Tomlinson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very grateful and especially pleased to have been called to make my first contribution in this important debate and to follow so many excellent maiden speeches. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I know that you'll forgive me if, before I turn to the subject matter of this debate, I make one or two comments about my constituency. Mid-Dorset and North Pool is home and is a beautiful place in which to live. It stretches from the south, from the historic Saxon town of Wareham, to Wimborne in the north, with Wimborne Minster, from Beer Regis in the west to Bear Wood in the east. I'm honoured to have been elected as a Member of Parliament for such a beautiful place in which to live and work, a place where I have lived myself and chosen to bring up my family. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm the third Member of Parliament for Mid-Dorset and North Pool, a seat that was created in 1997, but I'm the first to make my maiden speech from this side of the House as part of a majority Conservative government. It gives me great pleasure to pay tribute to my predecessor, Annette Brooke, who in fact was my Member of Parliament for the past 12 years. She had a reputation of being an assiduous constituency MP, working tirelessly on behalf of her constituents. And many people have told me the hard work that she has carried out on their behalf. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's my pledge to my constituents, if at all possible, to work as hard as Annette, and first and foremost to be a good constituency Member of Parliament. Yeah. Beautiful as my constituency is, it is not without its challenges. time does not permit for me to touch on more than one or two of these. And infrastructure I will touch on. Firstly, roads. Madam Deputy Speaker, the A351 stretches from the Baker's Arms to Wareham and beyond. And if you've had the pleasure to visit Purbeck, you may well have had the misfortune to have been sat on this particular road. But it doesn't affect just tourists and businesses. It affects most especially the residents who have to cope with it on a daily basis. That's the A351. The A31 spans from east to west and back again. And only last week, there was yet another fatality on that particular stretch of road. And finally, the A350, which runs from north to south across the constituency. I pledge, Madam Deputy Speaker, to work with my colleagues across Dorset to seek improvements where that is possible. I touch on railways as well. There's the opportunity to improve speeds of our trains from Waterloo to Dorset, and also to build upon the link between the Heritage Railway of Swanage and link that into the main line. But of course, infrastructure isn't just about roads, and it's not just about railways. It's also about broadband, a particularly hot subject in Dorset. That is just as important for my constituency, and there is a disparity across the patch, and even within one village, and I declare an interest, my own village of Litchett-Matravers has a disparity on the one hand, 0.8 megabits per second, the part where I live, and on the better part, in excess of 30. It's this disparity that is in particular frustrating for my constituents. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, frustrating for my wife as well, who, even as I speak, may be trying to live stream these proceedings and watch this maiden speech, although if she misses it, that may well be a blessing in disguise. But more importantly, it affects our businesses across Dorset, whether it's large, medium or small businesses. Each and every one rely upon the internet, and they struggle to compete if they cannot even make that connection. Turning to the subject matter of today's debate, there are many excellent schools in Mid-Dorset and North Poole, and education is the key to opportunity and social mobility. There are a number of schools that have already converted to academy status, and I have time to mention but one, the Magna Academy in Canford Heath. That's the most recent to convert, and it has a magnificent new building, and it's beginning to get the results to match. But in Dorset, we struggle with a lack of fair funding. Schools in Poole and Dorset are amongst the worst funded across the whole country. Poole is second worst, and Dorset is in the bottom 10. I'm not asking, Madam Deputy Speaker, for preferential treatment for my constituents, simply for a level playing field. After all schools are judged against the same criteria, regardless of the disparity in resources. And I'm delighted that our manifesto commitment is towards fairer funding, and I was delighted to hear just a few moments ago the Secretary of State repeat that pledge in this House. Time does not permit me to expand much further, but coming from a family of teachers, and like my honourable friend, the member for Kingston and Surbiton, both my parents are teachers as well, it would be remiss of me not to put on record the hard work and dedication of all of our teachers. Madam Deputy Speaker, I pledge to fight for fairer funding for our schools. I pledge to fight for a fairer infrastructure across Dorset. But first and foremost, I pledge that in all that I do, I will do it first and foremost for my constituents.
Emma Loughborough.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the Honourable Member for Mid-Dorset and North Poole on making a great maiden speech, and I sincerely hope that your wife did get to see it. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm going to focus my remarks today on Clause 13 of the Bill, which relates to adoption. Before addressing the bill, I want to raise an ongoing concern that I have with this government's overall approach to children's social care. There seems to be an obsession with reforming adoption services in isolation to all of the other vital services that surround and impact upon the adoption process. Adoption is and always should remain the absolute resort for any child. It is essentially the end of a long process. Before adoption is even considered, a lot of work needs to be done with the child, the birth family and other agencies. In the best case scenario, this work can improve circumstances at home, repair relationships or make it so that adoption is no longer necessary, resulting in the child remaining with their birth family or their birth parents, which is an outcome I think we would all rather see. It is simply a mistake, Madam Deputy Speaker, to focus on adoption to the exclusion of early intervention and other services that can keep a family together. Focusing on improving the way children's services work, reducing admin workload on social workers so they can spend more time with families, resisting the temptation to cut early years services like Sure Start could all prevent the need for adoptions. I find it concerning when I've asked questions of the Minister in the past and the Government that they have shown little compunction to protect early years and child protection services, yet now they're expecting local authorities to restructure their adoption services with all of the cost that will entail. Wouldn't this money have been better spent at the beginning of a child's journey through services rather than towards the end? It is also important to remember that after adoption, continuing support for families who adopt is vital to help those children and families adapt to their new lives. Will the Government therefore look at fixing and ensuring that special guardians are entitled to the same ongoing support as those families who adopt? I am also continually disappointed that the Government is not making more fundamental reforms necessary to our court process, because it still remains in court, not in social work adoption teams or social work departments, where most of the delay for children is caused. In my own professional experience, one of the biggest barriers to timely adoption is in fact the court process, which can be dragged out over years and years. Despite all of the advice issued, it is common still for multiple assessments to be ordered on the same case, with the sheer number of parties involved meaning cases will drag on and on. I believe the bill would have benefited from measures to deal with the court process, because without these measures it's likely to fail in its goal of making adoption a quicker process. I am open to the aims of this bill, but I am concerned about the detail and what these changes might mean in practice. The bill says that functions may be taken on by either another local authority or another adoption agency, but there is nothing to say how the Secretary of State will choose which is the preferred option. If this power were to be used on a wide scale, it could result in adoption services being removed from the scope of local authority duties in many areas of our country. Can the Minister, when winding up, explain whether this is the preferred option or whether these services will be able to remain in local authority control unless there simply is no other option? There is also little clarity about when the Secretary of State would use those powers. We are told it will be used as a last resort when local authorities fail to integrate adoption services on their own. But that is not made plain in the bill itself. How long does DfE think an authority can take because it was considered to be dragging its feet? What is there to stop the Secretary of State from using these powers as soon as the bill takes effect? She does not appear to have to justify her decisions in any way at all. Nor is there any clarity over how a regional adoption agency should be defined. Does it mean one or two neighbourhood authorities working together, or does it mean creating adoption agencies for the whole of the North East, for example? They are very different propositions, and the Government needs to make its intentions clear. I would also like some assurances that these powers will not be misused as part of an attempt to consciously shift children's services out of local government and towards independent providers. One of the more worrying yet underreported moves DfE made during the last Parliament was to open up children's services to outside bodies which lack the expertise or experience to carry out the delicate work of child protection. This, to me, seems another move in that direction. If the Secretary of State uses these powers to require adoption to be taken over by an outside agency, how will she guarantee that they are qualified and have a track record of delivering adoption services? I know the Minister does genuinely care about these issues, and I am hopeful when he responds that he will not only respond to the questions I've asked in relation to the bill, but the wider issues that I've noted today. He knows and I know that our children deserve far, far better.
Lucy Allen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for allowing me to speak in this debate, and I'm particularly pleased to follow the Honourable Member for South Shields and also the very excellent speeches we've had from maiden speakers today. One of the key themes in this debate has been a focus on adoption, and I'm really pleased that we are giving airtime to this subject. I'm particularly pleased to welcome the comments from the Honourable Member for Stroud, who spoke quite passionately about this issue, and in his chairmanship as of the Select Committee, I think it is a very important issue for him to be focusing on. I would like to say first and foremost that I commend the bill and the intention to reduce the time that children spend in care. And I want to pay tribute to the excellent work of the Minister for Children, whose extensive experience as a family law barrister, as well as his personal experience, make him so well suited to his brief and to the excellent work that he's done with children in care through the Who Cares Trust. He will know, as well as anyone, the tragic situations that are played out in the family courts every day, and I know that he's doing his utmost to improve the situation for children and families. An issue that is of increasing concern to me, and particularly in my constituency, is the numbers of children that are being taken into the care system every day, and it is increasing dramatically over recent years. It has become a pressing social issue that we cannot ignore. It has a huge cost to families in terms of human misery. It has social and economic costs to society, and a cost to a child of a life in care. More efficiency in speeding up adoption is a positive step forward, but it's not a solution in itself. We have to be looking at how we tackle the problem of children entering the care system and to think about different benchmarks of success. Increased numbers of children being adopted is not a measure of success. Fewer children entering the care system is. Before the tragic case of baby Peter Connolly, it was always seen as a last resort option. And there are plenty of examples today that we see that not being the case. We see judges condemning social engineering of social workers judging and assessing and finding fault with parents. And as the Secretary of State very rightly said, the decision to remove is one for the courts, but the courts can only rely on the evidence that is put before them. And also often that evidence is the opinion of a number of professionals who are so anxious about the post-baby P culture that they act preemptively through a fear of missing potential harm. I believe that the solution must be to work more closely with families, to help families stay together safely, and to ensure we recognise that the best place, if at all possible, is the natural family. Many children experience terrible trauma at being removed from their natural parents, where they have developed a strong and reciprocated bond. If I make one more point, and then I would be willing to do so. In my experience of working with both adoption panels, but also with families who've lost their children to state care, it is quite wrong to assume that all parents whose children are taken into care are somehow neglectful, dysfunctional, or subhuman. And that is an assumption too many people make. I accept the intervention.
Thank you for giving way. I must declare an interest in having worked as a psychologist in this field previously. I would be interested in terms of your response or your consideration in terms of access to psychological assessments within this process, and also, as the honourable member who was opposite earlier had stated, some prioritisation or access to looked after and accommodated children's services in terms of mental health services being a priority.
I thank the honourable member for her comments, and I think it's absolutely right that we should be providing mental health support to all children going through the care system. I'd like to tell you the story about a case that I worked on. A family of a mother which had two children, both of whom were removed when she herself went to seek help because she believed that she couldn't cope with the parenting of her young toddler. That family ended up completely broken. One child was adopted, the other was placed into a series of different foster placements, and is now awaiting a long-term placement. The judge in his case described him as a child who was well behaved. He was a pleasant, successful child at school, delightful in every sense. But now, having experienced 6 sets of foster carers in 3 years, placement disruption is occurring over and over. And this once happy, delightful boy is now physically attacking his foster carers, swearing and attacking other children at school. And no one can argue that what was taken in the best interests of this child really was in his best interests, even though the motivation behind the actions was clearly the right motivation. His life was turned upside down, and we can only guess at the trauma and bewilderment and rage that he must have experienced at the breakup of his family. For many, the loss of their child to the state is a bereavement, a total sense of loss and grief, and it's accompanied by rage at the injustice of being found and judged to be wanting as a parent. We all of us do our best as parents, and some of us do not do as well as we would like to. We should hope that when the state presumes to judge us, the state should also assist us in being the best parent that we can be. Too many grieving parents go on to stem that emptiness by having another child and then another child, and sequentially these children are taken into care. At what cost and at what misery to those children and to those families? I want to say that I am delighted by some of the work that I've seen that is now happening in this area, and I pay tribute to the Minister of Children, particularly for his social care innovation programme and the financial support that is now being made available to those mothers that I have just described to you. I've had a case of a mother who had had 10 children that were taken sequentially into care, and that was of no benefit to her or to anyone else. I would like to conclude by saying that it is not the role of the state to presume to decide what makes for a fit parent. It is far more complex a situation than that, and we shouldn't hope that we can ever replace the natural bond and the benefit of being within a family setting. And I would urge the Minister to continue the excellent work that he is doing to strengthen families and to ensure that these families stay together to provide the best possible situation for the children as they grow up.
Valerie Vaz.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow my honourable friend, the member for Telford, and also to hear the wonderful maiden speeches of the new members. I think the House will be well served over the next 5 years. And also to say to the honourable member from Meirionnydd, who's not in her place, that actually Welsh is the oldest language in Europe. It says so on the tea towel that I got from many holidays in Pembrokeshire. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a second reading, and I want to speak about the principles of the bill rather than debate on the individual clauses. But I do want to address my remarks to 3 specific areas: coasting schools, the duty to make academy orders, and local authority and adoption joint arrangements. Madam Deputy Speaker, education should be about what is in the best interests of our children, and ultimately society benefits. But I'm finding it a struggle to find that in this bill. Coasting schools, just the definition, I find that incredibly demeaning. Not only that, but the Secretary of State does not define it in the bill, but chooses to bring in regulations to define it. So I would like to know from the Minister what advice from Parliamentary Council the Minister received as to whether that word is clear on the face of the bill and sets out Parliament's intentions as to what it means. Madam Deputy Speaker, if it was a contract, this would be void for uncertainty. Has that definition been agreed with Ofsted? The Secretary of State outlined some of the measures, but she'll bring these in regulations. Could those regulations change? So could the definition of what is a coasting school change? Is this the same regime as the Ofsted regime? My concern is the effect it will have on children and teachers and staff at those schools that are identified as so-called coasting schools. But what about a school in my constituency, Joseph Lecky? Joseph Lecky Academy was promised £17 million under the Building Schools for Future, which was then cancelled. It then went into a bidding war and has managed to receive £4 million. It needs an extra further £4 million to remove the asbestos and to build a new classroom. If these children, over 54% are in receipt of school meals, if they are struggling to achieve, despite their best endeavours, and they're identified as coasting, would that be fair? That cannot be right. What about the academy order? What the Secretary of State needs to do Mr. Deputy Speaker, is to listen to parents and staff and not slap an academy order on a school. Parents currently and honourable members will know that we receive letters from many of our constituents who can't get their children into their first choice of schools. But amazingly, the bill says that parents should not be consulted. So the very people, Mr. Deputy Speaker, who know about a school will not be allowed to have a say. In this country, we consult, we don't dictate. And that's one of the key areas that judges will look to see if decision-making is lawful. But the government has already laid the foundations because they've restricted judicial review. And one of the areas that I want the ministers and the Secretary of State to look at is perhaps to see how, maybe in committee, how parents and governors can have a say. Because one of the issues that was raised, particularly during the election, is how do we increase the pool of diversity for our governors? It's the governors who will have a say on how a school is run. To properly hold a head to account, to be that critical friend. So one of the key areas is the evidence. Could the minister say what is the evidence that a school performs better as an academy than as a maintained school? Then, Mr. Deputy Speaker, turning to adoption. In the bill, the Secretary of State can require a local authority to make arrangements for someone else to carry out their functions. So that's taking functions away from an elected local government. It's right that adoption should be speeded up, and the minister sitting in his place has done much to improve the face of adoption, and particularly his family. And I want to pay tribute to him for the work that he and his family have done in that role. Perhaps Mr. Timpson, John Timpson, should be the face of a public campaign on adoption. But it's right, it is a scandal that children should be waiting for a long time to be adopted. But at the end of the day, it will be the social workers who will make the assessment. So it is concerning that the government has refused to fund the College of Social Work, the very place that is needed to promote social work as an important profession. So can the minister say where these extra social workers will come from, properly trained, who are going to fast-track adoption? These are the people who are going to step in when adoption goes wrong. They're the ones who have to deal with families all the time. They deal with a number of issues, and now it's getting much more difficult, from child abuse to helping people with mental health issues and disabilities. All those areas have faced budget cuts. Could I ask the Minister what the figures are for those adoptions that have not worked out, and how will those families be supported? And what support will be placed with these fast-track adoptions? Will those families be exempt from bedroom tax? One part of the government, the Treasury, is saying we want Devo Max, devolution, revolution, and yet the Secretary of State for Education has placed herself above the wishes of parents and reserved powers to herself so that she can transfer functions away from local authorities. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the government is like the Hydra in Greek mythology. All these heads are doing different things and saying different things. Finally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the bill is not in the best interests of children, parents and families. Those are the very people the government was elected to serve.
Can I just say, before I bring the next speaker in, I'm actually going to increase the time limit to 8 minutes of those who wish to take advantage of it. Sorry about that, I will... Helen Whately.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'd like to wish congratulations to all members who've been making their maiden speeches this afternoon, and especially congratulations to the Honourable Member for Kingston and Surbiton, which is a constituency I know very well. The education part of this bill is primarily about accelerating school improvement. In the verbal joust across the floor, I fear at times some of us may have forgotten what or who we are really talking about. And I ask my fellow members to imagine if their own child was in a primary school that was failing. Their child might be failing to learn to read and write, but perhaps nobody would be doing anything about it. Perhaps nobody had really noticed, or no one seemed to think that it mattered. And if that goes on for 2 or 3 years, then what happens? Well, the child gets more and more left behind, and they may never catch up. And then it can be too late, and that child becomes the 1 in 5 children that leave primary school unable to read and write properly. Over the last few years, the Secretary of State and her predecessor have made bold decisions to put into practice what the research tells us works in education systems around the world. They have increased transparency and accountability. They have increased the focus on the quality of teaching itself, the calibre of teachers and school leadership. Huge progress has been made in making teaching a more attractive profession. For instance, Teach First is now the top recruiter of graduates from elite universities and has been for 3 years in a row. And there is a Royal College of Teaching in the pipeline. Hundreds of schools have more autonomy through the Academies and Free Schools programmes. And it's autonomy that gives good school leaders and their staff the chance to innovate, and that is the key to success in the very best school systems around the world. Head teachers I've spoken to tell me how much they value the extra autonomy that being an academy gives them. And around the country, this is helping struggling schools being turned around, whether it's well-known examples like King Solomon's Academy and Durand Academy in London, or less dramatic but equally important improvement stories like the Abbey School in my constituency. With so much going in the right direction, what matters now is to make sure every school is part of this. And where a school is failing its pupils, there really is no time to lose. Because each day, each term, each year that a child is in a school that is failing is another year lost from that child's education. Now, while the government is right to give extra attention to failing schools, I would like to say we must not overlook schools that are doing well. In my constituents of Faversham and Mid-Kent, there are many good and outstanding schools, but it's also an area which suffers from below-average education funding. And while some schools around the country receive £8,000 or so per pupil, most of my schools receive around half of that amount. And while they've made savings and they've made staff redundant, now I have one school which is facing the choice of which of 3 modern languages, French, German or Spanish, to drop. And I do believe that if we aspire to excellence in education, we mustn't have schools facing choices like that. So I welcome the Secretary of State's assurance last week that there will be a review of the funding formula, but I would like to press her to make sure that this happens as soon as possible, and while the review is being carried out, that some help be considered for financially struggling schools to help tide them through. Thank you.
Bill Esterson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I just wanted to comment very briefly on the comments from the Honourable Member from Faversham and Mid-Kent. She mentioned the freedoms that academies enjoy, and undoubtedly the academies legislation does provide for additional freedoms. But actually, most of the freedoms that heads in academies have been using, they could have used them as maintained schools. It hasn't. This is findings from the Education Select Committee evidence that we took. So it hasn't actually led to a wholesale change in the way such freedoms are being used. A number of members have talked about coasting schools, which is one of the issues of greatest contention in the bill we're discussing today. Again, the Select Committee looked at the issue of coasting schools, and the point we picked up was the fact that schools that are doing really quite well, with maybe a good Ofsted grading, maybe even an outstanding Ofsted grading, weren't necessarily doing the best by their students. So a coasting school can be coasting, doing very well, but it should be doing better. And I think the difficulty for members on this side is to understand exactly what is meant by coasting and whether the Secretary of State and her ministers are targeting those schools that are already doing well but should be doing better, or whether they are looking at schools that perhaps aren't doing so well by their children and should be doing better. And I think that's where the definition needs to be addressed when we come later into committee stage. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, what should we be looking at today in second reading? Well, I would hope that if we had a piece of legislation looking at education, we'd be looking at how education can deliver long-term prosperity and success for our young people and for our economy. Education is a critical, if not the critical factor in determining how well young people are prepared for the wider world, and in particular for the world of work. Employers look to us to deliver an education system where young people can turn up at work and be ready to get going and to contribute. And yet, throughout the 5 years of the last Select Committee, we heard again and again from employers saying that is not what is happening far too often. Young people are not coming out of school ready for the world of work, and they're not prepared. And the loss of work experience is but one example where things have gone backwards over the last 5 years. The Select Committee produced a number of inquiries during that period, and on more than one occasion we came up with a similar piece of evidence. And it's been mentioned by a lot of people already that if you want great education, the most important factor is the quality of teachers, and in particular the quality of head teachers. The Great Teachers Evidence inquiry that we held in particular came up with that, but it was repeated again and again over the last 5 years. So what is actually happening in the world of education to deliver on that issue? Because the education element of this bill looks at making academisation easier, but it has nothing to say on the quality of teaching, and I think that is a great pity. It's been suggested by many that the government wants all schools to be academies. So one thing that occurs to me about this legislation, given the potential for coasting schools to be such a broadly defined term, is that really what the government is trying to do by failing to define it? Is it saying it wants all schools to be academies, but it's not prepared to be quite as bold as to state that? Because if that is the intention, ministers really ought to say so, and perhaps the Minister in winding up will confirm whether that is what he wants to do, because I think from what he said in the past that is his intention. But I'll give one.
On that point, I wondered if he saw recently, I'm sure he's an avid reader of Tatler, the comments of the the head teacher of Winmondham College in Norfolk, Mr. Melvin Roff, who said that he'd been told that becoming an academy would mean more freedom and autonomy, and then said what happened was the reverse. We've had more control from central government rather than local government. I don't believe he's referring to the Justice Secretary, the former Education Secretary, intended academy status to reduce autonomy. I wish he had the courage to say there are schools doing a good job and they should be allowed to do a good job. He regrets becoming an academy, so it's not always the case that heads welcome that.
Well, like him, I am, of course, an avid reader of Tatler. But on this occasion, I think there are a couple of points that come out of this. Again, the Select Committee in its report found that schools, often in chains of academies, in multi-academy trusts, found that they didn't have the autonomy or the freedoms that they thought they were going to have, and everything was controlled from the centre. And in fact, a government that supposedly prided itself on localism in the last 5 years had, if anything, reduced the local accountability, certainly reduced the local accountability by taking away from taking local elected councillors away from any kind of responsibility or involvement. But localism in its widest sense had been reduced because everything was even more centralised, either through the people running the multi-academy trust or directly because every one of those schools ultimately was controlled from the desk of the Secretary of State in Whitehall. And actually the creation of just 8 regional schools commissioners has not gone very far. Given there are over 4,000 academies, 500 each, there is still this great centralisation. So I think the point that he makes is a very important one, and something that should concern us all. The Select Committee concluded that the government should review the lessons of the rapid conversion of secondary schools to inform any future expansion. It also highlighted that a programme that was devised by Labour, the Labour Academies, as I said in an earlier intervention, have been a great success, according to the evidence presented to the Select Committee. But a programme that was designed for a small number of secondary schools was not necessarily appropriate for primaries, and that is an issue the government has completely failed to address. And in its response to the Select Committee report, it acknowledged it, but it didn't have an answer. And indeed, the evidence we had internationally suggested that the expansion of the Academies programme was exceptionally fast, and was something that perhaps we should be concerned about. Now, I think that we would all say we want to see school improvement as a priority, and that alongside having the very best teachers. And certainly there has been examples, and I think the Labour programme of academies was an example of a massive investment in school improvement with many successes. But the best example over an extended period of school improvement over recent years was undoubtedly the London Challenge, where London schools went from being the basket case of schools in the country to being the shining examples of success. And that was not based on academisation. That was based on collaboration between teachers, between institutions and between local authorities. And I think that the government really should, when it came in, have looked far more closely at the success of the London Challenge and spread it around the country, rather than the hell-bent, its rapid expansion of an academy system that wasn't actually designed for the purpose it used. But I want to say a few words about adoption before I conclude, because I mentioned earlier that my disappointment with the elements of adoption in this bill aren't that there's anything wrong with them per se, but that they don't talk about other forms of permanence for children. They don't talk about foster care, about residential care, or about kinship placements, and I think that is a missed opportunity, and it does leave the nagging doubt about the government's intentions for all children. As many as 75,000 children at any one time are in care. The government has pulled the funding for the College of Social Work, and that again leaves grave doubts about the future of the profession, the ability of the profession to support those children, including those being put for adoption. So I think there are many questions to be answered, whether it comes to adoption or to education in this bill. And as we get through committee, I'm sure that we will probe them more deeply.
Flick Drummond.
Deputy Speaker, and may I congratulate also those people that have done their maiden speeches today, and also particularly my honourable friend, the member for Telford, whose powerful speech has made a big impact on me. I would like to talk about adoption, but perhaps at another time, as I really want to talk about schools today. So I welcome the new categorisation of coasting schools. Having worked as a lay Ofsted inspector, I know exactly what those sort of schools look like. Schools that are not stretching every child and are happy that just reaching the minimum level is enough. I've been rung up by parents asking me why their very nice primary school has been classified as inadequate and why they thought their great teachers weren't doing as well as they thought they were. It was inadequate because the bright children were getting a level 4 rather than a level 6, and other children were getting perhaps just a level 3 when they should have been getting a level 4. It's these schools that have been classified as inadequate, but they're not inadequate because they're not failing their children completely, but they really are coasting and they're not doing a good job. Yes, I'll give them.
This is a very interesting point as a former lay inspector. Would she see it as being likely that when she was inspecting a school, she'd be able to give it a good or outstanding rating, but also find it to be coasting?
No, it would be a failing school if it was coasting in the old way. And it will be, and nowadays it would be seen as an adequate school. That's why I think the idea of coasting means that it's not that the actual terminology of it is much more acceptable to both parents and to teachers and to schools, rather than inadequate, because you can't actually say it's inadequate because children are still learning to read and to write and do the mathematics, but they are not actually doing as well as they should be doing. That's how I see a coasting school, but I know we're going to develop it, and I do have a couple of concerns about it, about the coasting school and how it's going to be evaluated. Although the Secretary of State that it's going to be evaluated on raw data, I would also like to see it slightly widened and have an Ofsted inspection as well, perhaps mini inspections to make sure that the raw data, and I'll explain why. Because the school where I'm a governor, we see it as a rapidly improving school. It is actually requires improvement at the moment, and the local authority sent us a warning letter last year because we missed the overall target by just 1%. It was the maths that let us down. However, the children have made very good progress throughout their time at the school. Nearly all the children come to the school well below average, and free school meals are very high. Last year we had several level 6 results and many level 5s. But one of the reasons why we didn't achieve the results is we have an autism provision, and the children of that provision are included in the results. Children with special educational needs find tests very stressful, and quite often they're not at national standards in any case. I would like to see much more provision for children with special needs, whether they're included in the overall results or whether they can be treated differently. I'd also like to see a completely different system of assessing children with special needs, and particularly with autism. We also had children arriving through the school year with English as a foreign language, and it's very difficult for teachers to try and get them up to national standards too. So I'd like a much more holistic approach as to how we can actually identify schools. My second concern is that we have a new curriculum and assessment at the moment. Schools are still settling down and working out how the new levels are going to work. So the Department of Education needs to work with schools to help them develop these new levels. The new levels of exceeding expectation, at expectation or below expectation are still quite confusing as schools develop their own methodology. There hasn't been any clear guidelines, quite rightly, because I think each school can develop their own methodology on it, but there hasn't been any clear national guidelines on where those levels could be placed. So the results often hide the true picture, and I would ask the Secretary of State to make sure that the valuation of schools is a fair one. But I do agree that schools need to move to academies if the local authority is weak. Portsmouth, the local authority, was assessed as being sixth worst in the country. And there's been very little political will up to now under the new administration, the Conservative administration. Over the last year, this is beginning to change, but we've had 10 years under the Liberal Democrats when the political will to improve educational standards in Portsmouth has been very poor. And there's several examples how academies have actually helped children's education in Portsmouth. I mentioned the Charter Academy in my maiden speech, a school that's gone from 3% GCSEs to 85% in 5 years. The local authority had wanted to shut it down, but fortunately the old head saw the potential of the school, which is in the area of great deprivation, and brought in ARC schools. I think ARC schools are probably one of the pinnacles of the academy providers, and I'm really pleased that they've also recently taken on some primary schools in Portsmouth too. ARC Ayrton, which we visited, and the Minister for Schools also visited with me recently. The head teacher was extremely reluctant to become an academy, but was forced to do so. She now says it was the best thing to have happened. She wished she'd done it a long time before, and the support she's receiving from ARC schools is incredible. ARC has taken over another school in Portsmouth South, Art Dickens, again in an area of great deprivation, and I look forward to seeing the difference in children's education. I have spoken before outside this chamber about the poor performance, and now I've spoken within this chamber too about the performance of the local authority. And I agree with the NUT that it should be the job of the local authority to assist schools. But where they're failing, we really do need an alternative, and free schools and academies are actually providing that alternative. So I'm grateful that academy providers are now providing some of the children in Portsmouth with an education that they deserve and giving them aspiration and the tools to achieve their ambitions.
Chris Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Thank you for calling me in this debate today, and may I congratulate you on your own re-election as Chairman of Ways and Means. It was a pleasure to follow the new member for Portsmouth South. I was also pleased to hear from the member for Telford. Her predecessor was a great friend of mine, is a great personal friend of mine, who was well liked across this House, and his absence is sadly missed. I raised tonight to speak in favour of the reason amendment laid before the House by the opposition. The reason I do that is because I believe this bill, which could have been much more ambitious than it is, fails to provide a clear definition of a coasting school. Now, a number of members, and right honourable members, and I know my honourable friend for Walsall South mentioned her concerns about coasting schools. And I think it is very important that the Secretary of State has come before this House again today and has failed, as she has done on 5 separate occasions, to define what a coasting school is. I do not think it is right when we write something on the face of the bill and present it before Parliament that we wait before the committee stage before the government defines the word coasting. Now, I believe that if this word coasting, which has amorphous definition, what does it mean? Does it mean is coasting based on exam results, progress measures, Ofsted ratings, What defines a coasting school? And still, we do not know. And that, to me, is a worrying thing about this bill. Why I say this bill is so important, and there are parts of it that I commend, but I believe it has not gone far enough. We need to be much more ambitious and bold when we talk about education in this country. There are massive problems between the level of attainment of those on school meals and their more affluent peers, yet none of this is addressed. In 2009, a South African report, the Centre for Development and Enterprise Reform published a report. It's in International Best Practice in Schooling Reform. The report was based on workshops in Washington, D.C., with global education experts looked at over 100 different school systems across the world to establish what worked in improving education and what did not. The report found that giving schools greater autonomy was an ineffective reform. In fact, it argued the time required by school leaders to manage and run autonomous schools takes time away from supporting teachers and supervising the system to the detriment of educational outcomes. This is not about greater funding, which evidence also shows does not work past a certain level. This bill, when it talks about changing failing schools or coasting schools into academies, should be about meaningful reform, following best practice across the world. And unfortunately, this bill is found sadly wanting. To me, there are 5 things we must get right to ensure our education system improves. Number 1, there must be a new appreciation that the quality of an education system cannot exceed the quality of its teachers. There is no more important lever for improving student outcomes than teacher quality. The top performing systems across the world recruit talented people and train them intensively. Teaching must be considered a prestigious profession, and they must have all the support that they deserve, with competitive starting salaries, adequate compensation for excellence, and made affordable, keeping the remuneration curve shallower than in other professions. However, let us be clear. For those who do not meet strict criteria, they must be forced to leave teaching or asked not to join in the first place. We should reward and support good teachers and make it significantly easier to get rid of bad ones. 2, reforms must focus on improving teaching skills and changing classroom practice. The report by the Centre for Development and Enterprise found that effective support is given to teachers and in-service training ensured student performance can be significantly improved within 3 to 6 years. CPD happens in other professions. Then why can't it happen in teaching? Problems arise when teachers come straight to university, do not interact with peers, and have no examples of excellence. The best systems in the world, Belgium, Finland, Hong Kong, Japan, the Netherlands and New Zealand, improve teachers' skills by bringing professionalism, mentoring and apprenticeships back to teaching. They have comprehensive feedback systems which enable teachers to learn from their mistakes and improve on problem areas. Eric Hanasak of Stanford University found in 2007 the only way to increase economic output of school leavers is for students to learn effectively and to be taught well. We can only achieve this by supporting our teachers and ensuring teaching is a high-skill, attractive career option, one which supports and constantly seeks to improve the people in it. The leadership. Number 3. The best education system recruit and train excellent head teachers, people with intrinsic leadership skills. Now, I will wager a bet that the best performing academies are those with the best head teachers. Even when I go around schools in my own constituency in South Wales, where we don't have academies, the best schools usually have the best head teachers. But these people, they should be supported to become effective leaders, not just effective educators. This is something we must get right. Without effective leadership, reforms will never be embedded. To improve education, we must also not just look at the people, but the environment which people learn. And now I come to my 4th point. The Royal Institute of British Architects, building a better printing report, provides the case that a good design of schools could have a direct impact on reducing maintenance costs and improving student well-being and attainment. For example, that evidence suggests by ensuring corridors are designed so they're not too narrow can significantly reduce bullying. Good design of school delivers value not just in now but in the future. Finally, and perhaps the most important of all, high performance requires that every child succeeds. Not just the select few in schools chosen, but every child everywhere. from Land's End to John O'Groats, from Tregennis to Lowestoft. All students need to be well educated. All students must be given the teaching they need to fulfil their ambitions. We need standards and measures of success relevant to the needs of our country. We need effective mechanisms to help schools achieve these standards. Pressure without support does not yield better performance. We need to make sure targets are met. We need to be identifying the obstacles to success and putting in place strategies to overcome them. To reduce wide disparities in education in the country at large, we must overcome huge challenges. We must reverse decades of socio-economic problems which keep those in poor areas from achieving their potential. The harsh reality is the circumstances of someone's birth is often the greatest detriment of how well they do at school, of how well they do in life. We can help overcome this. We can change the sad fact that being poor means you are likely to stay poor, but only with great teachers, great schools, and hopefully make the right choices and follow the evidence. The government, with this education and adoption bill, had a real opportunity to set out an ambitious plan for Britain. Unfortunately, they have been found wanting.
Fraser.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for calling on me. I've listened with admiration to many of the maiden speeches in this House on both sides, and also to the speeches of many new members. It's clear that we have a breadth of experience in the education sector in this new Parliament, which is so important. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there can be absolutely nothing controversial about a desire to give our children the best start in life, whatever background they come from and wherever they live. And this bill seeks to do that. Although we have 1 million more children in good and outstanding schools since 2010, 1.5 million pupils are still taught in schools that don't meet these necessary standards. There are 3 critical elements of this bill which I'd like to mention. The first is that the bill rightly recognises that mediocre education is simply not good enough. As parents, we want the best education for our children, and as the government, we should strive to deliver it. This is a bill which acknowledges aspiration. This bill ensures that schools will need to regularly assess their own performance and their own standards, and that they must never be complacent. The second point is about control. This bill isn't about taking powers away from schools. It's about giving them autonomy. Quicker. If schools become academies, they will have greater control over what they teach, when they teach it, and who teaches it. We must recognise that the best people to run schools are teachers, and the excellent work of those teachers must be recognised. And finally, the third point is about the people who lead our schools and help others that are failing. We recognise that in building good schools, you need good and inspirational teachers, and I hope that the profession will welcome the use of expert teachers to help drive coasting schools forward. The 1,000 national leaders of education are a vital component of these plans. They are the outstanding head teachers who will work with schools in challenging circumstances to support school improvement. We must support and enable less good schools to learn from the best. And in this respect, I'd like to mention a school in my own constituency. Bottisham Village College is an outstanding school. It's an outstanding school which is helping a local school, Netherhall School, which is in need of improvement. This is the sort of collaborative action that nurtures development. To improve our schools, we need partnerships. Partnerships between local and national government. Partnerships between outstanding schools and those that are failing or coasting. Partnerships between trusts and management. It is not by standing still and doing nothing that we will improve our standards. It's by taking action and working together. When we talk about what we want from our own children, from our students, we talk about aspiration. We talk about the importance of learning from others. And we talk about aiming high and not settling for mediocrity. These are the principles which also apply to schools too. And they are the principles which are at the heart of this bill.
Yeah. Ruth Capri.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I join others in congratulating honourable members who've made their excellent maiden speeches today. Mr. Deputy Speaker, We share the government's desire for excellence in schools, all schools, irrespective of whether they're voluntary aided, academies, free schools, or whatever. I listened to the Secretary of State's praising of sponsored academies. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, the inconsistency and glaring omissions of this bill are highlighted by the fact that the only sponsored academy, I think, in my constituency is also, I believe, the only secondary school deemed to require improvement. Why did the bill not include the incorporation of academy chains into Ofsted inspections? But I wonder, Mr Deputy Speaker, how many more schools in future years are going to be a cause of concern or be deemed to be coasting, whenever that term is explained, before the growing challenge of teacher recruitment and retention is going to be properly addressed by this government. How many inspiring teachers, such as Neville McGraw, who taught my honourable friend for Denton and Reddish, are going to be leaving the profession in the next few years? Because this, Mr Deputy Speaker, is the issue of greatest concern to the heads of schools in the borough of Hounslow, the borough that's covered by mine and Seema Malhotra's constituencies. I've also met a number of parents in recent months concerned about the extent to which their children are being taught by supply teachers. A Year 9 pupil who I spoke to his mother yesterday, in an outstanding school, had 5 different supply teachers last week. And in another great school, a science specialist school, they cannot recruit a head of science. So what does this mean? Head teachers often find they only have 1 or 2 applicants for each post, and sometimes none at all. Some vacancies go on term after term, and they have to be filled with agency staff, expensive agency staff. In secondary schools in our borough, most subjects are now classified as shortage subjects, with a severe crisis in maths and science. Some schools struggle to appoint technology teachers, and home economics is a disappearing subject. And these pressures are going to get worse as the EBAC is rolled out. A further issue is the immigration rules, which are not helping the retention of teachers who are doing well and teaching inspirationally, but are not going to be able to stay in the UK. All of this leads to massive staff turnover, inconsistency in teaching standards, and increasing dependence on supply teaching. Our party shares the Secretary of State's passion for standards, so why did she say nothing about this crisis? Instability and vacancies in schools negatively affect academic progress and pastoral support. Those who have or are considering leaving the profession are demoralised with the pressures. On top of that, in Hounslow, all schools are expanding, and we have new schools opening this September and next September, which only add to the recruitment problem. One head told me, filling a science post in London is like trying to snatch honey from bees. And in the end, students lose out significantly, no matter how much time and energy you put into supporting and developing teachers who are struggling. The crisis has several elements, all of which we feel the government should address with greater priority than in finding new ways of intervening once things go wrong. Firstly, teaching is a graduate profession, but not enough UK graduates are choosing to teach in high enough numbers. In London, the private sector economy is picking up, and so is the availability of higher paid jobs with greater esteem that teaching currently has. Which is why teaching should be marketed as a valuable, worthwhile profession for young people to consider going into, so that more graduates want to be teachers, and an even higher proportion of our best graduates see the value of teaching as a long-term career. There need to be clear ways into a career in teaching, but several heads have told me that the routes into teaching are too complex and confusing, creating yet another barrier to those graduates considering teaching as a possible career. Schools Direct has not produced the desired number of quality trainees. Teach First, whilst providing high-quality entrants, has issues with career retention. Researchers in Education programme has had major problems in the delivery of teacher trainees. there are different ways of dealing with this, and one local school, Brentford School for Girls, have tackled the shortage of science teachers in a different way. The head told me at the summer fair on Saturday that they've recruited good science graduates into unfilled posts, and the school itself is going to train and develop those young people to be teachers. Those applicants were all keen to teach, but had been confused about the routes of application, so they welcomed the school's approach. I was told that the reduction in university training places is a major worry. Cuts in PGCE training places in supposed non-shortage subjects, such as history, business studies, and so on, have severely limited training places, even though there are some very high-quality graduates wanting to train in these areas. And there's currently a major shortage of geography graduates going into teaching, yet it's going to be compulsory, for those not doing history, in the EBAC. And on top of all that, post-16 budget cuts mean that teachers are being asked to do more, and thus adding to the pressures and increasing the hemorrhage of already pressurised staff. A third issue for us in London is the cost of living, and last week the Minister for Schools said in the adjournment debate on teacher recruitment and retention, he said that there wasn't a problem recruiting young teachers in London. Well, there may not be a problem in recruitment, there's certainly a problem in retention, and several of my heads in my constituency would take issue with him. They're having problems retaining teachers who want to buy their own home, but are having to move out of London and move well away from London to get new jobs elsewhere in order to buy their own home. And the lack of urgency we've heard by this government on the housing crisis leads me to believe this problem is only going to get worse. And finally, morale of teachers as a direct result of the government's actions. Mr Deputy Speaker, during recent months I met many teachers, good teachers, leaving the profession through dissatisfaction at the workload generated by the plethora of sudden, unplanned changes and the persistent berating of the achievements of teachers, pupils and schools by government and the media. And this is another complaint of several heads I've been speaking to more recently. Those head teachers who are trying to keep their schools going when they themselves are questioning their own capacity to continue in the profession, given the relentless pressures they are under and the negating of their professionalism by this government. Inaccurate derision of the profession by government has a long-term impact on perceptions and discourages young people from considering the profession in spite of their own positive experience in the schools they attended. It undermines the morale of senior and head teachers. So please, Mr Speaker, could the government stop undermining the morale of those who work long hours to ensure our children get a good example, get a good education, set a good example, use positive language?
Order. Suella Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to follow the Honourable Member for Brentford and Isleworth, and I also congratulate honourable friends and members on excellent maiden speeches. Aspiration is today's buzzword, and I believe the reason why this side of the House won the election was that we embodied the real sentiment of this word. So what does it actually mean? For me, our education reforms are the engine of aspiration and tackle social inequality at its root cause. Our One Nation party says to every child, it doesn't matter where you start, you can get ahead through self-empowerment, taking responsibility and hard work. Nowhere do those values ring more loudly than in our schools and in this bill. In 2010, after 13 years of a Labour government supposedly supporting education, 2 in 5 16-year-olds left school functionally illiterate or innumerate. In a country where we have some of the best schools in the world, that is a shocking disgrace. It is therefore just and essential that the government has powers to intervene in failing schools and in coasting schools, powers enabled in this bill. And we all know what coasting schools are. Schools in affluent areas where there is no incentive to achieve beyond a C or D borderline. One of the reasons, therefore, I am so proud to support this bill is that we are the only party, I'm going to make progress, we are the only party courageous enough to honestly talk about failing schools. And we have done that in the past by giving people, volunteers, teachers and parents a say in the solution. I won't give way. Teachers are wonderful, but endemic weaknesses in the system stop our children from getting the best. And I have seen firsthand how our reforms have addressed this problem. I won't. I teamed up with a group of teachers to set up a free school in Wembley, my hometown. Led by Catherine Burblesing, an inspiring head teacher in the education movement, the staff are some of the best in the country. And as chairman of the Board of Governors, our aim is simple: to bring excellence and a private school quality to the inner city. It's an area where I grew up, and I attended a state school at the beginning of my education, where teachers went on strike, discipline was poor, and expectations were low. After designing the vision of a knowledge-based curriculum, we secured approval and government funding. I'll give way. I'm
very grateful to the Honourable Lady. She's been very generous by giving way. She mentioned earlier in her remarks that everybody knows what a coasting school looks like, and then offered it. So would she care to name for us the coasting schools in her constituency?
I thank the honourable gentleman for the intervention. I'm not going to name any particular schools, but I adequately defined the features and the hallmarks of coasting schools, and it is clear that further guidance is going to be forthcoming. After designing the vision of a knowledge-based curriculum for the free school that I was involved in, we secured approval from the government and funding from the government. We recruited staff and found a building. And I'm proud to say that Michaela Community School opened its doors in September of last year to 120 12-year-olds and is transforming their lives. Many of the children come from neighbouring council estates or areas like Harlesden and Willesden and have the chance to aim high because of inspired and innovative teaching. Walk through the corridors and you can hear a pin drop because the pupils are quietly learning in their classrooms. Join them, and I invite everybody here to join them for lunch, and you will see how polite the pupils of Michaela Community School are. Take a bus in the area and you will spot them by their impeccable uniform. Whether it is the practice of appreciations at lunchtime or the rigorous learning, Michaela Community School has been made possible only because teachers have been set free to teach and set high expectations. It was teachers, not the state, that saw a need and took action. It was teachers...
Thank you for giving way on that point. I would like to ask the Honourable Lady why £241 million has been spent on free schools in areas which don't have a crisis in school places.
A key criteria for gaining government approval for a free school is to establish need. And there needs to be an established deficit in school places evidenced on the data to form part of the application. I'm going to make some progress. But my point is that it was teachers, not the state, that saw a need and took action. Teachers who exercised strong leadership, who were set free to teach the subjects that they were passionate about. They had freedom over staff, over spending. This freedom is bolstered by these reforms in this bill and at the heart of aspiration.
To Kyle.
The Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the member for Fareham who spoke with a singular clarity on her educational viewpoints in her constituency. Before I begin, I'd like to declare an interest because I'm Chair of Governors of an academy school based in the city of Brighton and Hove. And I've spoken before in this House about my own particular journey through education, leaving school lacking the qualifications needed to succeed in life and therefore having to return to secondary school at the age of 25 to start all over again. So I approached reading this bill open-minded as to its publicised aim of challenging underperformance throughout the education system. For me, exposing underperformance in schools, rather than challenging it, has always been a source of intense frustration, even anger, due to my own experiences. There are many reasons to excuse failure: poor school performance, students living in areas of deprivation, or the difficult family circumstances that some students face. But to me, these are barriers to overcome, not reason to excuse poor attainment. Because a student who graduates before overcoming these challenges, they will carry them into adulthood and for the rest of their lives. So having a radically higher sense of ambition for our young people is something I wholeheartedly support. But this bill stands out more for what it doesn't cover than it does for what it does cover. Its focus on the performance of local authority-controlled schools is, in educational terms, one part of the challenge we face. But reading this bill, you would be forgiven for thinking it's the only challenge that we face. Now, I have some sympathy with the need to tackle a lack of ambition in some local authority departments, because I come from Brighton and Hove. Today, Ofsted released its findings on the educational authority where I live, in Hove, and it judged that it requires improvement. A year ago, an LGA peer review stated that the authority lacked ambition for young people, and it was not supporting school improvement with the vigour that it was needed. So after 2 such warnings in 1 year, I firmly believe that enough is enough. I believe that every young person has the potential to succeed, but some need help to get there. People who don't share this belief in young people have no place running educational systems, and it is my warning to Brighton and Hove Educational Authority as they respond to these challenges. However, Mr Deputy Speaker, underperformance is not the sole preserve of the local authority education systems. It is the government, and if this government truly cared about rooting out and challenging coasting schools, they would extend the reach of this bill to include other organisations too. Firstly, underperforming academies. In particular, good schools that are held back due to being locked into low-performing academy chains. Why this government is not intervening and introducing measures to release them from their contracts with the same rapidity of maintained schools covered by this bill is a mystery to me. And secondly, coasting private schools that are registered with the Charity Commission and receiving tax breaks, they should also be expected to deliver the same degrees of improvement that are demanded of maintained schools. I would also have concerns surrounding Section 8 of this bill that covers consultation, Mr Deputy Speaker. As Chair of Governors of an Academy myself, I feel strongly that links to the surrounding community beyond that of the students and parents is incredibly important to the success of a school. The predecessor to the school I now chair was in special measures at the time of the conversion, and the period of consultation was therefore limited. However, the powers granted to the Secretary of State in this bill will enable similarly rapid conversions for coasting schools. Unless a rapid consultation is carried out with extreme skill, this will have a disempowering effect on the school community and could well hinder the improvement that the school is needed and desired. I believe that academisation offers one tool for many when improving local education. Others include improving teaching standards, better leadership, and improving whole family approaches to education. Each of these is a means to an end, not an end in itself. But because this government have prioritised academy programme above other methods of tackling coasting schools, the future of individual schools has become ideological battlegrounds rather than the place where communities come together to express ambitions that they have for their school and for the next generation of young people and their own community. And that is why this bill is too limited and ideological to warrant our support on this side of the House. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Chris Matheson.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I add my congratulations to those honourable members who made their maiden speeches this evening, and in particular I was intrigued by the comments of the honourable member for Hazel Grove and his experiences of Ofsted, and I'd like to return in my own contribution to the words that the honourable member made. Now, this afternoon, we've been accused on this side of the House of being ideologically driven in our concerns about the bill and about the generation of our reasoned amendments. I have to say I believe the opposite is true. My honourable friend, the member for Walsall, talked about Greek mythology. I might invoke that myself and talk about this as being something of a Trojan horse bill, because amongst all the talk of standards and the talk of improving schools, I think there's another agenda here which is being hidden by the bill, and that is the philosophical aim of taking the delivery of public services away from the public sector and putting it into non-public sector organisations. I think that's one of the real aims and motivations that the government is promoting. The bill vests greater centralised power in the Secretary of State, who appears to have decided that forced academisation is a golden bullet to improve school standards. But proportionally, I believe it's the case that more academies are proportionally, more academies are at requiring improvement stage or below than LEA schools. So there's evidence, therefore, of an ideological drive on behalf of the government, because the stated aim of the government is that at least 1,000 new academies will be created during this Parliament, whereas the number of schools that are currently failing is somewhere around 200, 250. That gap between those two figures suggests that there is this is about ideology rather than standards. And in fact, it must be the reason, that gap must be the reason why the Secretary of State has chosen to move the goalposts by introducing this new standard of a coasting school. Although, of course, at this stage, we don't know quite where she's moved the goalposts to. Exactly. Yeah. Accountability switches from parents and the local community via its council to the Secretary of State. So more centralisation from the government that says one thing but does the opposite. It's fewer parental choice, less parental involvement. Mr Deputy Speaker, I believe that 1 in 4 academies in the last year have seen their head teachers depart, prompting fears of a leadership crisis. Indeed, according to figures by UHY Hacker Young, which is involved in auditing academy accounts, the figures are actually higher when it comes to secondary schools as a whole. The survey showed that while some of the departures are actually to do with retirements, a tougher inspection regime and the failing morale of head teachers was also largely to blame. And Hacker Young identified the problem that the situation was actually putting potential heads off applying for the top job, causing an imminent recruitment crisis. My honourable friend, the member for Brentford and Isleworth, talked about recruitment crisis within teaching profession, and she was absolutely right. But if the government's aim is to force academisation of schools and to bring in superheads, I simply ask the question, where are all these superheads going to come from if we can't even recruit heads to existing schools? So the government will turn to forced academisation for ideological purposes, despite no evidence that this will actually work and no evidence that it will lead to, that it will address the problems of leadership. And I have to say as well, my honourable friend, the member for Isleworth, spoke so passionately about the importance of leadership. Returning now to the role of Ofsted that I mentioned earlier, I can understand that a firm inspection regime is needed, but there remains in the teaching profession despair at Ofsted and the government constantly changing the goalposts for targets that schools and teachers are expected to meet. There's a reliance on too many bare statistics, and teachers in Chester tell me they are spending not enough time teaching and too much time reporting on how they're teaching. One very experienced school governor of an academy, I hasten to add, of a school in Chester, spoke to me last week of a cold wind of an obsession with accountability and measuring performance. It's all quantitative. With Ofsted, there is a fear of failure rather than a celebration of success. Which reminds me, sir, of Sir Michael Wilshaw's quote from, I think, January 2013 in the Guardian newspaper, when he said, if morale is at an all-time low, then that's a good thing because it means that management, he's referring to schools management, is doing their job. Now, that might sound to some like the smack of firm management and leadership. To me, it sounds like a licence to workplace bullying. And there's no surprise, therefore, that 40% of teachers leave within 5 years, within the first 5 years of doing their job. For teachers to inspire our children, they have to feel inspiration themselves. And beating that inspiration out of teachers in a quest for figures and ticking boxes, whilst always berating them as potential failures, will do nothing to raise standards. So what will raise standards? Quality teaching and inspirational leadership makes all the difference. The government should be building leadership, as my honourable friend spoke so eloquently about, not forcing heads out simply to justify its aims of academisation. Last week I visited an academy in my school, Millview Primary School, where the inspirational head, Susan Walters, has twice seen that school rated as outstanding. But it's rated as outstanding because of the teachers and because of the leadership that she and her governors provide. She believes firmly in supporting her staff, in having a clear vision and goals that are understood and that all the staff buy into. She shares responsibility within the school and she shares credit for success. And she will drive staff forward but the staff's well-being remains her personal priority. And she keeps parents engaged as well, whether in helping in continuing professional development that she provides for her staff, using parents' expertise, or maybe from planning school trips. At Chester Bluecoat Primary, it's one of the most diverse schools in my constituency, with over 20 languages spoken. The head teacher, Vincent O'Brien, focuses on putting each child at the centre of their own learning programme, and he's maximised the school's building environment to inspire the children's imagination. And, of course, he's built a strong team of teachers and teaching assistants. Perhaps, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's time we let teachers get on with the job they trained to do. We should trust our teachers and not dangle the sword of Damocles over them. We should change the culture from threats and blame and fear of failure to one that is aspiring to celebrate success. This bill does nothing to address the real problems in education. It only takes us down the blind alley of forced academisation driven by the government's ideology and not by a desire to raise standards. It raises more questions than answers and provides yet more churn and change where stability is required. And I can't be supporting it at second reading.
Hear, hear. What I think it would be appropriate to do is lift it to 10 minutes. West Streeting.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to speak on this important bill, and I congratulate all of those members and on both sides of the House who have made maiden speeches and done so very well. Mr Deputy Speaker, I have an interest in this debate as a primary school governor at Grove Primary School in Chadwell Heath, and also as a councillor, an unpaid councillor I should emphasise, given recent media reports in the London Borough of Redbridge. So I come at this bill with a number of different perspectives. But first of all, I just want to respond to something the Honourable Member for Fareham gave in her enthusiastic speech earlier, and that's the record of the last Labour government, because the party opposite really needs to decide whether they are the heirs to Blair and championing the school reforms that they're happy to laud in the hope, quite misguided hope actually, that we would feel in any way uncomfortable or embarrassed at the fact that when we were in government for 13 years we made enormous difference, or whether they want to talk down the record of the last Labour government, because they really can't have it both ways. And as far as I'm concerned, as someone who went to school under the last Labour government and saw the improvements that were made, I'm happy and proud of the fact that we transformed the fabric of our schools through building schools for the future. My own secondary school that I attended is now unrecognisable. It's an academy and its results are enormously improved. I'm proud of the programmes that the last Labour government introduced, whether it was the Sponsored Academies programme that has delivered investment and greater freedoms and autonomy to our schools, excellence in cities, the London Challenge, tackling poor school performance, increasing educational achievement and seeking to tackle the inequality and educational disadvantage that holds too many people, particularly from the most disadvantaged families, back. I'm also proud of the fact that when we were in government, through initiatives like fast-track teaching, the major recruitment campaigns like Those Who Can Teach, and also the introduction of routes like Teach First, we not only improved the quality and quantity of the numbers of people entering the teaching profession, we actually raised the standard and status of the profession. And I have to say, thinking of the last 5 years of the coalition government, that stands in stark contrast to the level of low morale and the extent to which teachers are leaving the profession in droves because of the dissatisfaction of the last government's reforms, and the extent to which ministers, for political gain, are happy to beat up on the teaching profession in the hope they may bump a few points in the opinion polls. Mr Deputy Speaker, I think that is a record that they take over from the previous coalition government, about which they should have some humility and come to the Treasury bench and the dispatch box with more answers about how they seek to address it than we heard last Thursday when my honourable friend, the member for Sheffield Heeley, raised these issues in her adjournment debate. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is the first education bill that we've had from a Conservative government since the 1990s, and it says an awful lot about this Conservative government and its aspirations and breadth of ambition for our schools, that the bill is so thin and so ill-defined. And if the Secretary of State for Education wasn't so busy providing a running commentary on the Labour leadership contest earlier at the dispatch box, perhaps she's launching her own gambit for the Conservative leadership contest we're going to see in the next couple of years, then maybe she would have had time to provide a bit more definition to a bill that she expects us to troop into the lobbies this evening and vote for in terms of the second reading. Because not only does this bill think small, it continues the mistakes of the last government. Firstly, actually the just misguided focus on one part of the system, which is local authority maintained schools, and one solution, which is academisation. I have no doubt whatsoever that for some schools, conversion to an academy and bringing new leadership and new funding is absolutely the right way to turn around people's life chances through improvements in the quality of provision at the school. But as so many members on this side of the House have said this afternoon, Mr Deputy Speaker, that is just one route for improvement. And I challenged the Secretary of State earlier at the dispatch box with a case study in my own borough where at Snaresbrook Primary School it was deemed by Ofsted to be failing. There was already action being taken by the local authority in partnership with the governors, with the parents and with the pupils. And as a result of those efforts, the school was already on the path to improvement with renewed leadership, more re-energised and refocused governing body. And actually, at that stage, to have forced academisation, as this bill would compel them to do, that progress would have been disrupted. And so actually, the Secretary of State's predecessor was absolutely right to listen to local people, to listen to parents and to the Conservative-led local authority at the time and say, actually, it's quite right that the school should continue as part of the local authority family because they've got a clear sense of how they're going to move forward. And I'm pleased to report that that school, Snaresbrook Primary School, has made considerable improvements within the local authority family. And I have to say, it is a source of frustration. I will give way.
I've listened, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, I've listened with care to the eloquent representations that are being made, but isn't it dangerous, whichever side you're on, to paint one era as being rosy and the other era as being grim? Because if one looks... no, it's important, because if one looks at the situation under Labour, it is a fact, it is a fact that standards did slip. In the PISA League standards, we went from 8th to 28th in maths. We slipped from 7th to 25th in reading. And whilst I'm delighted that the honourable gentleman bucked that trend, it is correct to say that these are things...
Order. You'll have to sit down for a second. Just to say, when we intervene, they've got to be short interventions. You can't make a speech. It is about a very short, quick intervention in order to allow the person who is speaking to respond. If you're making a speech, you'd been better off putting your name down. So it's only good advice. I'm sure you've finished now, have you? Yes. Wes Streeting.
Well, I'm actually grateful for the intervention because the honourable member makes the point that precisely the point I'm trying to make, which is a sort of narrow-minded, ideological-driven view that the only route to improvement is academisation, is exactly what this bill presents us with. And actually what we had before was the flexibility so that you could look at the particular circumstances around the school and decide whether it's right that it should be converted to an academy or part of the local authority family, or look at some other means for improvement. What this bill does is actually remove the flexibility that the previous Secretary of State exercised in the case of local primary school in my borough, and actually compel them to convert to an academy, which may or may not be the right way forward. So perhaps I can gain his support if he's on the Bill Committee for amendments along those lines. The other thing I wanted to raise this afternoon is another point that's been raised by other honourable members, which is about the oversight and inspection of academy chains. And following on from the intervention, it is absolutely right that there are some fantastic academy chains that are providing great service to the schools that are within their family. You know, chains like ARC, the Harris Academy Federation. These are people who are in the business of education for the right reasons, because they want to tackle educational inequality, they want to improve life chances and educational outcomes, and those chains do a fantastic job. But I still cannot fathom why the ministers on the benches opposite are not listening to the concerns that have been raised, whether it's by the Sutton Trust, by Sir Michael Wilshaw, and even some of the evidence produced by the Department for Education itself, which is that we are doing some schools no service at all by trapping them in academy chains which are failing them. Why is it that we wouldn't open them up to the rigour of inspection? Why is it we would set academy chains apart and not require the same high standards or inspections from them, but we would from others? This is the contradiction, I'm afraid, with their whole approach. They want to present this side as if we have some sort of narrow-minded, ideologically driven, dogmatic approach. Actually, it's the opposite. It's the government that has this approach that makes an assumption in favour that academies can do no wrong or academy chains can do no wrong, when actually we acknowledge that there are good and bad across the mixed economy of education. We can accept that. Why can't they, and why aren't they addressing that in this bill? And of course, contrary to what's been said opposite as well, it is not the case that academies do outperform local authority maintained schools when it comes to educational improvement. Of course, if you want to skew the statistics in a certain way, you can draw the conclusion that you want. But actually, you should look at research produced by the likes of the National Foundation for Educational Research and others, which actually compare schools like for like. So if you compare similarly performing schools and you look at them within the context of local authority maintained schools or in the context of their academy chains, but you compare like for like, actually it's the case that there isn't much of a difference between local authorities and academy chains. And I do think if we're going to approach this debate with more of an evidence-based approach, then we do actually need to debate the actual evidence rather than simply parroting propaganda produced actually in a remarkably poor fashion by the whips of the governing party. And finally, this definition of coasting. Again, the Honourable Member for Fareham, she gave what she thought was a very good description of coasting schools, and in some cases I might even agree with her. But with greatest respect to her, and I know she's being billed as a rising star on her benches, but she's not yet the Education Secretary. And we haven't heard from the Education Secretary or the Ministers about their definition of a coasting schools on a bill that is before the House of Commons for its second reading. And yet coasting schools are at the absolute centre of this bill. So, with respect to the Honourable Lady, maybe she should be on the front bench because she's providing answers that the Ministers aren't. But for now, we have absolutely no idea what a coasting school is, how they're going to be judged, how they're going to be measured, what the Secretary of State is going to do in terms of actually intervening on these coasting schools beyond forced academisation, which I've already said may or may not be the best way forward. So why on earth the Treasury bench expects us to troop into the second into the lobby with them on the second reading for such a half-baked bill, I don't know, but they need to be a bit more reasonable in their expectations. The bill also, Mr Deputy Speaker, says absolutely nothing about some of those people on the most fringes of education. There are 17,000 pupils, for example, in pupil referral units, only 1.4% of which are getting 5 good GCSEs. Where are they in this bill, and how are their needs going to be addressed? And of course, this is just looking at the problems as they are rather than the education system of the future. For a bill, as I said, the first bill of the Conservative Party since they've entered government, to have such a narrow focus is really beyond, I think it just really shows a lack of imagination. In this century, this country is going to have to work very hard and compete very hard on the global stage for the jobs of the future, and that requires all of our young people to go through an excellent, world-class education system that's thinking hard about pedagogy, about the way in which we teach, the manner in which we teach, the environments in which we teach in a rapidly changing world. There is absolutely nothing about that context in this bill. It is a narrow bill, it is an ill-defined bill, it is a bill unworthy of a second reading, and I may have only been in this House a short time, Mr Deputy Speaker, but I know a half-baked bill when I see one. And it's time for our coasting ministers to provide better definitions before turning up with a bill like this.
Fiona Bruce.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to support Clause 13 of the Education and Adoption Bill, which promotes best practice on adoption through regional adoption agencies. And I would firstly, before I start, like to congratulate my Cheshire neighbour, the Right Honourable Member for Crewe and Nantwich, on his promotion to Minister of State, and pay tribute to him for the excellent work he led to improve the adoption process and support for adopters and adopted children in the last Parliament. It's clearly in recognition of this that he's retained his portfolio, and also clearly in bringing forward, as he is, a further initiative today, he does so with undiminished vigour. I know that he himself grew up with some 90 fostered or adopted siblings and understands these issues intimately, and the benefit that living in a loving family can have for a child towards giving them the best start in life. Real progress on adoption has already been made as a result of reforms initiated by the last government. In 2014, 5,000 children were found a permanent home which they needed, a record interest of 26% over the previous 12 months. Indeed, I understand that the increase in the last 3 years has been a combined 63%, a remarkable achievement reflecting an improvement in the life chances of thousands of children. How has this been achieved? Through implementing determined improvements initiated, as I say, by the last government, and which clause 13 of this bill follows on. Just to summarise some of them, since 2010, a number of adoption support reforms were introduced so that the families can be confident that support will be provided if needed. These include placing responsibility on local authorities to inform prospective adopters and adoptees of their rights to assessments of need and entitlements to other adoption support services, improving access to specialist therapeutic services through the £19 million Adoption Support Fund, extending entitlements on priority schools admissions, access to pupil premium, and reforming adoption pay and leave. And the adopter approvals process was reformed in 2013 to ensure that prospective adopters could be assessed and approved more quickly. Most approvals now take place within 6 months, or should do. The new assessment process is just as rigorous as its predecessor, but is structured to ensure swift and appropriate progress. The Department for Education has also ensured that there has been continued improvement in opportunities to support matching children to adopters. And this includes the work of the National Adoption Register Service and the provision of exchange days and adoption activity days. The Department for Education also funds the First for Adoption Service, which is a national information service for adoption in England. The Department has provided £17 million in additional funding over 2013-16 to help voluntary adoption agencies recruit and approve more adopters, including those who can meet the children's needs who are harder to place. And the government has also provided local authorities with £200 million over 2014-16 to support adoption reform on the ground and improve the recruitment of adopters. Last year, the Department and First for Adoption worked closely together in developing promotional resources in order to reach out to anyone interested in adoption. And can I just mention that I think it's particularly important also, as the Minister is aware of my concern about this, that adoption is promoted to women with unplanned pregnancies as an option for them to consider too. And in 2014, the introduction of the Adoption Leadership Board, headed up by Sir Martin Neri, has helped drive further progress in recruiting new adopters. So tremendous progress has been made, but more needs to be done. More than 3,000 children still remain waiting to be adopted, still waiting to be matched with new parents, and sadly more than half have spent 18 months in care already, despite there being enough approved adopters readily available. Ministers are right to try to address this. This is so important because it is a matter of social justice. Children who experience a loving, stable family home in their early years are more likely to replicate that in later life in their own homes. And sadly, vice versa is also the case. Children who don't experience supportive family life often also experience other unfair disadvantages, which are drivers of poverty, educational and employment challenges, physical and mental health issues, addictions, debt and relationship problems, lasting often well into adult years. That's why in this bill, clause 13 is so important, promoting, as it will, best practice across regions. Because when trying to place a child from, say, Cheshire East for adoption, there's surely no reason why efforts should not focus on Cheshire East families if a loving family in Cheshire West, or indeed nearby Staffordshire, provides the answer. Many of the current boundaries are arbitrary. So I'm pleased that ministers want to break this down and ask local authorities and local adoption agencies to work collaboratively and creatively with regard to the recruitment, assessment and approval of prospective adopters and decisions regarding the placement of children with families and ongoing support. I understand that in the US, a form of adoption speed dating, my term, allowing children to meet prospective families is proving more successful than anticipated. Prospective adopters may have a particular picture in mind of the kind of child or age of child they want to adopt, but given the chance to meet several children in an informal atmosphere, they often realise that they can widen their ideas, and successful matches from such events are at positive levels. It's this kind of creative thinking this bill's proposal seeks to encourage. And I was surprised to discover there are as many as 180 different councils and agencies recruiting and matching children for adoption. This seems an incredibly large number, especially as some provide the adoption of a relatively small number of children. And the number of agencies must be bewildering for would-be adopters. So the possibility of a rationalisation of these numbers, which this bill offers, should promote the sharing and increase of best practice, as well as assist would-be adopters. Of course, there are currently no barriers to councils working together to streamline adoption services, and I'm pleased, therefore, that there are some examples of good practice to lead the way. For example, I know that Warrington, Wigan and St Helens councils are already working together in the North West. I'm pleased that councils will be able to draw on external expertise to make their arrangements. I know that Quorum, a very successful voluntary adoption service, already works with councils, including Harrow, Kent and Cambridgeshire, and those councils, and more importantly, local children, are already benefiting from these joint working arrangements. I'm pleased the Minister is on record stating he would prefer these regional adoption agencies to spring up organically, organised locally, as opposed to having to be imposed from Whitehall, and in a form of the authorities and or registered adoption society's own choosing. This is a policy area where we are all agreed that one size doesn't fit all, so I welcome the fact that the government's approach reflects this. I know we're using the term regional adoption agencies to describe the outcome of these reforms, but it's worth saying, of course, they don't have to meet some fixed definition of regional. Ministers have said that local councils can be free to organise themselves however they see fit, as long as they achieve sufficient scale to drive the efficiencies we all want to see. New regional adoption agencies can work across county or regional boundaries and minimise the delays for children to be matched with new homes, which we all know is critical, as a few months can be a very long time in a young child's life, where there are attendant needs for development, security and a loving family. And so I welcome the government's commitment to practical and financial support to help deliver these changes. I'm confident that the majority of local authorities, with this support, will see the advantages of joint working. Evidence suggests, however, that councils do tend to look for adopters in-house before looking for adopters in other councils, which can result in children waiting longer than need be for new families. So the bill's proposals are important to produce a culture change in this approach, and the government is sending out a very clear message that this should happen. Hence the reference that councils form regional agencies voluntarily, but that through new powers the government could, if need be, require councils to combine their adoption functions if they fail to join together services voluntarily within the next 2 years. This underlines the Minister's and the Government's determination to see these changes happen. I urge all members across the House to support Clause 13 of the bill. Indeed, I've heard no valid arguments as to why we should not do so.
Fabulous.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Congleton and her comments. It's a particular pleasure to also follow my honourable friend from Ilford North, who I think kicked this sorry excuse of a bill into next week with his comments quite clearly. I'd also like to thank and congratulate the honourable members for Glasgow North West and Kingston and Surbiton who made their maiden speeches. It's a lovely feeling when you've nailed it. I know what it's like. I'd also like to say that I come at this debate as a governor of Thorpe St Andrew's School, an outstanding school, which is a local authority school. I'm very proud of it as well. I'd like to direct my own contribution to today's debate to the education component of this bill, starting with what I believe is to be an overarching aim of this bill, namely to build on the work of the 2010 Education Act. For if that Act could be described as the ignition of an engine to drive the dismantling of our public education system, then this bill is intended to turbocharge it. Or, as the PM might say, fire up the Quattro, Nicky. In my own constituency of Norwich South, the vultures are not just circling in anticipation of the passage of this bill, they're already hacking away at the juiciest cuts. The Inspiration Trust has its BDI on the Hewitt Local Authority School and the £60 million of land it sits on. Land that belongs to the people of my city, not to what is little more than a corporation masquerading as a so-called educational charity. A secretive, unaccountable corporation in all but name. It has links to the very heart of this government in the form of Theodore Agnew, a Conservative Party donor, a non-executive board member, initially at the DfE, but now for the Ministry of Justice. An irony, I'm sure, that hasn't been missed on the parents and pupils of Hewitt, who've seen little in the way of justice when it comes to having a say in their school's future. A situation that will be faced by many more communities if this bill is passed in its current form. In saying that, Mr Deputy Speaker, I recognise that there are good and decent academy chains out there. Academy chains like those run by the Cooperative Schools Trust, which are genuinely accountable and act in the public interest to improve the education of our children. But alas, the Inspiration Trust isn't one of them, and this bill worsens rather than improves the chances of holding them to account.
Will my honourable friend give way on that point?
Yes, I'll give way.
Thank you. Does my honourable friend agree that one of the other problems with this bill is the lack of academies and sponsors who are able and willing to take on the number of schools that the government intends to convert? There are only so many schools that the cooperative can take on. And is he concerned that the schools he described in his own constituency may have little choice other than to be forcibly taken over by the trust he describes?
My honourable friend makes an important and alarming point. And indeed, like many other trusts, it has already gobbled up tens of millions of pounds of public land and buildings, and now, emboldened by this bill, finds its appetite whetted for yet more pickings. Last year, using Freedom of Information requests, the Guardian newspaper investigation revealed that academy schools have paid millions of taxpayer pounds into the private businesses of directors, trustees and their relatives.
Will my honourable friend give way?
Yes, I will.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Given the case he describes in his constituency of Norwich South, does he agree with me that there are real points of concern in this bill about the weaknesses of consultation, and not just consultations about academy status, but of who the identity of the sponsors are?
Yeah, indeed. My honourable friend is quite right. There is neither sufficient consultation nor sufficient scrutiny. Even the Education Select Committee, with its government majority, has said that, and I quote, checks and balances on academy trusts in relation to conflicts of interest are still too weak. Sadly, I see nothing in this bill to remedy that, and much to make it worse. The committee also questioned the so-called not-for-profit branding being used by many trusts and calls for more regulation and greater transparency. Instead, this bill offers less of both and fast-tracks academisation, removing any form of consultation and robbing communities even of the enfeebled fig leaf consultations the 2010 Act offered. A great member of this House, the late Tony Benn, suggested 5 questions to ask those in power. I would ask those of the Inspiration Trust and many other academies. What power have they got? The answer? Too much. Where did they get it from? From the benches opposite. In whose interests do they use it? Well, judging by the money Theodore Agnew is pumping into the party opposite, I speculate it's not ours. To whom are they accountable? Well, according to the Education Select Committee, no one in particular. And, of course, the most important question of all, how do we get rid of them? We can't. Reading this bill, I see nothing in it that seriously challenges this glaring lack of democratic accountability. And as Tony Benn said, anyone who cannot answer the last of those questions does not live in a democratic system. This then goes to the heart of my argument about why we must oppose this bill. This isn't just a smash and grab on our public schools, their buildings, equipment, the very land they sit on, but an attack on the values we, on both sides of this House, should hold dear. The values of democracy, accountability and transparency, especially when dealing with the allocation and use of public funds and giving local communities a real say in their children's education. With 145 academies currently rated as inadequate, nothing in this bill deals with that. And with this Education Select Committee this year saying there was no evidence academisation in or of itself has improved educational standards, we have to question why this bill is before the House. I cannot believe that it is on the basis of a fair and open-minded assessment of the best interests of our constituents and their children. It is their interests that I represent, however, and it is in their interest that I shall vote against this bill and instead for the amendment in the name of my honourable friends. I urge the House to do the same.
Well done.
Louise.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It is a great pleasure to follow so many excellent maiden speeches today, particularly from those members opposite that were former teachers and called on the Secretary of State to tackle the crisis of morale, recruitment and retention in teachers, which they have obviously experienced themselves. It is an incredible pleasure also to follow my honourable friends for Norwich South and Ilford North, who have made excellent contributions in this debate, and on the principles of what I and many of my colleagues believe to be a bill which fails to address its own professed aims. I want to talk about a few aspects of the bill before the House, but first it should be said that the guiding principles of any bill on education that leaves this House should be how it improves the life chances of our children. It therefore troubles me that this government is intent on pursuing academisation at all costs, regardless of the evidence or the potential impacts on pupils, and particularly our most disadvantaged pupils. My broad concern is that the bill will compel the Secretary of State to force academisation, regardless of the specific circumstances of the school, and even if there is a clear alternative path to improvement. When the last Labour government introduced the Academy scheme, it was intended to offer greater resources, new leadership and a fresh start to struggling schools. This principle has been abandoned in the government's programme, which instills competition into the education system and imposes almost complete centralisation. Indeed, this bill finally removes the local authority, governors and, most shockingly, parents from the consultation process, denying them a voice completely. Mr Deputy Speaker, as honourable members have already indicated, both Clause 7 and Clause 1 of the bill not only increase the power of the Secretary of State to force academisation, but also introduce a statutory duty on her to issue an academy order for any school rated by Ofsted as inadequate. The government have already estimated this process will lead to an extra 1,000 schools being converted into academies over the course of this Parliament. It will no doubt constitute the largest wave of forcible academisation since their inception. But we have had little in the way of assurance from the government benches that forcing the academisation of swathes of our schools will actually improve those schools or the life chances of their pupils. Indeed, as we've already heard, finding sponsors capable of driving improvement for at least 1,000 new academies will not be easy. Voices from across the sector have already been raising concern about whether the academy chains on offer are capable of actually driving improvement. The Sutton Trust, in its 2014 report, found that a majority of chains analysed still underperformed against the mainstream average for disadvantaged pupils. And as we have heard, even the Education Select Committee just this year concluded that current evidence does not allow for us to draw conclusions on whether academies themselves are a positive force for change. Does this not then get to the heart of the matter, Mr Deputy Speaker, that in a headlong rush to pursue academisation at all costs, the government is ignoring the evidence and failing to take into account the circumstances specific to schools? Surely the Secretary of State should only be compelled to force academisation if the evidence supporting academy status was overwhelmingly and largely unchallenged. In actual fact, it is anything but. If this bill is allegedly about driving school improvement, then surely the Secretary of State should at least operate consistently, signalling a move towards driving up improvement amongst academies too. But there is no parallel requirement for the Secretary of State to act if an academy is shown to be failing, and there isn't even provision for Ofsted to carry out inspections of academy chains, despite the Sutton Trust reporting that the poor results of some academy chains represent a clear and urgent problem. Isn't it the case then, Mr Deputy Speaker, that this bill represents a clear case of putting ideology first? And this is particularly important given the pressures schools are currently under. Is it really wise to impose a wholesale structural change on a school if the issues contributing to a school underperforming are absolutely nothing to do with the structure of the school itself? On school places or on the vexed issue of teacher recruitment and retention, which I and honourable friends have raised in this House on a number of occasions already in this Parliament, these problems will not disappear upon academisation. Forcing the academisation of schools will do nothing to address these most significant issues for our schools and children. In fact, it may even exacerbate the crisis. with DFE figures showing that in the core STEM subjects there is a 33% undersubscription of teachers for the year ahead, and with schools in my constituency not receiving a single application when putting out national adverts for science teachers, I would like to know how the Secretary of State expects this bill to address the teacher shortage, which is fast turning into a crisis. Surely, as we've heard from the member for York Central, it would be better to have a bill before this House which focuses on tackling the very real issues which faces our skills, a bill which puts evidence at the heart of any changes. Instead, we have a draconian bill which forces a further massive centralisation of power into the hands of the Secretary of State. And if the government's primary interest is to drive up standards, then I'm afraid this bill wouldn't pass that very test. With very little evidence to suggest academisation drives up standards, and with the government doing nothing to drive up standards amongst failing academies, it seems wrong-headed for the government to make the entire focus of this bill a push to academise, regardless of whether it improves schools and the life chances of school children. With such significant issues facing our schools and children, then I'm afraid this bill will constitute a missed opportunity to tackle the educational inequalities that scar many of our constituencies, and to ensure we have schools fit to provide the next generation with the education they deserve.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I also congratulate honourable members who have made their initial contributions in the debate today. And it's a pleasure to follow the members for Sheffield Heeley and Ilford North, and a particular pleasure to follow the member for Norwich South. He and I, between us, have doubled Labour's representation in the East, from not a lot to, sadly for us, not quite enough. Looking at the bill before us today, the bill claims that schools should do better, and no one is going to disagree with that. But the real question is this the best way to go about it? And representing an education city, but one where nearly 1,500 young people are attending schools rated as less than good, if one trusts that definition, it's a question that's well worth asking. But the trouble is, the bill doesn't actually address some of the really obvious problems, like inadequate funding. And as a Cambridgeshire member, I can hardly stand up today without pointing out the chronic long-term underfunding that Cambridgeshire schools have suffered in comparison with other areas. It's worth pointing out that that's partly a consequence of foolish decisions made in the past by Conservative county councils.
Indeed.
But today's young people should not be being made to pay for the political errors of previous generations. And so as the government considers the national funding formula, I would urge them to create a long-term change which corrects this imbalance. Now, the last Parliament did see some limited progress in this area, and it did produce a welcome, although relatively small sum for Cambridge schools. But this progress will need to be improved upon massively if we are to bridge the funding gap that has so weakened investment in schools for decades. And I would ask, and I have to say I'm not entirely sure that this will actually be achieved, but I would ask that any changes that are made are done in an equitable way across the country, not just a further cash grab at other parts of the country that have already suffered and lost out heavily. And I would also ask that any such funding changes do not reduce the minimum funding guarantee for the most disadvantaged schools, where such an impact would again mean the worst off schools disproportionately bearing the brunt of government meddling in education. And it's that point which I suspect will resonate with many of the people I meet in schools, the head teachers, the teachers and support staff that I speak to regularly, because the problem with this bill, as so many others have noted, is that further structural change is not what is needed to improve schools. What's needed are good teachers, good leaders, good support staff, and a whole team highly motivated, well rewarded and well regarded. But sadly, we are a long way from that. As we've heard, a record number of teachers left the profession last year, and the fact is that as a combined result of these incessant cuts, the attack on morale and an exodus of overworked teachers, even in a prosperous city like Cambridge, 7% of the teaching workforce are unqualified, and in some schools double that number. Hardly. I will, yes.
Is my honourable friend aware that it's not just in Cambridge where there are these problems? There's one school in the Chester area where the head teacher has been unable to appoint, for financial reasons, a qualified modern languages teacher, and a music teacher who happens to have a French A-level is teaching early years French. The head of modern languages in that school has expressed their concern to me that those children will be lost to languages forever, and this is entirely because of a lack of qualified teachers, and that's because of a lack of resources to appoint them.
Absolutely right, and I just think it is shameful that in one of my schools 1 in 7 teachers is unqualified, and parents, I think, are horrified at that. So I entirely endorse the honourable member's comments. And to continue with the issues that are not addressed by this bill, what about the bizarrely named Priority School Building Programme, which appears to be neither a priority programme or a building programme? As we discovered last week, the actual rate of achievement of this is running at some kind of 5%. Now, in my constituency, we do have a rare occurrence of a new build currently under construction, but to such an incredibly low standard that the school has actually had to sell off its own assets to fund a widening of the corridors, because the original plans would have made them so narrow that it had been a depressing building, which, far from lifting standards and inspiring pupils in a disadvantaged area, would actually have made the situation worse. I will.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. A school in my constituency, Tang Hall School, has children who are frozen in the winter, having to wear hoodies and still not being warm. Is that not going to impact on standards in that school? And should investment not be put in improving school buildings to improve standards?
Well, indeed it should, and of course this resonates for those of us with long memories who remember what life was like under the Conservatives 20 years ago. And we thought we got past that, didn't we? Now, if improving schools rather than cutting costs were the government's aim, then we'd actually be building to the highest standards, not the lowest. So let me conclude by just reflecting on the acute pressure on school places, another issue which has not been addressed. In Cambridgeshire, which is a high-growth area, we are expecting to see a massive increase in the coming years. And isn't it extraordinary that this pressing issue barely gets a mention in the government's bill? And this is not just a Cambridgeshire problem, it's a similar issue across the country. Why aren't they addressing it? So, Mr Deputy Speaker, a discussion on education is always welcome, but this bill fails to address the issues that matter. Frankly, the problem isn't so much coasting schools as a government that doesn't understand the problem and so inevitably gets the wrong answer. You could say a government that requires improvement.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. We've heard many discussions from both sides today, and I believe that a lot of questions have still not been answered. We're still trying to find out what coasting schools actually means, because this term is central to the new powers provided by this bill. So what I ask the Minister is, do you not feel that this definition of the term coasting schools should have been included in the bill itself so that we can be clear what the exact powers which we are voting on? One of my biggest issues about this bill is the huge powers which are being passed over to the Secretary of State. Many of these powers assumed by the Secretary of State are taken up by the regional school commissioners. These regional school commissioners have performance targets in respect to their remits. Is there not a conflict in the interest if these regional school commissioners are to simultaneously be rewarded by academising schools at the same time as being in...
My friend give way. Thank you. Would my friend agree that the regional school... Thank you very much. Would my friend agree that the regional school commissioners who report to the head teacher boards in my constituency, on that head teacher board, one of the people who's been appointed to the head teacher board is one Dame Rachael de Souza, and she will now be making decisions on which schools are going to become academised, which schools are going to become, where free schools are going to be enabled. Do you not feel that there's something inherently wrong about that?
Whoa! Come on, Minister, get on some more.
Thank you. I totally agree with what my right honourable friend has said, and that is the question which I'm actually asking. I'm asking the Minister. Do you not think that they are wearing two hats, and with those two hats, that there is some grey area which needs more explaining?
Can I just... Of course. I'm grateful for allowing my intervention. Can I just say to both the Honourable Lady and the Honourable Member for Norwich that the Inspiration Trust is one of the most successful academy chains in the country. It is transforming the quality of education in the parts of this country that he represents. And if I were in his shoes, I would go and see the Thetford Academy. I'd go and see some of the other schools.
The Minister, I want you to save some speech back. Kate Osborne.
Well, clearly, what I am presenting in the House today is bringing a lot of debate. And what I would ask of you is to be open and to ensure that those of us representing constituencies where this could be happening to us, we are able to feel that it is above board. And until such time, this question will still be floating.
Absolutely.
So I would like you to answer that, of course.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and the debate that she has put forward should not just be between herself and the Minister. There are a great many other number of stakeholders that should be involved in this process when academies are wanting to take over schools, not least parents and governors, and it is appalling in my eyes to see does my honourable friend agree that it is appalling that parents have been completely removed from the consultation process in academies?
Parents should be totally involved in the education of their children, and with the new academisation, the fact that governing bodies do not have parents on them is an issue in itself. So I think that is something which you should be looking into as well.
Will my friend give way?
Of course.
Would my honourable friend agree with me? There's something curious about the development of regional schools commissioners, which I have to say I welcome. Some of us will remember that when this process first started, many of us suggested that everything being done from the centre could not continue like that. We now have regional schools commissioners. Does she agree with me? We might end up with that being further subdivided. We might end up with something that looks remarkably like local educational authorities.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I totally agree with all of the interventions that have taken place today. Well, except for... Apart from the Minister. And on the grounds of that, I will not be supporting this bill. Thank you.
That it? Have we nobody else? I think we'll now come to Kevin Brennan.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And it's an early hour for me to be up in these debates, but I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to respond on behalf of the Labour opposition to the bill. And we've had a very, very good debate, I think, with a great number of contributions. I think in the end, perhaps, we had 32 contributions, Mr. Deputy Speaker, from the backbenchers. We had contributions from the Honourable Member for Meriden. The Honourable Member for Glasgow North West, who's in her place, made her maiden speech, and can I join those in congratulating her on her maiden speech? She told us, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that prior to coming to this House she'd been a physics teacher, and then she decided to retrain as a stonemason, and she offered her services to this House given the massive refurbishment that's likely to take place in years to come. I have to tell, and she may be disappointed to know this, that if she isn't engaged in her new role as a stonemason by the House of Commons, unfortunately the Labour Party won't be in the need of the services of a stonemason for the foreseeable future. In fact, probably never in the future will we need her services. But I do congratulate her on her maiden speech, which was extremely effective and fluent, and I hope she makes many more such contributions during her time in this House. We also had contributions from the Honourable Members for Stroud, for Tottenham, a maiden speech from the Honourable Member for Kingston and Surbiton, who I don't think is yet back in his place, but I'm sure the messages are being sent as we speak around the House to the various corners of this place where people are working very hard at this moment to return back in time for the winds-ups. His maiden speech was, again, very fluent. He told us and reminded us that he wasn't the only Berry in this House, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and he's back in his place, and I welcome him back. I was just saying, before he arrived, that how much the House enjoyed his maiden speech, and I congratulated on him. He told us that he wasn't the only Berry in his House, and I do understand the problem he has been encountering with his parliamentary mail as a result of that. Indeed, The honourable member for Rother Valley and myself share very similar names, not exactly identical, Mr Deputy Speaker. And on New Year's Eve a couple of years ago, I was very briefly knighted by the Mail Online as a result of the similarities of our names. Before I had to explain that I was more chivalry than chivalry, Mr Deputy Speaker, and that it probably wasn't intended for me. We also had speeches from the honourable member for Denton and Reddish, who told us about, very movingly actually, about his GCSE English teacher who made a great contribution to his life and prospects for the future. And he's absolutely right. It's the quality of teaching that counts. Actually, more than the quality, so research shows, or the difference between schools. It's the difference between teachers within schools, actually, that's even more important. And we should all be looking to raise the standing and quality of the teacher workforce in our country. And as a former teacher myself, who often meets my ex-pupils around and about in all sorts of places, they haven't yet, Mr Deputy Speaker, made any complaints, but I doubt if I would ever get an endorsement as great as the endorsement he gave to his English teacher, and I am sure that his former English teacher will be very proud of the mention he got in the House of Commons this evening. We also had speeches from the honourable member for Plymouth, who spoke about adoption, the honourable member for Kilmarnock and Loudoun, the honourable member for Hazel, who told us he also was a former teacher and brought his expertise to the debate. I was going to say llong gyfarchiadau, Mr Deputy Speaker, to the honourable member for Dwyfor Meirionnydd, but she's again not yet back in her place, not her fault, because of the early hour at which we're doing the wind-ups. And I thought she made a very impressive maiden speech, and I'd like to congratulate it on her, and also congratulate her for someone who was born in London. Her mastery of the Welsh language is far greater than mine, even though I was born in Wales myself. And I have to say that is most impressive, and she made a very impressive maiden speech this evening. We also had contributions from the honourable member for Thornbury and Yate in the form of his maiden speech, and he told us of his experience in the retail sector. He and I share something in common in that respect, in that I was once the Saturday boy in Marks and Spencer, as well as the warehouse cleaner in Fine Fair at 48.5p an hour, which tells you how long ago it was that I was working in the retail trade, long before the Labour government brought in the minimum wage. We also had speeches from the honourable member for York Central, who, and I have to slightly correct her, she is in her place behind me, I have to slightly correct her, because she referred several times this evening, Mr Deputy Speaker, to this as a piece of draft legislation. She described it as a draft bill. Now, I understand why she might think it's a draft bill, Mr Deputy Speaker, and many honourable members pointed out that it had the qualities, or lack of qualities, of a draft bill, shall we say, and so it's entirely understandable as a new member that she should mistake this as a draft bill. But can I tell her, this is the actual bill. This is what the government has introduced this evening to the House of Commons and is asking us to give assent to at second reading, and I'm not surprised, therefore, that she has decided not to support it at second reading, given that it is, in her eyes, quite rightly, only a draft bill. We also had contributions from the member for Mid Dorset and North Poole, who was concerned, who was in his place, I'm glad to see him over there, good, who told us that his wife might be struggling to get our proceedings on broadband and be able to watch his speeches in his constituency of Mid Dorset and North Poole. Well, can I recommend to him the BBC Parliament channel, where she could join dozens of other viewers, dozens, I'm told, of other viewers in enjoying our proceedings, and should she have any problems in future with broadband, I recommend that as a way of following what's happening here in the chamber. We also had contributions from my honourable friend from South Shields, who spoke passionately with great knowledge about adoption. From the honourable member for Telford, also, who I don't think is in her place at the moment, but I'm sure will be with us shortly. A very fine speech, if I may say so, from the honourable member for Walsall South, who I think put her finger on the shortfalls of the bill, and also the In particular, she emphasised the illiberality of the bill, and I'll return to that perhaps a little bit later in my remarks. We had contributions from the Honourable Member for Faversham and Mid-Kent, from Sefton Central, who brought his great experience from the Education Select Committee to our proceedings and pointed out that the government's bill doesn't seem to be based on the reports of the Education Select Committee, which was issued earlier in this year. We had a contribution from the Honourable Member for Portsmouth South, and she is in her place, who told us that she'd been a lay inspector, and I very much welcome the expertise that she brought to her debate, although I think in answering my intervention she showed the difficulty, I think, with this bill, the vagueness that we've had so far about the definition of coasting in this bill, in that she seemed to suggest that it could only be an inadequate school that could be deemed to be coasting. So obviously there's a lot more we need to tease out during the course of the committee stage about exactly what the government's thinking is on this matter, because a lot of honourable members seem to suggest they know what coasting school is, but there seem to be very different interpretations of that amongst different honourable members. We also had a contribution from an honourable friend from Isloin, who spoke passionately about the importance of education and the quality of teaching in particular. The honourable member for Cambridgeshire, Brentford and Isleworth, who particularly emphasised that this bill is deficient in not dealing with the key issue of teacher shortage, which is going to be so much of a problem in the next few years, we predict, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Honourable Member for Fareham made a very fine contribution, as did the Honourable Member for Hove, who I think spoke extremely passionately about schools in his own constituency and the need for all of us to be passionate about the need for school improvement. We had contributions from the Honourable Member for Chester, for Ilford North, who made a brilliant speech, I thought, and put his finger right on the problems of this bill and why it is a piece of legislation not worthy to be placed in front of this House of Commons. From the Honourable Member for Congleton, and from the Honourable Member for Norwich South, who took the trouble, he's here too, he took the trouble to congratulate all those honourable members who've made their maiden speeches by saying, it feels great when you've nailed it. I know how that feels. He didn't add, Mr Deputy Speaker, even if I say so myself, at the end of that. But he raised extremely important and powerful points about issues of conflict of interest and the use of public funds and public resources, which I'm sure we'll hear more about in the weeks to come. We also had a very fine speech from my honourable friend, the member for Sheffield, Healy, and also from the honourable members for Cambridge, and who spoke extremely well about schools in his own constituency, and from the honourable member for Edmonton North. Let me get that right. So that's 30 in all contributions, Mr Deputy Speaker, from the backbenches, and I thought it was an excellent debate. And I will now give way to the honourable lady.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. We're discussing education today, and vital to my area is fairer funding. Does he and his party on the other side back the F40 fairer funding campaign that's so key to my constituents in Northumberland?
I say, Mr Deputy Speaker, we had a very good debate, and I recommend it to her in Westminster Hall just before the end of the last Parliament, where I spoke for the opposition on this, and we absolutely support fairer funding, and she can, if she would like to consult that debate, she'll see in more detail our position on that, although obviously it isn't the subject of this bill today. Can I just say, Mr Deputy Speaker, we've had that very good debate. I'm going to deal principally with the education part of the bill in my remarks, as my right honourable friend dealt with the adoption clauses in his opening remarks, but I do think there are a few points that we'd like to lay on the record in relation to that. One is that the solution that's being put forward in the bill today on adoption, I understand, is extremely similar to the one that the government withdrew last year when these measures were put in front of the House of Lords. Now, if I'm wrong about that, I'm sure the Minister will correct us at committee stage, but it does seem that perhaps this is a second bite of the cherry, and we will be interested to know from ministers, if that is the case, why they've come back with this, having withdrawn similar proposals extremely recently. We are concerned about the impact on small specialist agencies. and we are also concerned about those children who may not be suitable for adoption, Mr Deputy Speaker, and disappointed the bill has so little to say about special guardianship, about kinship care, about grandparents and about long-term fostering. And these are issues which we'll want to take up during the course of the committee stage. Now, I want to say something that I hope could be a point of agreement across the House, namely that we all fundamentally want the best for our children. Heads, teachers, support staff, governors, parents, even politicians, Mr Deputy Speaker, want the best for our children. I was going to say politicians and even parents, because parents' rights are being rubbed out by this bill, but I decided against that in order to try and establish a point of consensual feeling at the outset of my remarks. But if all of us want the best for our children, Mr Deputy Speaker, how is it that the government so consistently pursues pathways that are not based on evidence of what is best for our children's education? We've reached an extraordinary state of affairs, Mr Speaker, where this bill, which was cobbled together in the 2 weeks after the election, is presented as if it's the answer to all the educational problems in this country, when it quite patently isn't. And as the Education Select Committee said earlier this year, and I quote, "The government should stop exaggerating." The bill is so rushed and so inadequately drafted, Mr Deputy Speaker, that it doesn't even provide a definition of its central term. In its first clause, page 1, it permits intervention in, and I quote, "coasting schools." Now, let's be clear, everyone should be seeking to tackle underperformance in schools, even in those schools which may be superficially performing well. And we agree with that proposition. Indeed, we championed that in government, Mr Deputy Speaker, for example, through the London Challenge, through the National Challenge programme. We introduced sponsored academies as one way that entrenched underperformance could be tackled. But it's not the only way. But the government has introduced the term coasting onto the face of the bill without being able to tell anyone what it means. It hasn't been able to supply draft regulations to explain coasting in time for the debate. It now has communicated, I understand, through the usual channels, Mr Deputy Speaker, that it won't be able to supply those draft regulations by the time of the start of the committee stage of the bill. Perhaps we should rename this the Adoption and Education Bill rather than the Education and Adoption Bill, because ministers are having to take the bill back to front in committee due to its inability to provide a definition of coasting in time for the committee stage. Mr Speaker, this is no way to make law which affects the education of millions of children across this country. The bill should not be introduced when the government can't even explain the definition of its central term. It's like that scene, Mr Deputy Speaker, in the film The Wrong Trousers, starring Wallace and Gromit, when Gromit has to lay down the track at the same time that the train is already racing along at pace. Mr Speaker, if the government can't define coasting at the point when we're debating the bill in this chamber, then it obviously deserves its own rating of inadequate. And Mr Deputy Speaker, why does the bill have nothing to say about academies? Everyone involved in education knows that a school is a school, and its success is not built on the nameplate on the sign outside, but it's built on the quality of the leadership and teaching within. And if the answer to turning around a failing school is always to make it an academy, what's the answer to turning around a failing academy? For as the Secretary of State has acknowledged recently, there are many of them, including 145 is the latest count, including IES Breckland, managed by a for-profit provider and deemed inadequate for more than a year without its sponsor being removed. So much for her statement that, and I quote, "a day spent in special measures is a day too long where a child's education is concerned." Not, it would seem, when that child attends an academy being run by a favoured foreign business. A fundamental flaw at the heart of the government's approach is that it doesn't even entertain that question in the bill. Why don't they listen to the Conservative councillor David Simmons, the chairman of the LGA's Children and Young People Board, who recently said, and I quote, "Hundreds of schools, often in disadvantaged areas, are being turned around thanks to the intervention of local councils. It's clear that strong leadership, outstanding classroom teaching and effective support staff and governors are the crucial factors in transforming standards in struggling schools." He went on to say, let me finish this point and I will give way. "We want to see bureaucratic barriers that have for a long time prevented councils from intervening swept away. We need to ensure that we focus our resources on ensuring there are enough outstanding school leaders rather than on structures and legal status, as it is this which makes the difference we all want to see." Now that sounds to me, Mr. Speaker, like common sense from a Conservative councillor at the sharp end of trying to deliver a quality local education, rather than the proclamations of remote Conservative ministers who take their cue from right-wing think tanks and policy wonks with an ideological axe to grind. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And wouldn't he agree with me that Councillor Simmons has also added to the debate about school places, particularly in London where he represents, and the fact that so many parents are raising with us in a daily basis in surgeries and emails and so on, that they're so worried about their 3- and 4-year-olds, and indeed we need to be predicting for when they turn 13 that there's going to be a secondary school crisis.
I would agree with that, and I would say to her that teacher recruitment and this problem is a serious lacuna in this bill. And that sounds to me, as I said, like common sense from a Conservative councillor, because what we have in front of us is a bill that's not only severely undercooked, Mr. Speaker, but is breathtakingly illiberal and in direct opposition to the government's professed desire to devolve power to communities. Mr. Speaker, let's be clear about this. This is a bill that not only seeks to extend the power of the state as exercised by the Secretary of State, who's not even listening as we speak, trying to extend the power of the state to impose its will locally, but which also seeks to remove the ability of local communities to object. And you can see she doesn't like to listen, because she won't even listen to local communities or even to the debate in this House, or even to make representations against the exercise of that state power. It's said that power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. But what of power that's wielded by the state without even the right to make representations against its use, which in addition creates a duty to conform, comply, cooperate and promote the exercise of that state power? How have we reached that state of affairs in Conservative education policy where this is regarded as democratically acceptable? It would seem, Mr. Speaker, that it's not only the Prime Minister who doesn't know the meaning of the words Magna Carta, as we saw on the David Letterman TV show, but also, as Tony Hancock might have put it, the poor Hungarian peasant girls did, after all, die in vain. This is a horrible little bill insofar as it extends to education. More of an election slogan than a piece of genuine education statute, written in a rush out of a need to be seen to do something rather than need to do the right thing. And it could be so much different, Mr. Speaker. We could be recognising that real school improvement is based on the sort of approach taken by Sir David Brailsford, who took the GB Olympic cycling team to such great heights, i.e. based on teamwork, on collaboration, on a passion for excellence, and on a passion for success and the accumulation of marginal gains, not a fetish with structures and policies that are unfounded in evidence. Perhaps we could have an educational equivalent of NICE, as they have in health, a National Institute for Clear Evidence in Education policy, which would put a stop to the educational quackery of ministers, which leads to the empty exaggeration that was so heavily criticised earlier this year, Mr. Speaker, by the Education Select Committee. And then perhaps we could agree on a vision based on that insight I mentioned at the outset, that deep down we all want the best for our children. So we should have a vision where we promote partnership and collaboration to raise standards, with an inspection system with quality inspectors who provide challenge and support, not low-quality private contractors, a system where standards trump structures, where every child matters. For despite claiming in the explanatory notes to this bill that the bill intends to improve education for all children, those in coasting or failing academies are ignored by this bill. We could have a vision where parents are listened to, where teachers are trusted, where school admissions are made fair, where special needs are taken seriously, where genuine social mobility is promoted, where more than one pathway to success, i.e. GCSE, A-level and university, is valued and promoted, and where more than data matters, where exams are not used as a tool to narrow education, but as an instrument to accredit broad and balanced learning. A system that believes in more than teaching to the test, Mr. Speaker. To be an educator or a teacher is an incredible privilege. It's one which I was fortunate enough to enjoy for many years. It's a very hard job, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's much harder, believe it or not, than being a Member of Parliament. But it's so much more than what's envisaged in this dreary bill, Mr. Speaker. To be a legislator is also a privilege, and we can do much better than this.
Minister of State, Mr. Nicholas Gibb.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This has been an excellent debate on issues that could not be more important to honourable members and to the country. But in 2010, the coalition government inherited a legacy of stagnation. The voices of complacency told us all was well. Key Stage 2 results were rising and GCSE grades were inflating, but the reliable data told a different story. International benchmarks consistently showed that our schools were failing to progress, while those elsewhere in Poland, Germany, Austria and Estonia, for example, were leaving us behind. The adoption system was too bureaucratic and time-consuming and left some of our most vulnerable children waiting too long. We were not prepared to accept the status quo. Our reforms to education and adoption over the past 5 years have been the most radical and far-reaching for a generation. They have led to dramatic improvements across the country. Today, Mr. Speaker, 100,000 more 6-year-olds are on track to become confident readers as a result of our focus on phonics. 200,000 fewer pupils are persistently absent from school compared to 5 years ago. And more than 1 million more children now attend good or outstanding schools than in 2010. And my honourable friend's work to improve the adoption system meant that last year more than 5,000 children were found the permanent home they desperately need, a record increase of 26% in just 12 months. And it's now around 4 months quicker for children to be placed in a stable, loving home. These improvements have been secured thanks to the hard work and expertise of teachers, social workers and adoption teams, all motivated by the same passion for building a fairer society in which each child reaches their potential. But despite their efforts, too many children are still not getting the start in life which they deserve. Even after the rapid improvements of the past 5 years, 1.5 million children still attend schools that are less than good. So by strengthening our ability, I give way to my honourable friend.
Thank you. Schools in my constituency of Aldridge Brownhills are a key issue, and I welcome this bill. But can I ask, put in an early plea, please, for a ministerial visit to Aldridge Brownhills, so that I can show the Minister the good and the challenges and the challenging aspects of my area's education system.
Well, I'd be delighted to visit my honourable friend's constituency, and the Chief Whip is sitting here, and I'm sure he will allow an early visit. Mr. Speaker, by strengthening our... I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister is more than welcome to visit my constituency again, as he did during the election campaign. As much as I enjoy playing the recorder with him, Mr. Speaker, actually, I'm just wondering, given the stab that honourable members opposite made at defining what is a coasting school, will he put us out of our misery on this side and tell us what is the Minister's definition for coasting schools? He hasn't told us.
Well, the honourable gentleman will just have to be patient. I'll say a little bit more about that today. But, Mr. Speaker, by strengthening Mr. Speaker, by strengthening our ability to turn around failing and coasting schools, this bill will ensure that more children receive a good education regardless of background, neighbourhood or circumstance. The adoption system remains fragmented and inefficient. Around 180 different adoption agencies currently recruit and match adopters to children in need of a caring, stable home. This overly localised system cannot deliver the best service to some of our most vulnerable children. And we're therefore introducing regional adoption agencies which will work across local authority boundaries and in partnership with voluntary adoption agencies to find the right home for children without delay. A policy supported by my honourable friend, the member for South West Devon, who spoke powerfully about the need for an ongoing adoption support. But, Mr. Speaker, we have had some excellent speakers and speeches in this debate, but one not so excellent speech from the Shadow Secretary of State, who wanted to know when he could see. Mr. Speaker, he wanted to know when he could see. He wanted to know when he could see the definition of the word coasting. Well, can I say to the Shadow Secretary of State that he shouldn't be so concerned about the definition of coasting, because his performance today falls squarely in the failing category, and that's very well defined. But as my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, said, we do intend to publish draft regulations on the definition of coasting schools for full parliamentary scrutiny at the committee stage of the bill. I'll just finish this point and I'll give way to the Shadow Secretary of State. We can be clear now, though, about the principles that will underpin the definition. Most fundamentally, this is about social justice. A coasting school is one in which pupils are not reaching their potential. Will he support that definition of a coasting school? I'll give way to the answer.
I'm very grateful for the Minister for giving way. Could he now provide us with the legal definition of what a coasting school is, given that we're voting on his bill in exactly 13 minutes? What is the legal definition?
Well, we've made it very clear, Mr. Speaker, that he will see the legal definition of a coasting school on the first day of the committee stage of the bill, and he will have plenty of time to table amendments to Clause 1 during the committee stage of the bill. Mr. Speaker, we have had some excellent maiden speeches today, including the maiden speech from the honourable member for Glasgow North West, who cited the recent education initiative in Scotland, the 1496 Education Act, and she pointed out the very real challenge that having an aspiration is when living in destitution. But of course it's only aspiration and education that is the escape route from destitution, and that's the whole objective of our education reforms. In a moving maiden speech by my honourable friend, the member for Kingston and Surbiton, I was struck by his Reginald Perrin-like commute on the 641 from Surbiton. But I noted also that his parents were both teachers, and we were all saddened. Ah, thank you. We were all saddened. He moved, yes. But we on the 641 from Surbiton, yes. But we were all saddened to hear that his father died soon after his selection as a parliamentary candidate. Actually, the same thing happened to me in 1996 as well. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
Can I follow my maiden speech with a request that the Minister meet with me and other new colleagues who are passionate about increasing social aspiration through education, so that we can share with the Minister our experiences of examples of best practice locally?
Yes, I'd be delighted to meet my honourable friend. That sounds like an invitation to meet in the Chamber or the Westminster Palace, so my right honourable friend, I'm sure, will allow that to happen. but my honourable friend, the member for Kingston and Surbiton, I think made very clear his commitment to education and high aspiration for all children, which is in no doubt inspired by his parents. We heard a passionate maiden speech from the honourable member for Kilmarnock and Loudoun, who had some interesting ideas about how we can ensure a Conservative majority in the House of Lords by culling some of the Labour members. In a humorous maiden speech, my honourable friend, the member for Hazel Grove, a former primary school teacher, fretted about his first contribution, how it will be rated by Ofsted. I can tell him that the Secretary of State has intervened and graded his first maiden speech as outstanding. But he's right to believe that real Ofsted inspections should be something done with and not to schools. In an honest and thoughtful maiden speech, the member for Dwyfor and Meirionnydd pointed out, thank you very much, pointed out that the education system in Wales is sliding down the international league tables, a country that has steadfastly refused to follow the reform programmes we have introduced in this country.
Would my honourable friend give way on that point?
I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Is my honourable friend aware that when I was on Any Questions with Carwyn Jones, who is the leader of the Welsh Government, he told me and the listeners to BBC Radio 4 that the Welsh Government, the Labour Welsh Government, had taken their eye off the ball. His words, not mine, regarding education.
And I think he's absolutely right. I'm grateful to my honourable friend for that intervention. Mr. Speaker, in a funny and self-deprecatory maiden speech, my honourable friend, the member for Thornbury and Yate, said how slightly taken aback he was at the ease and grace with which his employer took his resignation from the company on his election to Parliament. But he also made the serious point about the importance of a good quality education to a good start in life, something this government is committed to giving to every young person. My honourable friend, the member for Mid Dorset and North Poole, in an excellent maiden speech, was concerned about the quality of broadband in parts of his constituency. And given the quality of his maiden speech, I do hope that his wife did manage to live stream his speech through broadband. And my honourable friend has already become an active member of the F40 group, and again today he made the compelling argument for fairer funding. He also mentioned apprenticeships and, more broadly, the value of working your way up to gaining experience in work. The government is committed to 3 million apprenticeship starts over this Parliament, building on 2.2 million apprenticeship starts since 2010. And these are real paid jobs with real training. Now, a number of members opposite claim the government is wrong to pursue sponsored academy status to turn around failing or coasting schools. But it is the success of the Academy's programme over the last 5 years, and indeed before that, that gives us confidence that this is the right approach. The Chief Inspector of Schools in his annual report wrote that, and I quote, "Overall, sponsor-led academies have had a positive and sustained impact on attainment in challenging areas." And this is backed up by results which show that sponsored academies are improving their performance faster than maintained schools. Secondary schools, I'll give very briefly the last intervention to the honourable gentleman.
It's the case that recently Ofsted have dispensed with the services of up to 40% of their inspectors. And that being the case, doesn't it call into question the quality of some of their more recent school inspections?
Well, including the outstanding grade awarded to St Michael's Academy in Chester, in his own constituency. So I shouldn't be too scathing about Ofsted judgments if I were him. Mr Chester. Mr Speaker, secondary schools that have been academies for 4 years have GCSE results that are on average 6 percentage points higher than their results in the predecessor school, and by comparison results in local authority maintained secondary schools are on average 1% higher now than they were in 2010. Atwood Academy, Portland in Nottinghamshire, for example, became a sponsor-led academy in June 2012. In 2012, the proportion achieving 5 good GCSEs was just 57%. Last year, that figure had jumped to 76%. There are many more examples like that that show how being an academy improves academic standards. Mr. Speaker, this bill is about social justice. It's another important step to ensuring that all our state schools are delivering the quality of education currently found only in the best. Ensuring our adoption... I'm just coming to an end now. Ensuring that our adoption system is swift and efficient so children can escape the unhappiness of life of neglect or the uncertainty of life in care as swiftly as possible. This bill, Mr. Speaker, is about one nation. More action. More action to ensure that schools in weak local authority areas like Knowsley are as strong as schools in the best performing parts of the country. Further progress to ensuring that every child is a fluent reader by the age of 6, not just at Ark Priory Primary Academy in Ealing, but in every school in the land, and that every child is fluent in arithmetic and knows their times tables by the age of 9. We want every parent's local secondary school to be preparing their children for life in a competitive world, to be giving their children the best academic education, the best GCSEs, the best preparation for work or college or apprenticeships, the best preparation for entry into the best universities. And we want that standard, Mr. Speaker, to be high in North Yorkshire, Blackpool, London, Birmingham, the West Country and throughout the nation, in rural areas and on our coast. That's what we mean by one nation. And we want those standards for everyone, regardless of social or economic background. That's what we mean by social justice. It does involve taking on the vested interests, which is why in this bill we are asking for the powers to say no to those who frustrate or delay improvement, enemies of aspiration and rigour. If you believe in social justice, Mr. Speaker, and if you believe in a one-nation education system, I urge honourable members across the House to support this bill tonight.
Order. The question is that the amendment be made. As many as have there been to say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division. Clear the lobby. Order. The question is that the amendment be made. As many as have there been say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Mr. Tom Blenkinsop and Mr. Nick Dakin. Tellers for the noes was Margot James and Mr. George Hollingberry. Order.
The ayes to the right, 193. The noes to the left, 308.
Good whipping. The ayes to the right, 193. The noes to the left, 308. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as other opinions say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The programme motion to be moved formally. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as other opinions say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The money resolution to be moved formally. Thank you. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as other opinions say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.